policy, but everyone will benefit from them. I intend to create as president what I have named an opportunity economy that taps into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people, and then addresses those in a way that recognizes, unlike my opponent who was handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, not everyone has access to those kinds of resources, but when you give people access to those resources, they thrive and we all benefit. Opportunity economy. That's why I say I'm going to make sure that we give first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance. Because again, we know that when you look at the history of how Black folks have been denied the opportunity for home ownership, be it redlining or what we know it's still been happening around a bias in home appraisals, that it is a barrier to achieving intergenerational success. But when we address it by doing things like helping folks get their foot in the door with a down payment assistance, they will have the ability to be on that track of intergenerational wealth building. My plan for extending and expanding the child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. Because our parents, just like any parent, have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do that. So $6,000 in the first year of your child's life helps you buy that car seat or crib or the clothes that are necessary to build the foundation for that important phase of their development that gets them on the right track.
I do want to do the housing piece because what I think is not being talked about, the building of new housing stock.
Yes.
And so because of the home foreclosure crisis, we literally built under 9 or 10 million homes in 2010, 2020. We're underbuilt now as well. The fewest homes being built since the 1940s.
Yes.
So a huge part of this problem with housing is that we don't have the stock. So talk about that piece there, because you got demand, but you don't actually have right now the available homes.
So, and I'm glad you actually presented the point the way you did, because let's also go back to what you know in my history on this in terms of being Attorney General. When I took on the big banks, and because they were doing predatory lending, and a lot of the folks who were targeted with that predatory lending were Black folks who are being told, oh, you don't need to worry about it. We're going to give you this money. And so you can buy a home without actually doing the analysis to figure out if they'd be able to afford to pay it back, right? And folks trusted the banks that if you're going to loan me the money, then you must have determined I have the ability to actually, be able to see it through. And the foreclosure rates for Black homeowners during that crisis,
53% of Black wealth wiped out.
That's exactly right, Roland. I took on and sued the big banks and ended up delivering $20 billion for the homeowners of California. The former President Obama recently mentioned the fact that I actually took on the Department of Justice and the administration, saying, I'm not going to do a deal that brings crumbs to the table.
But not just when you're Attorney General, because even right now, the DOJ, Civil Rights Division, the redlining lawsuits, mortgage discrimination.
We have been taking all of it on. Mortgage discrimination, also discrimination in home appraisals. We've taken on the fact that, those stories about a Black family is trying to get their home appraised. They want to get a second mortgage, they want to sell the house, whatever. And they bring in the appraiser. The appraiser looks around, looks at the family pictures, and appraises it for less than it's worth. The family knows that. They're not stupid.
The Black folks got to remove photos.
So
books,
then they
DVDs,
remove photos and everything else, right? They remove
all the blackness.
All of that. And then they ask a white family that's a friend of theirs, come in, they put up their pictures, and the house gets appraised for more. Racial bias, we're taking that on for the first time. And I want to give due credit to former Secretary of HUD, Marcia Fudge, for being a leader on that. These are the things we've taken on. And as president, to your point about supply, I'm going to create tax incentives for home builders and developers to build 3 million new housing units by the end of my first term, because a big part of jacking up the prices has been the supply is not meeting demand, so the prices are higher. And when you couple that with $25,000 down payment assistance, we have the ability to give people the opportunity to achieve what generations before called the American dream, but which has been out of reach for too many people. My work around thinking about how it's going to directly impact Black folks is knowing that when you look at racial bias in home appraisals. When you look at the disproportionate rates of Black home ownership to other people having home ownership, it's too low. And it's not because we don't aspire to have a home or buy a home. My work is about looking at small businesses, knowing they're the backbone of our economy in the neighborhood, in communities, and giving folks an extension of a tax deduction. So it's not just $5,000 for a startup small business, but $50,000, because nobody can start up a small business on $5,000.
I'm glad you mentioned small business. I was talking to a Black restaurant owner in Houston, and we were talking about the corporate tax rate. Yeah. And one of the things that he said was, he said, listen, I'm looking at her proposal. I'm looking at what was the place beforehand. He said, because when it got cut, it puts $500,000 in my pocket. Yeah. When I was in Georgia, Senator Warnock's campaign in 2022, a Black woman said, hey, she said, I get reproductive rights. She said, I'm not having any kids, but I do care about taxes. Yeah. And so that's one of the things that I'm hearing from a number of African-American business owners who are saying, okay, what will Vice President do if she's president deal with corporate tax rate? And so you talked about increasing it. Will that mean a certain cap? So let's say if you 50 million, 100 million revenue or less, will that go up? Or will that corporate tax rate apply to all businesses?
So first of all, the corporate tax rate years ago was in the 30s. So I'm not doing that. But in terms of tax cuts for middle-class families, my agenda is all about tax cuts for middle-class families and no tax rate hike for anybody making less than $400,000 a year. But my approach is also about giving 100 million Americans a tax cut in terms of middle-class tax cuts. Donald Trump, on the other hand, first of all, like he did before, he will do again and has pretty much pledged that he will give a tax cut for billionaires and the biggest corporations. Donald Trump has indicated that basically what I call a Trump sales tax will be in place, which is a 20% tax on everyday goods and services, which economists have estimated will cost the average American family $4,000 more a year. Goldman Sachs,
including the small businesses,
of course, yeah. Including small businesses. Not to mention what he is doing. If you look at Project 2025, what they're proposing in terms of cutting off, for example, we see Hurricane Helene, what we have seen happen in terms of Milton, cutting off the SBA ability to give small businesses that have experienced an extreme weather event, a disaster, giving them additional resources. This man don't want to help small businesses. He cares about the kinds of people who run the businesses he runs, big developers, billionaires. He's not looking out for middle-class folks. You look at what he is proposing in terms of cutting, if you look at the cost that middle-class families bear, healthcare costs. We have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Under Project 2025, they would undo that $35 cap. You look at what he is planning to do that is about undoing, getting rid of the Department of Education and Head Start programs. Who do you think that's going to affect? So there is, first of all, a danger in terms of understanding there are two choices in this election and understanding what Donald Trump intends for middle-class families. Two, look at it in the context of how he actually thinks and talks about Black folks in America. And you and I have talked about this before. He is not looking out for folks when he was a landlord and would not rent to Black families, sued for it. When he took out a full-page ad in the New York Times against those 5 teenagers, Black and Latino, who were innocent, saying they should be executed, the Central Park 5. When you look at the first Black president of the United States, and he had birther lines, and now you look at Black immigrants, legal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, and he gets on a debate stage and says they're eating their pets? Come on. This man is dangerous. Not to mention, Roland, let's fast forward to right now. His staff won't let him do a 60 Minutes interview. Every president for the last half century has done one, anyone who's running for president. Everyone has done it, except Donald Trump. He will not debate me again. I put out my medical records. He won't put out his medical records. And you have to ask, why is his staff doing that? And it may be because they think he's just not ready. and unfit and unstable and should not have that level of transparency for the American people. There's a real choice in this election.
You mentioned the Department of Education. I was on a call a couple weeks ago. Jeffrey Canada, Steve Perry, Jalen Rose, and others who are supporters of school choice, parental choice.
Yeah.
And what they've complained about is that you haven't heard a lot about education in the last several months. They were talking about these educational outcomes of African Americans post-COVID.
Yeah.
And they said the numbers are depressing.
Yeah, it's bad.
In terms of your focus with education, one, do you support public charters? Do you support how we deal with those numbers? Because at the end of the day, if our kids are staying behind, that's just going to make it even more difficult for them
For sure.
when it comes to getting jobs. That education plan for America, if you're president.
Yeah, so I have supported public charters, but here's the thing that we have to just focus on in this election. First of all, Donald Trump would get rid of the Department of Education, which means that as a vehicle for funding a lot of what we need to do around public education for our children, it would be get rid of Head Start. And we know how many of our children have benefited from that in the earliest stages of their development, which are the most critical to them being able to be successful as they go through the educational process. So there is a huge contrast between me and him. And frankly, I don't think he wants to talk about education, which is why it has not become an issue on the debate stage, because he doesn't have a plan, which takes me back to a fundamental point. He doesn't have a plan for much of anything that is about the people who are going to be watching this interview. I invite everyone always and again, watch his rallies. He will talk full-time about himself. He will talk about his personal grievances, and he will not talk about you and any plan that he has for you or your children or your future.
How does it make you feel when he trashes Black cities? So in 2020, he talked about voting in Fulton County, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit. There was a partial recount of Wisconsin, only in Milwaukee. The comments that he just made about Detroit basically being a living hell.
Oakland, DC, Chicago.
Pretty damn ad.
Come on.
Pretty good damn ad y'all dropped out. I actually liked it. Jamel Hill and I talked about it. But again, he's singling out cities where there are significant African Americans, and that's who he's talking about. Black people.
Yes. There's this whole, I talked with somebody once who said, if you just look at where the stars are in the sky, don't look at them as just random things. If you just look at them as points, look at the constellation, what does it show you? So you just outlined it, Roland. What does it show you? That the cities that he picks on in terms of Black population or Black mayor are both. Come on.
We're in North Carolina, and this has been a battleground over voting rights. Federal judges 8 years ago said there was laser-like precision targeting African Americans.
Yes.
That is still a major issue. You got the Supreme Court with their decision regarding Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act. And so what if Congress doesn't move, what can you do to shore that up? Because that continues to be a major issue. And with so many African Americans now moving from northern locations of Midwest back to the South, we're seeing these problems in Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, and others.
Well, to your point, you mentioned North Carolina, which has been well documented. You look at, even though I must say that North Carolina has a governor in Roy Cooper who has tried to do everything he can to ensure that voting rights are intact, but he does not have a veto-proof majority in the state house.
Plus, Dems lost the Supreme Court as well.
I think that we should all, whoever's in North Carolina watching this, Josh Stein running for governor, it's going to be very important. Pay attention to those state house races, because those, if they can change the balance in the state house, then they will be able to push through more protections for voting rights. But to your point, in Georgia, they passed a law preventing people from giving food and water to folks who are standing in line to vote, which is the height of hypocrisy. Because what happened to love thy neighbor, right? There is a full-on intent by some to attack hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the right to vote. And part of it, if you track it, is if you look at the successes that we had, in particular in 2020, and in the height of a pandemic when people just said they were going to vote, they knew and they understood how important it was. Thereafter, you saw in state after state attempts by state legislatures to make it more difficult for people to vote. And here's what I would say to your listeners. Don't let anybody take you out the game. There is an intent to make it more difficult. There is an intent to suggest to a lot of folks that their vote won't matter, with the intention that people will not vote, which is an attempt to silence folks. And what we know is the greatest progress we have achieved is when we jump over those obstacles that have been purposely laid to do what we know is about progress. And this election is going to be no different. They've already started with the misinformation and the lies. We know that there's foreign interference, and I have to say to everybody listening to this, don't let them take your voice. Because I was part of the Senate Intelligence Committee when we investigated Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Black folks were targeted with misinformation because there was an assumption that you're already targeting a group of people who already have learned, based on a lived experience, that things aren't necessarily designed to work for them, and manipulate that in a way that suggests to people that their vote won't matter. Because if you do that, they won't vote. That was the intention.
You said don't let them take you out of the game. What do you say to a young Black woman, a young Black man out there who is seriously considering the couch, who says my vote doesn't matter, who says that I have not seen policies that have changed my life, because that's there. That thought process is there. Folks 65 and older vote the highest, but as you keep going down, as you get that number just goes even lower and lower and lower. So what do you say to that young brother or sister who's watching?
Yeah.
Why they should vote, but why they should trust you to be the 47th president?
So first of all, your vote does matter. It is because folks voted that we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month, that we are on the path to doing what I intend to do, which is saying that your medical debt cannot be on your credit score, putting $16 billion in HBCUs, having the lowest Black unemployment in recent history. The work that we have done that has been about investing in Black businesses, the work that we have done that has been about understanding the importance of having representation at every level, including a Black woman on the United States Supreme Court for the first time. It's because people voted and demanded that. And the reality of how this system works is that we each have many ways that we are powerful. And one of those ways, very significantly, is through our vote. People sit down and they'll watch and say, okay, well, those folks aren't going to vote anyway. I don't need to listen to them. That's how this works. I don't feel that way. I'm going to go everywhere. That's why I'm in rural parts of North Carolina and Georgia and other places where people say, oh, your votes aren't there. But my people are there. People are there.
That's how Obama won the state in 08.
Well, but
14,100 votes.
The point is that I'm saying that not everyone, and not the system doesn't necessarily work that way.
Mm-hmm.
The hard reality of the system is that often the people whose policies get pushed through are the people who actually demand what they want through their vote.
Squeaky wheel gets the most grease.
Often. That is the way it works. And when people who are, and I'm not talking about myself, just anybody who's running for office, when they see young Black people are voting, they're going to say, well, I better know they're going to vote anyway. I better know what they want. Mm-hmm. I better listen to them. What do they want? Because I see that they turn out in big numbers.
Criminal justice. One of the things I keep hearing, Biden-Harris administration didn't get George Floyd Justice Act passed through. But what you have, though, is a very aggressive civil rights division that, and I've covered all the stories, the number of former police officers they've actually sent to prison, corrections officers, jailers. And I haven't heard
some of the highest numbers in recent history, and certainly compare those numbers to Trump administration. Well, and you see a stark difference.
Yeah, he had one pattern practice investigation and the 12 under this DOJ.
Exactly right.
Will you continue having that aggressive of a DOJ Civil Rights Division? Because the work that's being done, I mean, it doesn't get a lot of attention and it talked about a lot, but it is actually happening, the work that Kristen Clarke and others are doing.
They're doing extraordinary work, and that is the work that would continue in a Harris administration. Let me tell you something, and again, because Roland, I have to keep stressing not only the importance of every point, but the contrast between me and Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump as president, those cases were not happening with any vigor or commitment. And not only that, he took resources out of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. We put resources into the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice so they could do the job they're supposed to do. And that absolutely would continue under me and my leadership. And it's about looking at what people have done or what they say. Again, you know the record of Donald Trump on these issues. You know the record of where he is on things like stop and frisk, right? And what the Project 2025 talks about. So there is a real contrast here on criminal justice, as there is on almost every issue that we have discussed.
FBI director said white domestic terrorism was America's greatest threat. How do you get folks who are not Black to understand that hate crimes are still real? These things are actually happening in the country, and they have to be dealt with and addressed. Mm-hmm. Because when you talk about that, folks go, "Oh no, these things are not happening." But the reality is they are, and African Americans still are number one when it comes to hate crimes being reported against us.
Well, I know that because I published the hate crimes report every year when I was Attorney General of California. And it is, to your point, about talking about it and making people clear that we have actually seen a spike in hate crimes across the board. And it does not help when you have somebody who is a former president and running to be president again, who is constantly fanning the flames of hate and division in our country. Constantly.
You often asked about Israel, Gaza, Ukraine. I never hear come up conversations about Africa. You traveled there. Fastest growing, 6 of the top 10 fastest growing economies. Very young continent. Mm-hmm. A lot of folks complain about Chinese investment. But in terms of your presidency dealing with the continent in those countries, what will that look like? Because that's the future of this world when you look at, again, those economies. And I've been to several countries and those presidents are saying, hey, we want to be able to. You
came with me. Come on now.
Well, no, I didn't go on that trip, but if you win, I'll go on the next one.
Well, let me tell you. So this has been, you're preaching to the choir. Listen, I believe so strongly, and that is part of the work I've done as vice president, that we've got to change the narrative around the relationship between the United States and the continent of Africa. For a long time, it has been one that has been about aid as opposed to partnership.
Or investment, right.
Partnership,
yep.
Which includes U.S. investment. So the work I've done as vice president has been to begin to change that relationship, and including the delegation that I took to the continent, which was focused on, I brought billions of dollars and have worked on billions of dollars of U.S. investment in the continent and in countries on the continent of Africa, looking at what we need to do around, also I've been partnering with technology companies around digital inclusion, so ensuring that folks have access to fintech, to financial banking and sectors. But to your point, the median age on the continent is 19. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be on the continent of Africa. That is so, so, so exciting. If we see it in terms of global policy, for the opportunity it presents to invest in partnership and to do the work that is about understanding the mutual benefit. So that is very much on my agenda as a priority. It has been as vice president, and it will continue to be. When I am elected president.
And mentioning those countries, when we talk about immigration, it has been African Americans, it's been in some quarters extremely contentious. And I've said, wait a minute, there are people who are coming from African nations, who are coming from Haiti, who are coming from Bermuda, who are coming from different countries. and you have these battles happening in Chicago and New York.
Mhm.
What do you say to African Americans specifically
Mhm.
about immigration and how you're going to deal with that? Because there was a reason folks are being sent to various cities
Yeah.
to create the tension.
Mhm.
But it's talked about. It's there. It
Mhm.
is a real concern. So what do you say to African Americans specifically who say, shut it all down, folks can't come in, close the border, who sound in many ways like
Mhm.
MAGA folks?
So first of all, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I have had a career, including now, of prioritizing that we must have a secure border. And in fact, on the issue of immigration, let's be clear, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, together with others, had a bill to secure the border even more, and Donald Trump got wind of it. And because he thought it would hurt his political chances in this election, told them not to put it up for a vote. He killed the bill that would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why the border agent union supported it. That bill would have stemmed the flow of fentanyl, which is affecting people of every race and background and geographic location in our country. That bill would have given more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. Donald Trump told him, cancel that bill because he wants to run on a problem instead of fix a problem. I'm about fixing problems. And that includes, when I am elected president, bringing back up that border security bill, and I will sign it into law. We also must have an immigration system that is humane and orderly. We have to increase the number of asylum judges. We need to make sure that people who are fleeing harm, that we give them a chance to explain their situation in a meaningful way, because America also is a place that we have said we will receive people who are fleeing persecution. They got to make their case, and then they got to be on a path where they earn the right to be here and become citizens, which means we need to have a comprehensive immigration policy that includes requiring people to earn and work hard to earn their citizenship.
The last question, since your folks are dancing back here, so I see them all in my periphery, so y'all can relax, Cedric. Um,
Congressman.
Huh? Well, you know, he's a Saints fan too, but we won't talk about that. Why do you want this? Why do you want to be president? There's somebody who's saying, why should I trust her with the power of being commander in chief?
I love our country, Roland. I believe in the American people. And I know we are a people who have the character, that have ambition, that have aspirations, dreams. And I intend to be a president who meets people with opportunities for them to not just get by, but get ahead. I believe in our country and the importance of its strength in terms of what that means to the world. As Vice President of the United States, I have met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. I know the importance of America retaining respect as a power around the globe. And that's why I am putting in the hard work of working to earn every person's vote so we can actually turn the page on what has been otherwise years of an attempt to divide us as a nation, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, years of belittling people and promoting fear. People are exhausted with that. They're ready to turn the page. They're ready for a new generation of leadership that's about charting a new way forward. And that's what I intend to do, with a sense of optimism and being clear-eyed about the challenges that folks face and the opportunities that we have to address those challenges in a way that strengthens our nation.
So we certainly appreciate it. And Let me wish you a happy early birthday.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say the age because I'm not trying to have all these sisters get an attitude. I can't believe you did that. But, you know.
Yeah, but, I would, for your well-being, I would advise you not to do that.
But it'll be published anyway. So we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
What up, guys? What up? What up? What up? What's going on with y'all? Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, and happy Elections Day in the United States of America, guys. This is the special Election Day coverage of my 2 YouTube channels. That's going to be the Billionaires Mindset channel and TLP Sports Club, for those of you who are watching from TLP Sports Club. And for those of you who are watching on the Billionaires Mindset, guys, thank you so much for tuning in and joining this special election day coverage. So right now, the results are not in yet, and just as you're accustomed to knowing, the Democrats will usually jump up ahead because Democrats usually win the popular votes in certain states that vote early. So right now, I believe it's like 224 to 219 or something like that, the last time that I saw it. I'm going to be keeping track of some of that. So for those of you who are not familiar, who are watching from TLP Sports Club and are not familiar with the Billionaires Mindset, it is on YouTube. If you go to YouTube and just type in Billionaires Mindset, type it in the way you see it right there on your screen. Heirs is not like the way you spell billionaires, but it's HEIRS. That's billion, and then heirs mindset. I'll explain that whole Billionaires Mindset thing later, but I wanted to do a special election coverage, and I wanted to highlight the Billionaires Mindset YouTube channel, which is a subsidiary of TLP Sports Club. All right, it's my second channel. This is where I do the commentary for politics, religion, social events, social things, entertainment, everything else that I don't. When I'm not talking Colorado football, I am talking politics, religion, social, economic stuff here on this here channel. And I would like to invite you to please join me at the Billionaires Mindset. Guys, thank you for joining me at the Billionaires Mindset channel. For those of you who are on TLP Sports Club and you're used to, coming on the panel, I definitely understand if this is not your thing. I don't encourage you to to venture into this world. I don't encourage you to come over here and at the Billionaires Mindset and have these discussions. A lot of these discussions can be polarizing, but just like TLP Sports Club, if you are used to the TLP Sports Club platform, it's a platform that I generated, or I came up with, to try to make sure that people have a voice. People who just want to talk sports in Colorado or other sports, they have an opportunity to do so. And I just want to make sure that people don't get out of pocket. So I'm trying to create that environment over here at the Billionaires Mindset. I want to make sure that people get an opportunity to be able to express themselves without. Well, what we do a lot of division. I'm not about division. My calling and my what I do, it's not about division. If we talk about abhorring something, I abhor division. I abhor people not having an opportunity, even if they disagree with you, an opportunity to be able to. Excuse me, I just did something crazy and got off the screen. So yeah, on this channel, Colorado, for those of you who are, TLP Sports Club members, and those of you who want to, Colorado information. There's not much information for Colorado. So I figured, why not use this opportunity on election day to promote my channel, right? To promote my Billionaires Mindset channel. And for those of you who are interested in this type of content, to migrate over to this channel and have some discussions with me, because talk about somebody who who loves people, who wants to give people an opportunity to get together in a community where they have a voice. And I don't care whether you agree with me or not. I don't want you to agree with me all the time. If it's something that you agree with that I say and you agree with it, then by all means, right? Like, I want that to happen. If I say something that you and I agree on, then you agree on it. But if I say something that is different from the ideas and the way that you think, then your idea or my idea doesn't have to be strange, or it doesn't have to be something we fight about. So that's the idea of the billionaire's mindset. And on election day, I want to make sure that I provide a safe place for people to come and, have an opportunity to voice their opinions. So here we are. We are here. The way to call into this show, this is a call-in show. The way to call in is still the same. If you want to call in live, you can email me, jointlp@gmail.com. It's the same email. Go ahead and call in, jointlplive@gmail.com. Email me, and you can come on here and we can have a discussion. I will very much appreciate that. But I wanted to provide a safe place for people to come and have a discussion about the elections, their thoughts. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Libertarians, Green, whatever your affiliation, all are welcomed to come and discuss. Let me see the comments. I got, what's the name said? KMS says she's the devil. And I want to know, like, why is she the devil? Because one thing that I understand about politics is very divisive. And depending on who you listen to, which channel you watch, politics is going to do that to you. I don't know if it was a joke, but is she really the devil? Because I think some people believe that. Is she really the devil? Or is it that her policies are just not, you don't believe or adhere to her policies? So there are two people running. There's Trump and there's Kamala Harris. So if she's the devil, then he's not the devil? Whether you agree with him or you don't agree with him, I would like to have somebody come on here, and regardless of who you're voting for or who you voted for, I would love for you to come on here and articulate your, you don't have to say who you voted for. We want to keep that a secret if you, that's fine. But I just, tell me your thoughts. Like, what do you think? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you think? I would like to know. I would like to know what you think. It's just because politics all around the world is weird. All right. Politics is very, very weird. And people take it like, people lose family members for it. People literally lose family members for it. So I want to come on here today and I want to give you an opportunity to talk politics today. I'm leaking at the TLP Sports Club, so you'll see me on TLP Sports Club, and you will also see me on the Billionaire's Mindset. But I want to talk politics today. If you would like to do that, so come on. If if this is something up your wheelhouse, or you just like to just hear what's going on, that I'll appreciate that. I'm also trying to grow the Billionaire's Mindset, guys. So if you are on TLP Sports Club and you are not familiar with the Billionaire's Mindset, I ask you to please go to the Billionaire's, migrate over to the Billionaire's Mindset, and please support the Billionaire's Mindset. You can You can subscribe to the Billionaire's Mindset when you get there. I will appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, which party are you? I have a few things that I want to discuss, but which party do you support? And why do you support the party you support? Let's talk about it. Why not? Xavier Wolf, what up with you? Where do you align politically? I've aligned with the Democrats a long time, but a lot of their policies and things in recent years, I haven't because I'm a Christian. I'm fire baptized. I'm a real Christian, and I have to stress the fact that I'm a real Christian. I'm not a bench warmer Christian. I'm not a lukewarm Christian. Am I lukewarm? I don't think so. I do a lot of things, but I don't think I'm. Yeah, I'm not lukewarm. I'm a real Christian. And the reason why I stress that is because a lot of people say just throw the Christian thing around, and they don't carry the cross. They don't, you know, they don't do the work that is necessary to be a Christian. They take the tag and that's it. Maybe their family's Christians, but there's work to be done as a Christian. There's a lot of work. It's very hard to be a Christian. And if you're a Muslim, you can adhere to what I'm saying. Like, it's not easy to be a real Muslim. The same, it's not easy to be a real Christian. When I say a real Christian, it's like you got to be aware of everything. And you have to live a lifestyle that is conducive to what Christ wants us to live. So for those reasons, I don't align with everything that the Democrats try to propose. But I don't align with the Republicans because of a lot of the things that I like some of their ideas, but their public persona goes against my personal life. You know, just the way that the way they move, it's like they're not for me. You know, I just see them as racist. I know that the Republican Party, all of them are not racist, but I don't like the way they treat Black people. It's like they tolerate us to be part of their party, but they don't want us to be part of their party. They just want it to be, okay, most majority white, and what the things that white people like, that's what they want it to be. And for that, I can't ride with that. Like the media that covers them heavily, Fox, is always disparaging Black people. They always find themselves on the other side when Black people are mourning or something's happening. They're always disparaging us. I know they're not all racist people, Republicans are not. And I know the argument, or it's the Republican Party that stopped the racism. That's the one that they always go to. Republican Party stopped racism, but how long ago was that? And now, who do they represent? When you say stuff like there are good people on the side of neo-Nazis walking and carrying tiki torches, so for that, I just can't be Republican. I just can't align with them, because my mission on earth, the reason why I breathe, the reason why I'm here, if we take out the number 1 and 2 reasons, like my family, God, then it's like, bruh, I'm a change agent and I'm a rebel for the cause of Africa and for Black people. And when there's a party when there's somebody that discourages that disparages that, bruh, that brings the worst out of me. That's my soul. Without that, I feel like I don't exist without that cause. That's the cross that I bear, and that cross is heavy. So, and for me, I don't hate anybody. I can't hate people. It's not in my bloodstream to hate anybody, regardless of their color. And for me to know that there's a party that where is the majority of their constituents don't like my color, how can I ride with that? It's hard, you know. I wish the Republican Party can clean up their public persona and identity, and then I may consider it because I'm a Christian. But as long as they heavily hate black people, like people that go to Trump, like black people that go to Trump like rallies, like sometimes they're like turned away. They don't even know that they're for Trump. They just see their color and automatically they just turn them away. Just because they're black, they're like, "Oh, you're black, so you can't be a part of us." And it's like, but wait a minute, you know. So it's like, wait, because I'm black, I can't be Republican. They gotta change that up. Change that up so it doesn't become a party of the color. There are spies that are Democrats, but they're white, and they'll go to these Trump rallies, and nobody ever questions them. So it's like, if that's the thing that we're doing, then think about it. Like, y'all don't like us. You know what I mean? Like, y'all don't like us. If a black person shows up to a Trump rally and y'all are giving them, crazy HE double hockey stick, like y'all giving them hell, like, then that means that y'all don't want us. Y'all don't think that we're part of y'all. So how can I ride with that? Come on here if you are Republican. Come on here. Email me. Let me put it back up on the screen. Email me. jointlplive@gmail.com. Join me on. Email me and let me know that you want to come on here so that we can discuss. I want to hear from somebody. I want to hear from a brave soul who don't mind talking about these issues, the things that you deal with in your community personally. On your screen, it says jointlplive@gmail.com. Yes, hit me up. Let's talk. I want to hear from someone. And I want to know, what it is that, why do you think the way you think about politics? Why do you believe what you believe? Did it come from your parents? Did it come from somebody? Did it come from a situation? Because politics around the world is really crazy, but in America, it's a battle. It's a battle. The good thing about politics in America is that people can get involved, because in other countries, like I'll just use the continent of Africa, it's very different. People that have, because I think I can count on my hands, probably can't, but I can possibly count on my hands. Like, I know that Africa has a lot of nations that are like third world and that are, impoverished, and the population are not educated. The literacy rates are very high. But so the people don't really necessarily get involved with the system. So the people that are educated are the ones that will usually manipulate the uneducated, and just kind of like, if I was just using Liberia for instance, in their political system, the party with, or the candidate with the most money will buy bags of rice and feed the people. If you think like buying votes in America, the way it looks is different from like that in Liberia. So buying votes is different, right? What they'll just like, you go buy rice and meat and you have people cook, and then you feed the people. And if you're feeding people, they'll vote for you. Unfortunately, so that's what happens. That happens a lot in third world countries. So you literally can give people money for your vote. I'll give you $5. I'll give you $5 US for your vote. Or if you got enough money, you can go out and hand money out and people will vote. So yeah, so the process in America is a little different. It's similar, but different, right? Because in the same way, you can buy people's vote, because the people with the most money they can bombard you with a lot of commercials and stuff like that. So yeah, these are topics that really, like, I'm very interested in. Like, I'm very, like, I want to know how other people think about it. And a question that I have is also, do we really believe the things that the politicians say? Do you believe what politicians tell you? Why do some of us believe it? And why do some of us, when you ask somebody individually, they'll say no, but then as a group, it's something that happens. I know that we're not dumb people, so there's no way you're telling me that, that they can get away with what they do.
The presidency should prove the woman could win the presidency. Didn't that year? And so when you look at Harris now, that imagination barrier that you're talking about, just it keeps getting smaller and thinner and less visible.
But that was also so central when I was writing the book and asking, okay, well, what will it take? It's more, right? You have so few presidential elections and so few chances for women to run and win. The more that you have in this space, up and down the ballot, House, Senate, gubernatorial, and of course the presidency, the more options and opportunity that you have. The one last thing I will note is Kamala Harris is actively not talking about this. And I think that is just such a moment where Hillary Clinton did that. She marked the glass ceiling. It remains unbroken. Kamala Harris is now taking a very different tack and saying, I think people can see that I show up. I am a woman of color. They're going to vote for me because of what I can do.
And my little girl will look at Kamala Harris and look at that and say, that's something I can do. And my son will look at Kamala Harris and say, that's something that women can do. That's something that I can. So, I mean, I think that there's, just in making that run, just in making the advancements that we've seen, in vying credibly for the presidency, you create that vision where there used to be the imagination barrier.
Huge progress.
I think also, hopefully, it's a moment, party aside, to just note, like, even what's happened so far has been historic. And as a country, we're always excited about any type of firsts or record breakers, no matter if it's, if it's in a sports arena or something like that. So why not at least take a moment and recognize that this is something, no matter your party, that is notable for our country. Ali Vitale, thank you so much. Amazing person to have here on set to discuss this morning. John Allen, you're probably back with us. You've been here all day. I love it. Thank you so much. Here now. You live
can't get
in
rid of
Studio 3AW with us. We really appreciate you being here all morning. Thank you both. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage of Decision Day in America. It continues. Don't go anywhere.
The virus that causes shingles is sleeping in 99% of people over 50. It's lying dormant, waiting, and could reactivate. Shingles strikes as a painful, blistering rash.
So is America ready for a woman president? There was a poll that was taken with some Africans, and a lot of Africans prefer Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. Now, I don't know. I can't say for sure that it's the old stigma that women around the world are not preferred in leadership. You can take it all the way back to the church, where women are not supposed to preach in the church. So around the world, I mean, Liberia had its first woman president. So I can't necessarily say, the whole of Africa does not, allow women in leadership or in to be a president, because that mold in Africa had already been broken by President Sirleaf, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. So, but it doesn't mean that the old adage that women are not supposed to be in leadership, or women are supposed to, be in their place, which is in the kitchen, which is taking care of the home while the man goes out. even though society has changed so much, where like men, you're not going out and hunting no more. You're not going out and trying to catch a deer or a gazelle or bring home, food, where you prefer the women not to do that, even though there were women that did that. We're not doing that no more. So then it's like, what is the thinking? I don't mind that you prefer Trump, but I just want to know, what are we thinking? By the way, I don't prefer Trump. Just so you know, I get that out the way. I do not prefer Trump at all. I have my reasons, and it's a billion reasons why. Like, it's a billion reasons why I do not prefer Trump at all. I feel like he has a privilege that is not allowed to a lot of people. And it's not fair. Y'all can call it whatever y'all want to call it, but I feel like, why is he allowed to get over on so many things and so many others are not? President Obama was not allowed to say certain things. Some people want to deny the privilege. Some people like to just deny things that we are seeing. There's certain things that you're looking at. You're literally just looking at it, and you're like, well, no, I don't care about that. I'm going to overlook that. But if it was somebody else in our skin color, it won't be allowed. So I want to know, like, why would we allow one person to do it and not the other? If you say that it doesn't matter, but it does matter. It really does matter. Because this guy literally gets away with every single thing. One thing is like talking about being presidential. We don't care about being presidential or seeming presidential anymore, that we don't care about that. Because I thought that mattered to politics in America. I really thought it mattered, but it really doesn't matter depending on your candidate. If it's somebody like Trump, then it doesn't really matter. Like, he can say whatever he wants to say, and we just like, oh, that's Trump being Trump. But why is it that Trump being Trump is okay? Say that. Can you say that without sounding racist or being racial? Are we ever going to be equal? Ever? Are we ever going to be equal? And does it matter to you? If it doesn't matter, then let's make sure that we understand that that's what it is. Because it has to matter. To me, it has to matter that you let one person say any and everything he wants to say, and everybody else, you can't say that. But it's okay. Michelle Obama, she could not wear sleeves. Let me bring this up so we can have a discussion here. I think this is gonna like this. Let's look at this right here. I have a D.L. Hughley interview that he had, and I thought it was pretty interesting, because on one hand, Michelle Obama is not allowed to wear short sleeve. The first lady. But on another note, Melania, or whatever her name is, former President Trump's wife, she can be nude. And we say, oh, she's not, it's okay for her. Bruh. It's not. But those are things that we just sweep over because it's okay for others to do it, but it's not okay for for another to do it. All right, so let's go. Politics is very strange, guys. It's not. All right, so let's. All right.
Because you keep us current, man.
Yeah, you do.
You keep, and I know, bro, it not just on your comedy side, bro. I know that this year, leading into,
It's
bro,
hilarious.
I
Like,
can't
remember,
believe
like,
what we're seeing.
All this shit, man. Like, first off, every day I wake up, I'm like, I'm glad I ain't Puffy.
Right?
Ooh, man.
Oh my God, man.
Damn. Like
he
went,
started there. Jesus.
I do not own this footage. YouTube. This is Big Boy TV footage, and the language is not what I adhere to on my channel. But just for coverage sake, let's go.
went from a private jet to a bike. I'm not
in
even,
Miami, no, for real.
From a
He was-
private jet to
He
a
was riding
bike.
that bike.
That's true. Now, you know, hey, man, I haven't trusted Puffy since he came up with Peach Ciroc. And I was like, any nigga that come up with peaches and vodka.
Oh, man.
But
Suspect.
remember the district attorney, I mean, the prosecutor with the evidence of the AK-47 with the serial number scratched out.
Yeah, man. How do you have that still?
1,000 bottles of baby. Nick Cannon got 900 kids and he ain't got 1,000 bottles of baby.
Laura Gillen proposed a property tax increase on Long Island, then voted against a property tax cut.
The oldest active fireman in
D.L.
in
Healy's
my
gonna-
fire
he
department
gotta-
right now. A lot of guys
Let
here,
me wait
150
to turn
guys.
this off.
Still
Where, right? But the same
So wait, basically with D.L. Healy, when he gets to his political stuff, I find it quite intriguing when they start talking about politics and how we look at Kamala and how we look at President Trump. I find it quite intriguing, and that's why I wanted to cover this real quick.
people that don't believe years of investigation, right? Thousands of witnesses, dozens of pages of charges and allegations, and they don't believe that, but they do believe that Kamala Harris is a prosecutor.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
I'm serious.
Yeah, man.
They done arrested the 90s, man.
Oh, my
It's amazing.
What about when people say that there's conspiracies there? Do you believe in it?
Wow.
You don't believe what you see, but you believe what you hear on it. Dozens of pages of charges and allegations, a lot of things regarding the judicial system that just have not squared, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the same people that don't believe years of investigation, right? Thousands of witnesses, dozens of pages of charges and allegations, and they don't believe that, but they do believe that Kamala Harris is a prosecutor that arrested people from weed. See, you get to choose what you believe.
Right.
Wow.
You don't believe what you see, but you believe what you hear on the internet.
Hey, man, do you trip off of how crazy that is now? Where you'll say, like, I just look at certain things and I'm like, that's what you believe.
So yeah, I mean, that's one of the things why some Black people say that they don't follow her and they don't like her, is because of that. Like, they have not done the research. They have not looked into her background. They haven't done anything, right? They just hear that and automatically, why would she's the devil, or she locks up Black people and that's her agenda. Like, that is the thing that we run with, but we don't look into it. So somebody gives us a talking point and we run with it. We often do that. We do that a whole lot. And that would be one of the reasons why we don't like her. Now, so we'll run to Trump and we will say, okay, we like Trump because I don't even know. I can't tell you. Black men like Trump because they have more money when he was president. The PPE loans. And I'm thinking, like, man, but do you remember that it was because of COVID reason why we had that? Vote for Trump, but don't lie to yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Vote for him, but tell me something concrete. Don't let it become this convoluted thing that you're trying to make an excuse for, I don't mind and I don't care. Like, do it. But let's be frank. You're voting because you think you're going to have more money, but unless he brings back COVID and start handing out free checks, bro, it's not going to happen. So let's keep listening to this, because I think the reason why people don't like Kamala, I think those reasons are not legit because they don't know the full story.
I had a doctor, and you know, some people think that it's like, oh, it's just somebody that's, you know,
no,
from down south, and you know, no, it's like people in positions
that want to believe, like anything you want to
know.
So
like fan, what up with you?
Says, oh, she's not really black. I mean, it's weird for you to question somebody black when you're doing it through the nose of a white woman. That's really weird. Wow. Like
she came back and retracted though.
No, she didn't.
Oh,
no,
no.
She didn't. No, she fired the dude that did retract it. No, she didn't.
Are you serious?
Janet Jackson.
But when look it up.
Man,
she fired him. When you look like this, is the thing. Kamala, you see a baby picture of, she look like every black girl I've ever seen growing up. Janet don't look like Penny no more.
Right?
Man. Mm-hmm. I wonder what was in that iron, nigga. I'm like, what?
Penny from Good Times. You gotta watch it. It's a whole episode, man.
So I just the things that people say, like now there are people who are shooting meteorologists because they believe Democrats control the weather.
Yeah, man. I saw that where they were talking about how they're creating hurricanes to keep people from voting. And
crazy. You control the weather. And maybe if they do control the weather, they learned it in a book you banned, you idiot.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
maybe they got the recipe from a book you banned.
Hey, man, have we ever been here before? Does this feel like it's getting like worse?
I think people, this is the thing that's ironic to me. You get to choose.
So why is it that everybody else can be them, but black people in America cannot be black people in America? Why is it that everybody else's nature is questioned, but black people, I mean, everybody else is okay, but our nature is always questioned? That's another question. That's a question I got. And tough questions today? Yes. You're not used to it. You're not used to seeing this on TLP Sports Club. Then come on over with me to a billionaire's mindset. Let's talk about this, because I feel like there's some things in our society that we need to talk about. I think it's important that we talk about it.
What you want to believe. And I'm as guilty of that as anybody. This is why I had to go apologize at the DNC, because I believed a thing because I wanted to. Mm-hmm. I just believed what I wanted to believe.
And what was that, dear? I don't.
So I had said the same. Look, she'd been arresting Kamala had been arresting all these black dudes and sent them to jail, and I've been saying it on the radio, and then she invited us all to dinner, and she asked me to be fair and look, and I looked and I was lying. And so I said, not only am I going to apologize to you, I'm going to do it in front of the world. Because I think you have an obligation to make, and I said this, your apology is loud as your accusation.
Right. And we
but
don't
the things you believe, you would just repeat them just because, and you can really look. And when people say, oh, you need to research. When you do research, it is to disprove what you believe. It's not to prove what you believe. You're not looking for things that prove what you want to hear. It's things that when something's peer reviewed, that means your other peers have looked at it and tried to disassemble your beliefs and tried to disprove your beliefs. But now we look at things that tell us what we want, things that edify our perspective all the time. And I think we're in this place where you get to believe something, you get to repeat it. And there are no consequences. When we was growing up, you would read something in a paper, and under it would be the person who wrote it. Right. And when that person was wrong, you would see a retraction. And that person was. Now there's none of that. You could just say, you could just say whatever.
You just throw it up in the air and leave it there now.
Say whatever.
Yeah, you throw it up in the air and leave it.
So I bought a $500 bottle of Creative Rentis because it's the world's most popular fragrance.
There, bro. Yeah. And you see it now, and especially with this device. And I love when people say, "Oh, I did my research," and I'm like, no, you didn't. You just dialed in something else that somebody else put there, and you know, people look at us and say the same thing.
That's a lot of the arguments that a lot of people makes. It's like, yo, you heard something, you heard, like, unless you follow politics and judiciary proceedings, and you're on one of these YouTube channels that follows court judgments or court stuff. If you don't know, if that's not you, and Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris comes on the scene. She's now the Republican. You say I'm an independent, Harry. I refuse to vote for both. Come on, let's talk about it. Come on to the show. Let's talk about it. I would like to hear your opinions. Let's have a discussion about that. But yeah, so that's the thing. You don't follow judiciary proceedings. You don't watch the channels that post those type of content. But you as a person, as an independent thinker, you hear that Kamala Harris is now the nominee for the Democratic Party, which is actually the first time that I believe any woman has been chosen as a major party representative in the history of the country. We're going to set that aside for now. That's a later conversation. But you know nothing about her, about what she done. But then you know the people that start to do the investigations to try to find dirt on their political opponent, they find the dirt and they put out these little feeders like, oh, she locked up a bunch of black people. So you don't know anything about it. The only thing you hear is, and the D.L. Hughley just said that, like he just said,
it's like I would rather take.
D.L. Hughley just said that he was under the same assumption. So he took and ran with the same bait that everybody that they put out about her. And he said, hey, you lock up brothers. I don't like the fact that you lock brothers up. And you run with that. So we got to investigate. If you are a thinker, if you are a person, understand what a DA does, a district attorney does. They lock up criminals. Yes, district attorneys can actually lock up people that are innocent. So you didn't do no research on who she locked up. You just said, oh, you lock up brothers. Like if a brother was to come into your house and try to rob you or do something, you would say, you know what? You're a brother. It's okay. Go ahead and rob me. Right? You are a brother and I get it. Go ahead and rob me because you're a brother. That's what we do. That's this. Oh, you lock up brothers, right? You took you went into the homes of these innocent black men. You dragged them out of their homes at night and you locked them up as a DA. So you run with that. And that's the thing that says, I don't like Kamala Harris. If that is the thing, then do you really know who she locked up? And would you say, hey, that guy was a criminal, but I don't like the fact that you locked him up because he's black. So that's what we do. All right. You want to say, I'm for Trump, but the fact that he took out a New York City spread, right? You took out a spread in a newspaper and the Central Park 5 young men, black and Latino young men, and you said, using your platform and your billions of dollars and your personal platform, right, in New York at the time, you said let's kill them, let's execute these guys. You're saying what she did was egregious. What he did is allowable. We can allow that. That's okay. That he can, not knowing the information at the time that these guys were not murderers, were innocent, not knowing any of that information. He just goes out and did exactly what people in America used to do and still do, where if you're black, you're automatically guilty. We don't want to hear no investigation. We don't want to hear nothing. You're telling me that at the time where the country was divided with the whole Central Park 5 situation, you got your black guys, now let's execute them. No evidence. You got these guys, the white DA, who they just want to just appease the public, and they want to give them red meat. They want to give them something. So they go out and they get evidence, and they coerce these guys to say what they want to hear and lock them up. And then here comes Trump saying, yeah, I don't care. They're guilty. Let's execute them. Years later, Ava DuVernay, who's a fellow filmmaker, fellow director, like myself, does a documentary. From that documentary, there's a public outcry. And from that public outcry, we got to look into this stuff again. They look into it and they find out, you know what? You're right. These young men are innocent. There's no evidence. The way that we got the evidence was not correct. We didn't do the right thing. We didn't do right by them. They're exonerated. So what Trump did to try to use his platform to execute these young men is allowable, but Kamala Harris doing her job as a DA, locking up criminals who for the most part had to be, a lot of them were black. You're saying that, no, I don't like the fact that she locked up those criminals just because they're black. But Trump's your guy, and that's okay what he did. That's just one of his sins, by the way. All right? I haven't even gotten to the other parts yet. That's just one. Oh, boy. Bernie Sanders talked about Kamala on Theo Von podcast, and that's exactly how I feel about Kamala. I don't know what you mean. But let's keep going. Tell me what you mean, Purple Orca. How do you feel about her? My position today is not to convince you either way. My position today is to open up your mind to look at each person. What do you see? What do you see when you're looking at these two people? Are you being influenced by talking heads? Or are you really doing research? Are you looking into these issues? Or are you on party lines or hearing things that make you feel some kind of way? I'll give you an example. Depending on who you want to win, there's this thing that happens psychologically. You got pundits who are out there spreading information and saying, this person is losing, this person is losing. Oh, Trump has this in the bag. And you will, because Trump has a friend in Elon Musk who owns Twitter, a lot of the message that you're going to see on Twitter is going to be dominated. Misinformation is being spread on Twitter. So they're going to put a lot of information out there. Oh, he's winning. And what that does psychologically is it causes you to lose hope, and it causes you not to want to vote, because today people are voting. So if you think and you start to believe psychologically that she's going to lose, then you're going to say, well, what difference does it make? Why am I even voting? Because we already know that she lost. So in your head, she lost. It's a political game, and it's a psychological game, and it happens in politics all the time. So I want to know, are you one of those people that this type of stuff affect? So Purple Orca says, Trump corporate tax cut lost me. Okay. Both are corporate hacks, at least Kamala has some sensible policies like marijuana, abortion, and etc. Use enemies want Trump. USA enemies want Trump, and American allies want Kamala. And are you arriving at in a sensible way? Not to promote either one, just to kind of like just give you the information and say, oh, hey, this is something that you're thinking. Like, how are you thinking? Are you upset because she jailed black men or black people? If you are, how did you arrive at that conclusion? How did you get there? How did you arrive at the conclusion that I don't like her because she jailed black men? And also, if you think she's the devil, how did you arrive at that conclusion that she's the devil? Would love to know. These are things that this is gold. This is where people kind of like meet. Like, this is where the meeting of the minds, because you're thinking something. I want to know why you're thinking what you're thinking, not to disparage you, not to say you're wrong, but to just understand your position. Like, I wonder how you got there. How did you arrive at this conclusion? That affects our society. Like, you are a valuable member, a valid member of society. How did you arrive at the conclusions that you are when it comes to your politics? Are you one that does research, or are you one that just kind of go by the flow? My grandmom jokingly said, if I vote for Kamala, I ain't no grandson of hers. So that's okay. Is your grandmom a Republican? Or is your grandmom, Purple Orca, is your grandmother is your grandmother a religious person that thinks the Democrats are for abortion, that think that the Democrats they want to kill babies and all that stuff that you hear about abortion and stuff like that? So they say that's the devil's work. Like the Brandon, was it Brandon Swagger that came out and was like, black people are voting, if you vote black people for the majority of the time, they vote for the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party is the devil's party. Is that what your grandmother, she's hardcore Republican, but she grows weed in the Okay, so she's hardcore Republican. So that's cool. So she's for Donald Trump. So that, you know what I'm saying? So that's where people arrive. But how did you get there? How did you get to where she is not good for the country and he is? That's interesting to me.
FEMA is stealing people's land. You're an idiot. Like, you're dumb. Like, there's certain things that, I'm a black man, so of course things are conspirators to me.
Right.
But come on, some shit is just stupid.
Right.
It's a bunch of stupid people.
Crazy about that too, DL, if we can sit someone in a room and we can sit there for an hour and you're not going to walk out really changing your mind.
What'd you say, Purple Orca? Hey, Purple Orca, I want to also thank you for being brave enough to at least communicate with me in this chat, because I know a lot of my TLP folks, they're like, I ain't touching that, Harry B. You go ahead, you burn on that island by yourself. But I appreciate you coming on here and at least interacting with me. Oklahoma Rest State in USA, they have a lot us versus them mentality. So Kara Gare, you're for Trump. That's what's up. Kara, why are you for Trump? Would love to have that conversation. Chad said it's not about politicians. Yes, Kara. Okay, so why are you for Trump? Are you a lifelong Republican, or you just don't like Kamala? Why? Because he loves America. Is that a joke? Wait, what do you mean? Because he loves America? I love America. I should be president. The conversation is starting to get interesting. These threads are what I live for. Because these are simple threads. These are like the borders. See, these are the simplest things that I feel like are the psychological warfare that we go through mentally. And that's how we draw our political lines. Because we genuinely care. We genuinely think that because Trump says he loves America, that she doesn't. But how can she love America if she's... Why wouldn't she love America? This is the thing. Like, okay, now I want to know. Let me go there a little bit. Like, why wouldn't she love America? What in her vice presidential DNA have been serving America in public service for years? What in her DNA that says she hates America? And then you say because she started riots. January 6th. What in the January 6th are you talking about, Kara? What in the January 6th, Kara? Oh, it's not funny? So you don't believe in January 6th, Kara? People dying of overdose. So that's her. She's responsible for that. Yo, politics will make people just believe certain things, and it's so interesting. Hey, Kara, I'm not laughing at you. All right, let me just put it out there. I hope you. The reason why I'm laughing is because it seems too simple, right? It seems too simple for you to just say emphatically, "Oh yes, it's her fault." You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to take it down to the core, because I don't know that people often have these conversations, right? You're watching CNN, you're watching MSNBC, you're watching Fox, you're watching whatever other channel you watch, right? Like, you don't really have an opportunity to just get in there and just have a great conversation with people. And that's what I want to have. I want to have a great conversation. I want to just talk to you. I don't want to have this, oh, you're stupid, you don't know anything. I don't want to have that debate. Like, I'm not one that disparages people. But the thing that I want to understand, right, is, do you really care? Like, do you really believe that stuff? Or is it something that, like, you're literally on the talking point line? You have not said anything, Kara, right? You have not said anything that is off the Republican talking point line for me to know that it's serious to you. Because, Kara, I don't believe you believe that anything, that even Donald Trump, a lot of the stuff that the miscues that he had, I don't believe that it's his fault. Politicians cannot affect everything, right? There are policies. Congress has to vote. You take something from conception, it goes to into your caucus, right? And you come up with the bill, and then you got to put it before the House, which has a lot of members, a whole heck of a lot of members. I just like to simplify things so we don't get all upset, get mad. I like to just simplify things so that we can just see the core of it, right? Once it comes from conception, it goes on to your caucus. You'll write it up. You'll come up with whatever the language is going to be. Then you put it before the Congress. They vote. If it passes, then it goes on to the Senate. They look at it. They look at the letter of the bill. If they like it, then they go and they try to lobby other people to come on to get it, the right numbers for it to pass. 245 or something, whatever, right? If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. So for you to say, oh, it's her fault that your grocery bills are high, it's her fault that kids are getting missing, like that means that you're too far gone. You're too deep. So that's why I want to have a real conversation. Closed business and churches. Yeah, Carrie, you're so deep. Like, are you able to call into the show? Because I want you to come out of the. I really want you to come out of the comments. I want you to come onto the show. Let me put up the email one more time, just in case you can call in, Kara. I want to talk to you. You're the type of person I want to talk to, because I think you'll make a great conversation. Because I really would like to know, like, when people are screaming on YouTube or they're screaming on the MSNBC channels or Fox, and these gotcha channels are going out, like these Harris gotcha channels will go out and they try to trick Republicans into saying things and then making them look stupid. That's not the godly way. I don't like that way, right? I enjoy those things, but it's divisive. It's divisive, and I don't like it. Even though it makes your channel grow, and it makes, you kind of like you align with a certain party, so now you go out there, you try to make people look stupid. I don't like that. I truly don't like it, because I feel like while I enjoy it and I indulge in it, I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't gonna hold you, right? While I indulge in that, when the Holy Spirit starts to speak to me, I start saying, yeah. And this channel, the Billionaires Mindset channel. By the way, let me say the email before I go into this spiel. JoinTLPlive@gmail.com. I should have an email that says join the Billionaires Mindset at gmail.com, but I don't have that yet. I'm probably not going to make that now that I said it out loud. Somebody's going to take it. So yeah, just email me and then I'll send you the link. I think somebody said to email me earlier. Let me. Oh, here we go. All right. So yeah. All right. So I just sent the email. See you, fan. So yeah, I don't like this channel. I was trying. I see a lot of channels out there, and they're Christian channels, and they'll take stuff that's happening in society, like Kirk Franklin, like, grinding on the lady in the church, and they'll make these videos and be like, look at Kirk Franklin. And I'll be thinking, and the Holy Spirit would just quicken me, like, all right, so imagine you were caught on in 4K doing something, and you are a public, let's say your YouTube channels become big, and you were caught in public grinding on somebody, or you did something foolish and somebody started to talk about you. How exactly, right, would you want people to look at that? You are a Christian, and I want you to pray about that, but would you have a channel talking about Christians that may have done something wrong? And I'm like, yeah, you got a point there, Holy Spirit. I don't know. If that was me, yeah, I may not want to be caught in 4K doing some, sinning like that. So, so the approach on my channels, the way that I talk about things, it can't be that way. It can't be like, okay, you're a Christian, so your channel is about pointing out somebody else's sins. That's a very slippery slope that you don't want to mess around with. So, oh boy, it's a crazy world out here. See you, Faye. How you doing today, brother? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Good morning, Harry. How are you doing?
I am doing good on this election day, man. It's interesting out here. How you doing today?
Well, I'm pretty good. I saw you and Well, your show's a little different, but I've been wanting to say a few things about the whole political spectrum, and so you understand, this is probably the first time since the election of when Biden got in that I'm actually talking about this, because I've stayed away from politics for a very long time, because I know how deep it gets. I know how bad it gets. There's so much controversy behind it. But I would like to say this before I go on. Okay. So I believe I'm an independent. I don't believe in the spectrum of both, like full right or full left. Um, I'm also a believer of faith in God. So my whole mindset behind politics has to be with God. So also, I am a citizen of Honduras. I currently cannot vote, but if I could vote, I would not vote for neither. I am in the process of being nationalized here in America, so I'll be an American soon enough.
Hello?
Did you hear me?
Oh, go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make that clear so you guys weren't, before the discussion gets even further.
All right. So let's take first why you wouldn't vote for neither. Why would you not vote for either one?
Okay. So as I said, I am a believer of Christ. So the Bible doesn't speak about, so you understand, the Bible is very clear about the perspective of politics. There is none. There's nothing that says in the Bible that I have to go vote. It is a civic duty and not a spiritual duty to vote. Now, why I wouldn't vote for neither is because the Bible says that we are representatives of God. Neither of them represent what God believes in. I take this from the Bible. Trump, he says he's a believer in Christ. Well, the Bible also says that there are false prophets. And to me, Trump is one of them. There's too many people that say that he is all about Jesus Christ and love and peace. That is not true. Now, as a believer, I am not a person to look at the person's past, because if you have said that you have accepted Jesus Christ as your Savior, then you've been dipped in the blood of Christ and you have been repented, you've been redeemed. But people also say that I believe in Jesus Christ, and that's not true. But if you believe in Jesus Christ and being saved by Him, then you should be doing what be Christ-like. You should be not using Christ's name or God's name to get it your way, because it's not your way, it's God's way. And because Trump likes to use God's name with an evil intent to try to get it his way, then that's one focus that I look at and say he is not a representative of God. Now, on the spectrum of Harris likes to use, um, again, I don't look at their past. Harris' views have biblically have the perspective of supporting a view that God doesn't want. It's very clear that there should not be, it is an abomination from the Bible. It says that you should be um, gay, LGBTQ. I don't know what it confirms in. There's so many things into it. But because of that, I don't support Harris. That is on a biblical view. On a civic view, I look at it as Harris would be closer to vote because of the fact that she is closer to the view of what represents a peaceful time versus Trump, where everything he's done has been more of I don't know, I'll call it wartime in a sense, where it's always hectic, it's always something happening, it's always about him, it's always about the perspective of of hate. There's never anything about peace. And if I were to vote um, on any field of spectrum, I would vote for the other person that's not named Harris. But if there was only two people on that ballot, it would be Harris over Trump because of the views that it's more peacetime than what Trump has represented himself to.
All right. So for those of you who listen to Family Radio in New York, they have this segment where they talk about Christians. Do Christians have a duty to vote in the elections? And the way you just laid it out, which is cool, right? But I think as a Christian living in a society, I think it's incumbent upon us to participate in politics, but do it in a way that pleases God. But I think what people try to do is they try to make one party for God and the other against. And I think that's really that's bad, because both parties, there are things about each party that God doesn't like or that does not represent God at all. So I think it's dangerous when you start to align and say, well, this party is the devil's party and that party is God's party. But then you have the representative of the party that you're talking about is being God's party. He is a rapist. He's a criminal. And yet you're saying that that's God's party. So did God choose that representative? Because what we know is that God didn't want us to have kings. God didn't want us to have anybody over him. So that's one thing we also have to keep in mind. So back to your point is, do we have a right to, or should we get involved as Christians? I say yes, but then you have to soul search. We as Christians who want to get involved with the political aspect of our nation, we should be the one doing the most research. We should be the ones that should be astute on policy, more so than anybody else. Because if you don't do that, then you're just looking at the things at each party and saying, well, I'm going to choose which one is for Christ and which one is not. And then you get into this tug of war and you start adhering to certain things and you're like, no, because I was talking to my wife and I said this, and I said, the way God looks at the way God judge a nation, are they taking care of their people? Because I think there was a pastor that says a leader of a nation, their number one goal is to adhere to the needs of his people. Do you agree?
No, I don't recall that being in the Bible, but I believe
No. I said that was in the Bible. I said a pastor said that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
A pastor said that the number one goal, the number one responsibility of a leader of a nation is to adhere and to keep their people safe, the needs of their people, to make sure that their people are safe. And the number one goal for the number one job of a pastor is to preach God's word to his flock, to make sure that it's the flock are fed God's word. So we have
So biblically, I can point this out real easily. Biblically, okay. Right. So you say a pastor told you about leadership and how it's supposed to take care of its people. I agree with you 100%.
I said, yeah. A pastor said that the responsibility of a leader of a nation is to its people, to make sure that it can keep its people safe.
Okay.
To make sure that because a nation doesn't have just Christians, right? we're talking about America. America is made up of Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, but its moniker it says is a Christian nation, but it has other people. So the leaders of the nation.
In the perspective,
go ahead.
So in the perspective of what you're saying, I understand that, but understand what the way my thinking is. Leadership is on the form of where I come from as biblically, because the Bible teaches us. So a leader, the biggest leader we have is Jesus Christ, God, His Word, and He is King of all kings. So if you take what the Bible says, that since He is the leader, He's the shepherd. He is the shepherd of many, His people. So what He does is He takes care of His sheep, which it is called in us to be His sheep.
If you're Christian,
He takes care of.
If you are Christian, let's keep that in mind.
Yes.
Okay.
But see, here's the thing. Now, you said that as Christians, we have to research if we're going to get involved in the political spectrum.
Yes,
I
we have
agree
to
with
be
you.
number one researchers of policy, because what we have to do is go about the policies that are going to shape our decisions. We cannot listen to political pundits and take whatever they're saying as word, because they have an agenda that is outside of Christ.
I agree with you. There are many politicians out there that are outside of Christ, but at the same time, when I was coming down to leadership, taking care of His people, if you have a politician that is saying something that is towards Christ, let's just pretend abortions, right? Abortions are not something that God likes, because you're killing a baby that's not fully formed, but does have life. In that perspective of, okay, well, this person supports abortion, but you know what? He also supports these other things that is not Christ-like. That is where it becomes very difficult, because that person is using the spectrum of Christ to try to get what he wants. Because if you were to be Christ-like as a politician, it would be very difficult to get things done, because you're using Christ as your format instead of using His name to get what you want. And unfortunately, people do not read the Bible. They say that they read the Bible, but don't. They'll say, "Well, I believe in Christ, so that man right there does things like Christ, supposedly. So you know what? I'm going to vote for him." And unfortunately, because of that, people that are Christians that are involved in politics get a lot of things wrong, and because they get it wrong, they only follow. They'll say, "Well, my friend is doing this, so I'm going to do that," or "My pastor told me I'm going to do to vote for Trump or to vote for Harris, whoever it is, and I'm going to do that." My mother, she's a Baptist, and she told me weeks ago that her pastors are saying to vote for Trump. And I said to I told myself, that's unbelievable. I can't believe that a pastor would say that. And I told her, "Are you sure that the pastor's saying that?" She said, "Yes." I told her, "Do not conform to the fact that just because your pastor says vote for Trump, that you should vote for him, because the pastor is not the one that is is dictating what your thoughts of what Christ would do, because of the fact that he is using someone else's name to try to get the congregation to do something." And it is incorrect, because if you were to follow the word, the Bible, then you would understand that the spectrum and spiritual guidance towards voting, which is a civic duty, not a spiritual duty, then you would see that Trump is nowhere near the person to vote for. And a lot of Christians get that wrong. And I'm here to say that those Christians that only follow and not read the Bible and actually take that knowledge and apply it to politics for your civic duty to vote get it wrong every time.
So let's look at this real quick. This is one of the reasons why God did not want no presidents, no kings. So Yahweh's warning of a tyrant king. God's first instructed Samuel to warn it. Excuse me. Excuse me 1 second. The devil is a lie. He's trying to stop me from speaking the word. As soon as I say God, I start choking up. What's up with that?
Oh, the devil likes to do stuff like that.
Yahweh's warning of a tyrant king. God's first instructed Samuel to warn Israel of the ways of the king who would reign over them. The Hebrew word for the ways of the king is mishpat, which is usually translated as judgment. This form played on words as the king's judgments would be a judge upon Israel from God. So look, so when you read the God's warning, God says, hey, listen, I know y'all want a king. Y'all want, the reason why they wanted a king is so that they could be like other nations. And God was trying to let them know, like, hey, Samuel, let them know I can permit them to be, to have a king that rules over them. And they want somebody to go into war. I brought you out of several wars, X, Y, and Z. And they still want a king. God said, if you get a king, this is what's going to happen to you. The king is going to take your young men into war. He's going to take your young daughters. He's going to require a lot of you. You're going to have to pay taxes. There's going to be a lot that you will have to do. And this still said after Samuel spoke the words to them and said, this is what God is telling me that's going to happen when you have a king over you. The people they still did not listen. So it says the king will be a tyrant. He will require a tenth or a tithe of their goods, thus setting him up as an equal to God. Instead of serving Yahweh, Israel will become slaves to their king, which a lot of us have become slave to our government. We look to the government for protection, where God is supposed to be our protection. If anything happens to us, the first thing we want is what is the government doing? Right? We don't look to God for protection. We look to man to protect us. So, but what comes with this king or this government that we want is going to be the taxes, is going to be them controlling the way that we function as people and not God. He said the people will cry out because of the king, but Yahweh would not answer them. I think that's important. That's 1 Samuel 8:18. The people will cry out because of the king, but Yahweh would not answer them. So it seems like we're crying out. It says, however, the people did not listen. They insisted on a king. They refused to obey the voice of Samuel and said, no, but there shall be a king over us, that we also may be like all the other nations, and that our king may judge us and go over before us and fight our battles. So even though Yahweh was already judge and king of Israel and fought Israel's battles, and even though a king would oppress them, another thing to remember, even though a king would oppress them, Israel still demanded a king. God told Samuel to obey Israel and make them a king. And Samuel told the men of Israel to go over to their cities. Samuel later anointed Saul as the first king of Israel. So what I'm saying there is, what this means is that a government is going to do these things. So when we go and we start saying, oh, well, I'm a Republican, and the Republican Party is for Christ. Christ is in the Republican Party, and the Democrat Party is the devil's. God is neither. God is not. God is neither.
Exactly.
God is not any party.
Exactly.
God did not want this.
Like that.
So
That's
God is
that's
neither.
exactly what I've been trying to tell people that I've spoke to about the whole spectrum of
This proves
whole
it right here.
politicians.
Just
Yes,
read them.
because
Read them
God
Samuel.
doesn't
First Samuel 8:18, or read them First Samuel. Take them to the scripture that's on your screen right now, and let them see clearly that God is not partial to any party. God does not want you to be a Republican. God did not want you to be a Democrat. So all of this, God
exactly.
is, the Christians are for Republican. No, they're not. All right, this is not Democratic or Republican thing. This is, if you are a Christian, or at least stop pretending to be a Christian when you don't know the word of God and you don't know God's intention. When the people started to cry out for a king or a government that will rule over them, God said, no, I am your person that you should look for. You should look to me to protect you. All these years that I took you out of Egypt, right? I took you out of Africa because that African king was oppressing you. I brought you through the desert. I protected you from the tarantulas, from everything that was in the desert. I protected you when the Africans wanted to kill you, crossing over that Red Sea. I opened up the Red Sea and I protected you. I've done everything to let you know. You went into battles that you couldn't win. You didn't even have enough men, and I made sure that you won with 1 or 2 men. David he beat Goliath because of me. All of that, and you still want to have a king, right? Well, David was one of the kings, so that was before. So yeah, the people say, yeah, we still want a king. So now for you to then, as a Christian, come back and say, well, the Republican Party is Christians and the Democrats are the devils. No. So that's the reason why when I talk, I don't say too much when I talk about these things, but this is what should guide you. God is not for any party. God is for his people, understanding that he is their king. Jesus Christ is your King of Kings. God is the King of Kings. So you go to him. Now, we go back to our civic duties because we do live in a society. And if we just allow people who do not have godly motivations to just make laws to that's going to govern us, that we have to adhere to, when I think it was Purple Orchid that said earlier, render to Caesar what is Caesar's, right? That's in the Bible when the people try to trick Jesus Christ and they ask him, hey, should we pay the taxes? And they try to trap him. And Jesus was like, look, fool, you can't trap me, bro. I'm literally God. Stop playing with me. And he said, yeah, you should render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. So you have a responsibility as a tax-paying a citizen of the United States to vote. But when you vote, what should you do? You should be the most astute citizen, understanding what policies are going to help the people. The people. Who is trying to help the people? And then the other things that, that sounds a little too crazy for you, sometimes you can't help those things. It's a package deal. It ain't, you can't take this out, put that in. So you look at the entire package and say, okay, you know what? The governor, the president, that person is under God, right? But their duty is not to be a pastor. The president's duty is not to be a pastor. God judges the president of every nation differently from a pastor, because their duty is to make sure that they protect the people that are in that country. So to protect those people, you cannot be partial. Caesar cannot be partial to the Christians, because Caesar has a responsibility to the Buddhists, to the monks, to the Israelites, to the Muslims. Caesar has a responsibility to make sure that everybody is safe have everything that the government allows for everybody to have in that country. Because if you pay taxes, there are very specific things that your taxes allowed you to have. So that's the responsibility of the president. And that's what I hope that everybody who's trying to vote understands. Like, stop fooling yourself thinking that God is in a party, because the scripture I have on the screen right now says he's not. And he's never going to relinquish his role as your king, your president. He's never going to relinquish that to any party. If God was to choose a party, then now he's saying, okay, this is the one that I want you to. No, God never wants you to have anybody over you but him. Your thoughts on that?
And Harry, I agree with you 100% because of the fact that if you are a Christian and you are a believer of Christ that actually, goes to church, reads the Bible, and not just one of those once a month Christians, one of those Christians that says they do believe in God, but they don't, and kind of hang in the middle. And if you are a believer in Christ, then you have to understand you only have one king, and that is Christ, and that it is a civic duty and not a spiritual duty to go out there and vote. And what you said is basically what people don't understand, believers, I should say.
Yeah.
Because of that, people will always misinterpret what's happening with Trump and how he says, I'm a believer in Christ, vote for me because I believe in Christ. Look at me holding up the Bible. Look at me, look at
First
me,
of all, let me cut you off real quick. Let's address that. I don't know how many people that are watching or that's going to watch. If you're watching, you can type in the chat or in the comments later on when we're done. I don't know how many of you are really, really, truly in your heart of hearts understand or even believe that Donald Trump has ever stepped foot in a church before he wanted to be a politician. America is a Christian nation by word. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to put my little quotes up. America is a Christian nation. In order for you to become a president in this Christian nation, because the base of America is the evangelicals, that base is really the people that will give you your electoral votes for you to get a 270. That base is a very big base that quote unquote say they're Christians. The reason why I'm putting these quotes up is because a lot of people just are Christian in name, in ideals, but not necessarily doing the work of a Christian. Somebody cuss you off in traffic, it's the bird. It's the cuss word stop flying. Somebody does something, your neighbor is hurting because they are here to Donald Trump's things, or you're a Democrat and they're MAGA, you don't help them. Like, you're not doing the work of a Christian, you just call yourself one. So in order for you to run and be successful, which I think is dissipating a little bit, there's going to come a time where you don't necessarily have to say I'm a Christian anymore for you to get the Christian vote, because that's going out the door slowly. Donald Trump has done a lot of bad things like to kill that. But Donald Trump, like right prior to Donald Trump and right now, it's at your political best interest to say you're Christian, because those are the people that are dominating the electoral vote. So if you don't adhere to being a Christian in America, that is a Christian nation, then it's hard for you to win a major political party. That's why Muslim Obama, you saw him fumbling, trying to figure things out, and he had to say he was a Christian. But who believed that Obama was a Christian? Come on now, like you're not serious, right? he was still bowing to the imam, right? Like, Obama was not a Christian, but in order for him to win the votes, he had to say he had to denounce being a Muslim, which he didn't really want to do, and to say he's a Christian. Donald Trump is the same way. He had to say he's a Christian. but you're grabbing women's crouches. You know, you're taking women in bathrooms while your wife is pregnant and you're having sex with them. You think that's what Christians are supposed to be doing? No. This guy is only saying he's a Christian because of the reasons what I just said. But
well, you know what the Bible says, Harry? The Bible says that Jesus will say one day when they meet him is, depart from me, for I never knew you.
Right. But he's not even going to say that to Donald Trump, because that's not, he knows Donald Trump ain't no Christian. So we're not even talking about, when it comes to that, that's not even a Donald Trump thing. That right there is a lot of Christians, or the Christians that, you know, go to church on Easter Sunday, go to church on Christmas, on holiday weekends, you know, who will go to church. They will actually get dressed and they will go to church on big occasions. That's what that's really for. Now people like Donald Trump, who are not Christians, they're just using the name Christian to try to get votes in America, to win elections. Donald Trump is no Christian. I don't care. If you think Donald Trump is a Christian, don't be naive, please. I don't want to call you naive. But Donald Trump is no Christian.
He's a great he's
a marketing man.
Devil. Yeah, he's like the devil in a sense. He knows how to deceive someone to make them believe what's going on.
I'm not gonna scoop down to calling him the devil or being like the devil. I believe that he is an opportunist. I don't think he's smart enough to be like the devil. He is a smart man, but he's not smart enough to be like the devil. And I'm not even gonna dignify that with calling him like the devil, because then that's the same thing that everybody's saying, oh, Kamala Harris is the devil. So I'd rather not play that game. All I know is this guy's no Christian. He's an opportunist, and he knows what he has to do to win votes. He knows who he has to align with in order for him to be accepted as a major party nominee. So that's all he's doing. And he's been manipulative. He's a fox. He's been manipulating people for years. There's a new series. There's a series on Netflix right now called Fear the Walking Dead. It's like another series that maybe the people from The Walking Dead did. In this series, there's a black guy and he reminds me of Trump. He does what he has to do to get what he wants. He's the manipulator. That's all he's doing. And if you don't see that, please see that. I don't know how to tell you. I'm not saying don't like him.
Well, anyone that understands, okay, let's put this in this perspective. Let's take Christianity out of the picture for a moment.
Okay.
So for Donald Trump, for all the people that are upset or for Trump, the perspective of this man deceives you with, look at this bar of candy, and you can have this bar of candy, and while you're eating this bar of candy, I'm going to be doing this other thing with this right hand over here and doing what I need to do, because that is what Donald Trump does. He will tell you or give you something to fool you with it, and then give you that, like, oh man, he's the greatest thing ever type feel, when he's deceiving you and he's doing other things with his right hand and causing turmoil. And unfortunately, people are too focused on that thing that he's giving you with that left hand to let you see what's happening with his right hand. He's doing more things with his right hand than he's doing with his left, because you are too focused on, hey, he's going to cut my taxes, but you don't understand the whole spectrum of why he's cutting the taxes. And people are too deceived because of it.
Well, I mean, but that's why I want to have a conversation with people, because I know as the general public, not everybody support not everybody is on the same educational level. We live in different corners of earth, of life. So I would definitely love to understand other people's perspective on that idea of, hey, do you really understand what you're doing? Or, or are you just following other people? Because we got this fear. Why do we fear that? Why is it that we think our vote's not going to count if somebody tells us, oh, Donald Trump has this in the bag? Like if we were in an echo chamber, right? If we were in a chamber where we said, oh, Donald Trump's going to win, Donald Trump's going to win. Why does that discourage Kamala Harris's voters? I am not like a psychologist, and I'm not a therapist, so I don't understand the psychological effect that occurs when that happens. But I don't know why we as human beings, we're manipulated by somebody saying, oh, Donald Trump has this in the bag. Like, let's just say Fox, MSNBC, CNN only had pundits that were for Donald Trump and saying, oh, he already won. Why do people who believe that Kamala Harris, they like Kamala Harris, why do they not vote once they hear that Donald Trump has this in the bag? That's a phenomenon that I'm so interested in. Because then they say, oh, if he already won, then my vote means nothing. Don't you find that to be kind of weird?
Well, so weird is, well, the Bible says that to speak words into your life. So basically, you say it enough times, you're gonna start believing it. So this is what's happening, where people are believing what these people are saying, and then say, hey, you know what? I guess so. Whatever.
Yeah, but it's like the psychological effect, it's just amazing. That's why we need pastors. That's why we need people to decipher certain things for some of us. Wild Dog, what up with you, man? Hope all is well, brother. That's why we need people to help the general population to understand certain things that are going on or not, because I don't understand how somebody can be manipulated in a certain way.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Okay, this is what I've gone through many churches in my life. I've been a Baptist, I've been a Pentecostal, I've been a Seventh-day Adventist in search for God, right? So I finally ended up at a church that is called the Church of Alliance, and this church basically is everything like all congregation of all nations type church. And one of the things that I love about this church is there's no politics. Because when I go to church, I go for God, not to understand what's going on in the world, but to understand who God is, what God is, and how he can help me in my life. So I take that information and go into the world and represent God, because of the fact that I know that this world, there's a lot of bad things. There's good things, but there are a lot of bad things. Not so I can be deceived. And what's happening is people are being deceived by all parties. And I'm talking about Democrat, Republicans, and they are just people, because they hear one side of the story, they say, well, I'm a believer, so I'm going to be a Republican. When that is not the focus, you need to put yourself in the word, understand it, so you can make good decisions into the world. And unfortunately, people do not understand that. And then making judgmental decisions, your civic duty to vote for Trump because he so-called represents God, is a lie, because he does not represent God.
Yeah, I mean, but how many people really out there really believe that he does? I don't. That really, it bothers me to the core to really sit there and think like there are actual people who believe that, like at the core. They think, okay, like Cara was in the chat earlier. She said, I said, why do you support Trump? She said, Trump, or she or he, I don't know. I think it was a she. I'm just going to say she. She said Trump loves America.
The
question
right
is,
there.
why do we believe that Kamala hates America? She's currently your vice president, bro. like she's your vice president.
So there right there is the perspective of what I'm talking about. Okay. Trump loves America. Because Trump loves America, I'm going to vote for him. Now that perspective is that the only thing that causes you to vote for that man? Because Trump loves America. Where is your reasoning behind Trump loves America? Because we are not to love, as a Christians, we are not to love this nation. Like everybody I hear, well, God has blessed America. God has done this. God has done great things for America. Just because the dollar bill says or the money currency says.
Hold on now. I don't know if I agree with what you're just saying. What you said. God did not say don't love your country. That's not biblical. Let's make sure we clear that up.
No. What I'm saying is the perspective of loving this country over God.
No.
There's a lot of shirts.
Let's clear that up.
A lot of shirts.
Hold on. Slow down. Let's make sure that when we're speaking, we're not speaking misinformation. I don't believe when people say they love America, I do not believe it's in response to not loving Christ or over Christ, because two things can be true at the same time. You can love Christ and still love your country. So let's just clear that up. That sounds like misinformation. I don't support misinformation, because you can love. I can love Africa. I love Africa, but I don't love Africa over God. So when I say I love Africa or I love Liberia, it's not for somebody to interpret that because I say I love Africa, that means I must not love God.
Well, that's where I'm trying to lead my statement to. Where if you've ever seen shirts that says God, country, or country, God, or whatever comes first, God, country, and guns, right? You see those shirts everywhere, right? Well, the problem is that people put country first before God, or their guns before God.
Some people. Let's just some people, but we cannot, for the sake of the show.
Okay, I'll say some people.
Say that all Americans that love America.
What I'm trying to say is that when people are saying things like "I'm going to vote for Trump because he loves America," and puts it out in the perspective of like, okay, well, it seems like America is your agenda. That is your first agenda. Nothing else comes before America. What does America represent to you that you put America first to vote for Trump? Because America is a capitalist country that uses whatever form to get money. Wars, jobs, or creating business, or whatever the case may be, in trying to create capital. Now, that being said, what is your agenda to say that America is the reason why I vote for Trump? Because too many people will say America and not understand what America is.
I don't know. I'm having trouble understanding where you're going with that, because this is where I stand. I separate the patriot, right? I separate the patriot that's a true Christian and their love for their country and also their love for Christ. I don't say, oh, because you love America so much that you must hate Christ. I don't know if I feel like I'm hearing that from you.
No. That's not what I'm saying. So you understand, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The problem is that you're okay. In a Christian's perspective, I took a picture and I showed you the picture of my flags. I have an American flag on my home. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What America, I can tell you what America represents to me. All right. Do I put it above God? Absolutely not. I put God first in everything that I try to do in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And then I put everything else in that perspective. So
Okay.
when what America represents for me, okay? So you understand what America represents to me. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
country, America itself in generalized. It's the people that represent America.
Okay.
Because of the fact that there are so many people that have sacrificed their life just so they can have certain rights for them, so they can have the rights to go vote, so they can have the rights to go, um, uh, uh, um, be free of slavery, the rights to do many things in this country within the law to do what they need to do. But when you put America first, then you have to think, what does America represent for you? Because if you don't understand what America is representing for you, does it represent you as like, well, I'm for because Trump is for America, then I'm going to vote for Trump. Well, that means that, okay, what if I think about money as my object? Trump is going. His policy says that he's going to do more for the rich people. So then I'm going to vote for him because that's what represents for me in America. The generalization as what is because I'm voting because he loves America or represents America. You have to soul search in that perspective. And in me, it has always been the people that represent America. I believe that the people of this nation, there are many people of this great nation to actually say, you know what? I give to the poor. I help the poor. Instead of bashing the poor and saying, um, oh, what is that term that Republicans use? Um, uh, Straddle up, put your boots on, and get to work or something like that. I forgot
Oh,
exactly what
strap up your bootstrap, pull up your bootstrap or something like that. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I was in a ditch at one point in my life, and as hard as it was, I tried to do as they so called. And it was very hard. But you know what? Someone lent me a hand. And instead, in lending that hand, I was able to put my boots on, be able to go to work, be able to do things, be able to feed my family, be able to do, to the point of where I'm at right now. But there's so many people out there that do not look at it that way because they think America is we're the greatest thing since, ice cream was invented or whatever. We're better than everybody. We've got the best military. We got the best this. We got we're greater than you. And I look down upon this country because I am America. And that is the wrong view to look at America because America is not the government. America is its people because without its people, it cannot do anything. And unfortunately, people need to understand what is America. And if America had a representation, it is the people. But unfortunately, that's been taken away by politicians and people that are trying to seize control of the narrative. And
Well, okay.
unfortunately, people fall to that.
So okay, I hear what you're saying, but this is what I think when people say I like Trump because he loves America. I think they're trying to articulate the message that he's putting out because I love America is a way of saying, well, we want our country and the value and the ideals of our country, the things that make us who we are, to be preserved and not to be changed and to be taken out of our hands. That has a lot to do with immigration. It has a lot to do with the coloration of America. It has a lot to do with how America is allowing a lot of immigrants in the country that are people of color. If you look at what's happening with Haiti, when America brings a bunch of Haitians in and say, hey, we're going to give you guys an opportunity to earn your way, and we're going to start you off. We're going to give you money. We're going to put money on some cards, and we want you to go ahead and live in these houses that we're giving you vouchers for. I think a lot of people, they see that as we're losing who we are because we're not getting the type of help that we need in here in America, and we're too focused on the outside. Again, I'm going to reference The Walking Dead now, and also the Fear the Walking Dead, because it's always the same thing. In the apocalypse, when everything breaks down and all the zombies are taking over, you're trying to get to a place where you have security, somewhere that's going to have water for you, somewhere that's going to have food. We just go back to the basic needs. So the group that you form an alliance with, you come to a place where you start understanding, hey, this is what we're going to do to protect us. This is for us. If you watch The Walking Dead, it was either going to be Alexandria or it was going to be Hilltop. But our leaders are going to protect us and protect our values. If we feel like those values are being taken away from us and we are too focused on going outside and bringing in new people, then we feel like we're no longer the priority. It's the outsiders that are the priority. And for that, we want somebody to lead us in the next election that is strong on those values. Now, there is a group of people out there that want the value. I don't know how they describe what their value is that they're trying to protect. This is how I think about it. I think that there is another group, and it's a lot of them, that think that the black and brown people, the people of color, are too many. And that I think Roland Martin has this book where he says something about the coloration of America, and how white people are angry because they're losing, like if you look at the numbers, this country is going to look more black and brown or more people of color in the near future. And then there's a group of nationalists that feel like, well, dang, we don't want them to overpower us. We want to still have our values and our rights. And who represents that the most? It sounds like Trump, because he speaks about nationalism. He talks about our border, saving our country. He speaks everything that they feel. He taps into that, and that's how they feel. And unfortunately, sometimes I feel like some of those people that are not like them, not like strictly MAGA, but that they still care about the country's values and morals and stuff like that want to keep the values and morals at hand, they get caught up with the others. I hope that makes sense. They get caught up in there. They're not racist or nothing like that. They just love America, and that's it. It's point blank period. They love America, and they want America's values to be protected. And they get caught in the storm of the fringe that just really don't like people of color. So and then they all look the same, and it's usually white women, white men. So how do we have a conversation to say, okay, we want America's values, where when our neighbors are hurting, we go and try to help them out. We want to make sure that our Christian nation stays intact, one nation under God to stay intact. We want those things to happen. And then you got the other people that's like, nah, white people own this country, and we want to make sure that it stays white. How do you have that conversation, and how do you decide who's who?
Well, Harry, that's a question that's been asked many times to many generations of this country, because of the fact that, look what happened to all colored people, black, brown, yellow, when we went through the, civil rights time, when many black leaders were trying to get just the basic rights to live in this country. And there's a lot of people out there that say, oh, racism doesn't exist in America anymore, but I hate to tell you, it still exists and it's prevalent. That people need to understand that it's still out there. I myself have been part of that racism. You know, people have told me, you know, go back to your country. And unfortunately, that's what, and so you understand it was a white person that said that. And that's just part of what white America is. What white America is has wanted to make sure, because since they've controlled slavery when this nation was first created, they wanted to make sure that white people have been dominant and for a very long time. And people that do not educate themselves on what happened in the past and say, "Oh, it's never going to happen again. You're just thinking of the past. You know, move forward. Stop bringing up that." Unfortunately, if we do not have the conversation, then it would be lost in history. And whatever is said now is going to be the most important thing that's being said, and that is stay quiet, and know who your real masters are, which white people are saying. And I'm not trying to say all white people. I'm saying as the perspective of what white America
there's a
is.
big group of white America that feels like others should not be part of it, part of the country. But I think somebody was articulated this, and it was probably D.L. Hughley, and he was saying, okay, so make this make sense where the jobs that you don't want, you always outsource it to people of color, but then after the job is complete, you don't want us to stay. Like, how does that work? How does it work to where you take us from our countries, you bring us over here, you say, hey, do this job. We do the job and we start to earn income, but that income and the taxes that we pay on that income and everything else to make sure that this country continues to move in the right direction. Now you don't want us to be part of the fruits of the labor that we bared.
Well, it's the same thing with being said, Harry.
How can that be?
Well, when it's the same thing when these people, I'll just say Mexicans in this perspective. Mexicans, what their tendency is that they'll get a visa or not, they cross the border, whatever the case may be, to come here to work, to try to get a better life, and then they make money, save money, and they take that money back to Mexico. What to me, that's one of the perspectives is like, what's wrong with taking money back to Mexico? And I understand people will say, well, that takes out of the economy, but you gave them the work to create the economy. So he or she is trying to make money so they can have a livelihood. And if they take that money back to Mexico, and let's say 20 years down the road after being here in America, go back to their country with the money that they've saved, it's because they had a purpose behind what they came here. So, you hired them for a reason. They did the job, and now they're leaving. What's wrong with that? I see no wrong with that because the economy, the American currency is everywhere in this world. So you're telling me that it's wrong for that? No, it's not wrong.
I will provide a perspective on that. Let me say this about that from the interest, right? Because I think one thing that we kind of misunderstand sometimes is a nationalist is not a bad person. I think a lot of people, because we come from different nations and we're in America, I think we get it twisted where when somebody said they are a nationalist, that we think that, oh, you must be a bad person. I don't see a nationalist as a bad person. I just see a nationalist as somebody who prefers their nation, right? But so based on what you're saying, this is how somebody who says I'm a nationalist thinks about what you just said. If I'm for America, or let's say, we're in America, so let's keep it in America. I don't want to use Africa, but I'm in America. I'm doing everything I can to make sure that America is good. I don't mind all these other people are here, but don't forget that you are in America, right? Like, it's not my problem. Whatever issues you have in your problems, those are not my problems. I don't not care because I'm human and we are all humans and we help each other grow. But I don't not care, but I don't necessarily have to have your best interest in the forefront of my thinking. I have my country in the forefront of my thinking, and I'm for my country. So if I feel some kind of way to say, hey, you came here, you got your education, I gave you work, I'm doing everything to make sure that my country is good. And you came here, you got your education, and now you about to skippity hop up out of here. If I feel some kind of way, it's a way for me to think, to empathize with the nationalist thought. So me as a self-thinker, me as a thinker, I would never say, man, you a bad person. And for those of you out there that haven't seen the show that I keep referencing, The Walking Dead or whatever, for those of you who haven't seen it, please watch it. If you have Netflix, or try to find it on YouTube or somewhere and watch it. Because when you break everything down to its core, to like the basic needs, if I am at Alexandria in The Walking Dead, or at Hilltop, or the Kingdom, if I'm at one of those locations, my number one goal, if I'm the leader or part of the leadership, is to make sure that the people there have everything they need so that we can survive this apocalypse, or so that we can survive, period. So that's going to be my interest, not the interest of somebody else. So then how can I not now be upset with somebody saying, hey, you came over here, I give you everything you needed, now you're leaving to go to Hilltop and we are at Alexandria, or you're leaving to go join another group. So do you see, CU fan, where that could become an issue for the person who's the nationalist, not the person who is thinking on a different level?
Yes. Okay. But if you use it in this perspective, okay? I come to this country. Let's just pretend, because I'm a citizen of Honduras in Central America. Okay. I came to this country when I was young. Okay. I'm here. I pay my taxes. I do what is needed to do diligently. I try to do. I've held fundraisers. I've done things to help provide for this country. I highly respect all the military people. I've done veteran charity drives. I have done many things for this country. Now, if I decide to go back to my country and live my life, the rest of my remaining lives, and I take what I've earned here, does that make me at fault because I've done much for you? Now, because I decide to leave, what about all that time that I've spent here? Because I've been here more than 20 plus years of my life here in this country. Now you're mad or upset because I'm leaving, because I provided economy for this country. Now you're upset that I'm leaving. What does that represent? What does that mean?
So okay, great. I'm glad that you said that. Given that information, I would say that the people, like, I don't know who will be angry for you to leave, right? Because that's just how America is. The nature of America is to give people opportunities. And that's always been America, right? When they say make America great again, I'm thinking like, okay, let me understand what that means. America looks after, like America has Christian values where you look after your neighbor. When you have so many resources, and then it's so hard to say that in good spirit, in good faith, to say one that to whom much is given, much is required, but some of it wasn't given, it was taken. So that's why it's like, yo, if I go back to The Walking Dead, then I'm like, okay, if Negan, right, you look at America as Negan, then you go and you take everything. You go and you take things from other nations and you hurt their people and you put them under tariffs, right? and you say, okay, now I own you, and everything you make, I want a percentage. And when I come, you better give me that percentage. So some people will look at America as Negan from The Walking Dead, right? Negan and the I forget what the name of his I said it earlier, but I forgot what the name of his thing was. But yeah, people look at it like that. But America's always been this nation where people came here for opportunities. So I don't know who would be angry, to tell you the truth. I don't know who would be angry when it comes to like, oh, what you're saying. If you come here, you work, you can go back to your country and you can benefit. Your country can benefit from the education that you've garnered from America. I don't know who would be angry. I don't think anybody should or should feel some kind of way.
See, that's the thing. There are a lot of people that are angry because they believe that the economy that I created for them is being taken away. In which, look, I've done my due diligence to do what I can while I'm here, and when people leave back to the countries to live a more peaceful life, to be kind of kick up their feet on their retirement or whatever the case may be, a lot of families take thousands of dollars that they made and saved from America. They put in their time and they go back to their
who's
country.
angry? Who do you know that's angry?
There are many people that are pissed off because people have that narrative. Their narrative is these blank people are taking the money from America and going back to their country.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I know I think you're talking about MAGA.
Yeah,
that's mostly. I hear that mostly from MAGA camps. Like, you're bringing in all these people, they're taking all of our jobs. But then the weird thing is, the jobs that they talk about taking, they don't want to do those jobs.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying.
Which is the weirdest thing. It's like you don't want to do the jobs. People come here to do those jobs. But then you get upset and say, well, they're taking all of our jobs. And that was one of the things I had queued up from DL Hughley. It's like, okay, so let's explore that a little bit. So the people that come here, the jobs that they're taking, if you wanted to do those jobs, those people wouldn't come here. Because half of those jobs are jobs that you don't want to do, like cleaning dog poop or cleaning, like, I know that they have jobs where you go clean up waste and do. I mean, there's a whole heck of a lot of jobs that people come here that some of them don't have education, but they need the work, and some people will hire them under the table, and they'll do those jobs that regular Americans would not find themselves doing. But for some odd reason, people are always talking about MAGA. People are always talking about, oh, they're coming here and they're stealing our jobs, and I'm like, how?
Well, okay, so you can use. I'll use a metaphor. You like to eat at the table, but you don't like to clean up the kitchen. That's a mess. That's dirty where it's been made. But you like to sit on the table and you like to eat the food that was made. That is what I see a lot.
So the person that gets the job cleaning that kitchen or cleaning that table, those are the people that come here with opportunity, and then they say for opportunity, and then they always say they're stealing our jobs. But how many Americans like to clean the tables and the kitchens? Isn't that usually beneath us?
Well, see, you got to understand though. This is where I say humbling yourself is a perspective of what you do in your life. There are a lot of things that I don't like to do, but I still do them because it's a necessary thing that needs to be done in our culture, in our life as a person. And unfortunately, you know what? Who wants to get up to, clean the toilets, where everybody's sat down and where everybody's, done their business and, well, someone has to clean the toilet. Well, that person over there is going to do it because I don't want to do it. And then the narrative has always been is, well, that person's making too much money cleaning that, toilet. well, you're not doing it, so I got to pay that man to do it. You know, that there's too much narrative of the whole MAGA perspective of, and it just doesn't lie in just MAGA, because there are other, I've heard other people that do not align with MAGA will start saying that narrative because they've heard it so much.
And that's part of the conversation. That right there is part of the conversation that I talk about. I'm like, I think Trump says if you say something enough, people will start to believe it, even if it's a lie. People will start if you say a lie enough, people will start to believe it. That's why the whole Kamala Harris, incarcerating black men. That's why I look at that and I'm like, why is that so interesting? Because when you think about it, did you want her not to incarcerate criminals? Like, like, okay, so are we looking for equal opportunity? Is that what it was for some to say, okay, don't just incarcerate black men, incarcerate everyone? Because if that's the case, if she was just biased to just locking up black men, then I see that argument. But I think the people that she was locking up were criminals. So I don't see the argument of, oh, if you're locking up criminals, then, then you're not, you doing your job is like, oh, okay, you're not doing your job because all you're doing is just locking up black men. But I think some people are just angry at that. Some people are just angry because they think that her job was just to lock up criminals.
Well, see, that's where, and people unfortunately are naive to the perspective of making an educated answer and say, hey, you know what? Let me do some research. Let me figure it out. Let me try to understand the situation. And instead of actually doing that, a lot of people just tend to go to the flow. I've heard many, many interviews where people cannot answer the question because a narrative has been spoken to them. And this is both spectrums, Republican and Democrat. And they can't answer the question because they heard it from someone and that's what they believe. And that's what the narrative, instead of actually doing the research and figuring it out and trying to understand what the narrative was, where it came from. But, some people are followers and some people are leaders and some people just don't care at all.
Yeah. And those people that don't care at all, it's a lot of them. Because, I mean, for the most part, people only care about what they care about. The people that really care about political stuff are not that many. But the people that kind of like, they'll pick their head up, like how we discuss college football, and we, some of us here on, whether you're watching on TLP Sports Club or you're watching on A Billionaire's Mindset, like some of us, we do it so much every day that we know almost everything about the Big 12, who's winning the Big 12 and where everything lines up. But then you will get the casual fans who are just busy in their world, whatever world they have, and they'll pick their head up every now and then to kind of hear what we're saying. And that's all they're armed with. Just like, okay, they'll might tap into a show and they'll hear this information, that information, and then that's it. So that's all the information they got. They'll just go off of that. And then they'll get into discussions somewhere else and just keep regurgitating that one information that they got from us or got from somewhere else. And that's all they're going off of. They don't really know all of the details or enough of the details to be able to change the color of the conversation. It's just, this is what I know, and this is what I'm going to give you. And I'm right. And that's so dangerous. It is so dangerous because you got half information or you got a little bit of information and that's all you need. This is not your lane, but you come into this lane and say, I'm right.
And the crazy part is what you're saying is true, because I've heard many Trump supporters specifically say, well, that's what Trump said, so that's what I'm going to believe in. And that narrative follows them without educating themselves.
That's what happens often in politics, in political circles, because I hate when people try to make people look stupid because of your political party. I hate that. But I find those gotcha interviews to be so unique, Because if you interview somebody, you're like, okay, like there are several channels that I watch for the Billionaires Mindset channel, and they'll do these gotcha interviews, and then they'll go and they'll ask somebody, they'll say, okay, so why do you believe what you believe about Trump? Oh, because he loves America. Oh, because da 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 da. Oh, do you think? Okay, so what are the policies that? Oh, and then they will say policy, and his policies are way better than Kamala Harris's policies. And then they'll ask them a question like, okay, so which policies do you believe, that are better? They'll be like, well, I like the fact that he liked America. So they'll just start to repeat the same old thing that they heard on the different echo chamber channels that they're on. They'll just keep saying the same thing. He loves America. He does X, Y, and Z. And it's like, but those are not policies. What are the actual policies, that you believe are better? And they can't list it. They'll just keep saying the same talking points. And I just find that to be so irritating because it's like, oh, the general public, they either are not educated enough, they don't care enough to really get that research in. So what they're going to do is they're just going to listen to a few pundits whose job is to manipulate you in the first place. Whether you're Democrat or you're Republican, the pundit's job is to manipulate you. If you didn't know that out there, know that now. Their job is to make you have a favorable view of their candidate. So it's funny because I was watching CNN last night. My wife wanted to put on CNN. She was like, I need some type of news because she's a therapist and she, some of her clients are, they're talking about what's going on in the elections. So we turn it on, and there's 4 people on the panel. 2 are identified for each candidate. One guy for Trump, and a lady, I think she was Latina, she's for Kamala. Anytime he says anything about how good Trump is or whatever, they were talking about the whole Puerto Rico being a floating island of garbage or whatever, and she will have a rebuttal. And it was like, you can tell who was for who and who was not for who. 1 second, this person says something, the other person try to make sure that they get a word in there about their candidates. So I want the public to understand what's going on. Like, know the information, especially if you're calling yourself a Christian. Know the information, and then make your decision. Who you think can run the country better. And then make that decision, because at the end of the day, depending on who you listen to or what channels you watch, boy, you will already know who you're voting for. And I don't know, man. I have a heart for basic people. And I say basic people because that's where I come from. I come from the basic realm. I come from the poor, uneducated, no shoes having, muddy roads, poverty-stricken place where people are not educated. The illiteracy rate is what I'm saying? Tim Smith, what up with you, man? Hope all is well. So I come from that place.
Well, okay.
And when they get taken advantage of, man, it hurts me so much, man. Oh.
Right. So you're a man of justice. You believe in righteousness as much as I do, because that as Christians we are redeemed through righteousness of God, and when we see things happen that is not good, we don't like it, because that is not how we are supposed to be a representative of God.
Right.
And the thing is that people, unfortunately, like to take the easy way out on things and instead of working at it. The Bible talks about that the lazy people will always be poor, and people that do work will be rich. But that doesn't mean money. That means more. That's in life in general, knowledge. If you're talking to someone about Trump and that person doesn't educate himself and he becomes this lazy person of knowledge, he's going to be poor. He will never understand the full spectrum versus a man that or a woman that educates himself and is become rich in knowledge. Then you have all of a sudden become someone that is more above that person in knowledge, and you can understand perspectives of things instead of being naive, argumentative, and just being a nasty person. Because there have been some interviews that are just nasty, and I think to myself, that is an uneducated person. They have one narrative and does not understand the full spectrum, where someone that is educated can have a conversation and move forward.
But I hate the way that the educated manipulate the uneducated, because you have these smart political pundits and political operatives who they clearly know that they have an unfair advantage over poor people, and they manipulate them. Like, just take Trump for an example. Like, he's taking poor people's money and selling them Bibles with his name on it. Like,
the craziest part that you say that's just so crazy. Did you ever hear the story? It was on the news. I think it was like when he was trying to go against Biden. You remember when this man sold his house to donate to Trump's funding, and house was already paid off. House was already paid off, and he put another mortgage on it, and without letting his wife know. And because of that, she divorced him because he gave that money. They worked all their life because he said, I want Trump to win, so I'm going to donate everything that I have built in this house with a mortgage after they paid it off, and I'm going to give them all that money. How sad is that to do that? Working your whole entire life to pay off your house and then just giving it to a man because they have the so-called narratives that way they believe America should be. I will put myself a mortgage for that.
So let me ask you a question. Do you believe that guy was a nationalist and he just hated black and brown people so much that he felt like, oh, Trump is the best thing, that is the best possible way for us to get our country back, and I want to support him as much as I can? And do you think that he was that, or do you feel like he was just a person that just felt like Trump was just the best option for the country?
I don't believe he was a nationalist, but I believe he was manipulated. He was manipulated into believing what Trump's narratives were. And because of that, he did what he did. And because there are a lot of good people out there, and they just don't understand the truth. And Trump will sell you the truth any way he can by lying the truth to you and tell you that's the truth. And that's what happened to that man. He believed in a lie that supposedly was the truth, and he just gave away his life away with, because man, that's hard, man, to sell your house and not tell your wife that you just, mortgaged your house again, after paying it off just so Trump could win.
Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one. That's but I wonder if that, you say he was manipulated. I wonder what level of manipulation caused him to get to that point, because what exactly caused him to get to that, to reach to that decision? It had to be something that he heard or something he felt like, because Trump is always posting, like when you think about Make America Great Again, there are different ways to think about making America great again. There's too many different ways. So it's like, what caused him to say, oh yeah, that person, first of all, you got to think about them. They probably love America a lot, right? They may not be a racist or anything like that, but they probably are a lover of country. I don't know if they're a Christian, because God would have told you don't do it. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what level of Christianity you have and what relationship you have with Jesus Christ, because for you to sell your house and not listen to God or pray about it, that's a tough one. But anyway, besides that, that guy had to be he had to love America. And when I said love America, America was in his blood, bruh. Because Trump came on the scene. It's like, oh, America's my country. I don't want these people here taking our country away. And if you join me, we can take our country back together.
Well, I mean, like you said, that man had narrative. That man loved America so much because of the beliefs, and he said, "Let's take it back from the government," or stuff like that. And we're going to expose, the government for what it is and the narratives. But that's all lies. Is the country? Are there politicians in there that are bad for this country? Absolutely. There's politicians that will sell you lies. But the problem is that I'm sorry.
I got a question. Do you believe a black candidate that loves America can get across the message that Trump got across about loving America?
As much as I would like to say yes, I have to sit in the no side because of the fact that there's too much, like the narrative has been already done. It's been like burned, butchered, everything that Black Americans
hey Tim, come on the show, brother.
Really don't have the right.
Come have this conversation with us. Sorry, go ahead.
No, they really don't have the right. Like white America is already like, you cannot, we're not going to vote for you and I'm not talking about all white people. I'm talking about the generalization of white America. The narrative is there that black people do not have the power or the mental capacity or this or that to sell you what Trump is selling you, because so you understand, and I know you understand, but why do the Republicans target uneducated people? Because of the fact that they can sell them a pencil and say, this is a pencil that's worth, will do this for you and this and this and this, and it's $20, and it's a 2-cent, it was made with 2 cents, because that's what the Republican Party is. The Republican Party will try to manipulate.
I mean, that's politicians generally. That's not just Republicans. That's what politicians do.
But what I'm saying is they target uneducated people. The narrative for a long time, I can't give you a date, but for a long time, they have not been targeting educated people. The Democrats target educated people more than they try to target uneducated people, because of the fact that uneducated people are easily manipulated versus educated people of the spectrum are not easily influenced by the narrative such as the Republican Party. And unfortunately, because of that, they'll say Democrats are trying to take our guns. When has Democrats taken their guns away? They haven't. They've said, let's limit the usage of guns instead of, I'm going to fully take your guns away.
Yeah, they always talk about common sense laws, and then because that's part of it. That's why I say let's simplify this stuff to the core so that people can understand, because you're being manipulated without knowing that you're being manipulated. Because if you think that Republicans are for guns and Democrats are against guns, then you're always going to think that the Democratic nominee is going to be against guns, and you're never going to vote for the Democratic nominee or even think about their ideas. And their ideas may be even better for your personal life than what the Republican nominee is actually offering. Because if you think about it, like, oh, they're going to take our guns, the Second Amendment. Like, okay, so let's talk about the Second Amendment. They're trying to take our guns. But I thought there are already laws that says they can't take your guns. So then how do you believe that? Like, how can you just say, how can somebody manipulate you to the core and say, hey, they're gonna take our guns, and you just say, the heck they will. You ain't come and get my guns on my over my dead body. Like, how are they taking your guns? You know, that's let's bring on Tim so he can help us with this conversation. Tim, what up, brother? Welcome to the show, man. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yo, what's up, Harry B?
Hey, man, are they taking your guns?
Nah, they ain't taking my guns.
So we're talking common sense. They try to manipulate. CU fan was just saying how poor people are targeted and manipulated, and I'm trying to also understand how can they manipulate you, because if you were to talk to anybody, I'm telling you, you talk to anybody, right, and it would seem like that person is smart. So how is it that people are out here being manipulated? How?
Most poor people are black and brown individuals. The percentage on that is higher than Caucasians.
Wait, what percentage?
In America, there are more poor black folks than there are more poor white folks.
That's impossible.
How can you figure?
Okay, America only has 13% blacks, right? So that mathing, because for you to have more, for you to only be 13% in the whole entire country and to have the most poor people, that means that
communities. Let me use the word community.
Yeah, because we don't have the numbers to have the most.
Right. Let me use the word communities.
Okay.
Right. So
it may look like that because of the disparity of the resources being allocated.
Yeah, the way it is, a lot of it is the way the resources are being distributed.
Right.
Throughout the state. But Democrats play on those areas more than Republicans.
Okay.
So
let's just agree that both parties play on the less fortunate.
They do.
I would say we have to agree on that, because I don't know that politicians play on your education or the lack thereof.
So your Caucasian
I'll agree.
Your Caucasian areas, if you see more poverty, it's going to be classified in your what areas of your states? I'm asking that question to see.
I don't know that it's called urban. I don't know that poor white places are called urban.
It's rural.
Rural, yeah, you go.
Yeah, it's more in the rural area. Ours are more in the inner cities.
Right, in the urban areas.
Right, in the urban area. So you see, that's why a lot of Republicans win a lot of states that are heavily rural areas.
Mm.
Because if you look at the inner cities, a lot of the times they lean more Democrat. If you look at Atlanta, higher population. If you look at Harris County, Houston, turning more Democrat than Dallas County. So with that being said, both parties play on, Republicans may go more to the rural areas in search of a vote. They would like to get the urban population as well. Vice versa, Democrat, they're coming to those urban communities, black and brown communities, versus going to a lot of rural areas to try to convince voters to vote for their party or their ticket.
So let's break down this a little bit, because for the black vote, the Republicans don't need the black vote as much as they need them not to vote. So they do a lot to try to stop them from voting. They need, because they'll need a small percentage to vote for them, but they also need a big percentage not to vote at all. So, anyways, but you fan, you wanted to add to that?
I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. But let's talk about the percentage I have on the screen.
What is that? What is that percentage based upon?
Okay, hold on 1 second. So, okay, this is the population.
Mm-hmm.
So white alone, the percentage is 75.3% in America.
Mm-hmm.
Black or African American alone percentage is 13.7%. American Indian, Alaskan Native alone percentage is 1.3. Wow, is that small?
Mm-hmm.
Asian alone, wow. I was not expecting the American Indian, Alaskan Native are 1.3. How's that?
Mm-hmm.
Native Americans are only 1.3% in this country? What are we talking about?
I don't see the Hispanic population on there either. Not unless you got it on another further down.
Okay, so let me see here. Latinos, you see that right there? Hispanic or Latino percentage is 19.5%. So that's, yeah, that Latino or Hispanic is 19.5, right? Let me see if I can highlight that. This one right here, you see that? 19.5%. Oh, okay, then it kind of breaks it down further. It says white alone, not Hispanic or Latino. That breaks down to 58.4. Now this one is based upon race and Hispanic origin. But in the American population, I think the total they're saying that the American population is going to be, yeah, you're like, so okay, so if you have 58 point something percentage, then when we look at these numbers, if you're saying that the black people have a lot of, they're poor, I think for the white community, they know how to hide it. If that makes sense.
I'm not saying, that's why I rephrased it, because of the percentages. That's why I say areas in each state. All of them have a urban poor community, right? Each state has rural areas as well. So I'm not going to use the word black people.
Right.
I'm just going to use urban areas and rural areas.
Yeah, but okay, also, it's hard to see, depending on where you live. I guess we can put it this way. I don't know where you live, where you ever see, y'all can tell me from your communities where you live at, where you see white homeless and poor people on the streets. I don't see that have you ever seen an Asian homeless person?
Austin, Texas.
Oh, you see Asian homeless in Austin, Texas?
You may see one or two, but for the majority, you're seeing Caucasians and African Americans.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing here. There's mainly more Caucasian and black people. I hardly ever see any other. Well, I do see Hispanics here and there, but mainly, you know, of that spectrum instead of like the Asians and others.
Yeah, because I think I think at the end of the day, I think the resources kind of come into play because remember the drug epidemic where when you started seeing, the disparaging way that they handle the ethanol situation versus crack cocaine and all of that. I think when it comes to resources for poor whites, it happens a little bit different or quicker when it affects poor whites than it does people of color. What do y'all think about that? Or is that you don't see that?
That's a tough question there.
What's the name?
About that.
Gerard D wants to know what are Republicans doing to stop us from voting? I missed it. So voter suppression is largely in areas where, like urban areas. I think a lot of the swing states you'll see that mostly in swing states. But I'm in New York, so you're not gonna see too much of. They already know. I mean, they're gonna concede to that. They already know that they're not gonna get New York, so you'll see a lot of voter suppression. Gerald, my name is Gerald, not Gerard.
If you see like you
is
said,
it
Harry,
Gerald or Gerard? How do you pronounce Gerald? Is that Gerard? Gerald or Gerard? It's Gerald, right?
Gerald?
Gerald is Gerald, right?
Yes, that's how I would pronounce it.
Gerald. Okay, so Gerald. My bad, Gerald. Gerald D. Gerald D said. Like Gerald Ford. Okay, Gerald Ford. Gerald D. All right, thank you for clearing that up. But yeah, okay, so voter suppression has to do. It takes it'll happen mostly in swing states, like places where, like Georgia. Yeah, it happens in Georgia, North Carolina. They try to draw lines in the pattern of voting, like where mostly urban people vote, and they do secret, sneaky stuff, like requiring everybody to have a certain ID or to renew their ID every year. And they know that black people, they know that we don't care too much about that. And then a lot of us are not going to have the resources to be able to change our ID. And they know what we don't, the resources that we need. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to press your hand. And I mean, this stuff has been covered. I'm not a political pundit or nothing. I just know what I hear and what I read a lot of. And the voter suppression, what they do for voter suppression is just sneaky stuff that suppresses you, or that causes you not to be able to cast your vote.
They try to make it. They make it harder for you
to
try to vote. Like states like Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and some of those swing states. What they do is, instead of places that you normally would vote at year in, year out, now those locations are no longer a voting poll. So now you may have to drive 20 miles from your house to go vote. And they look at it like, well, I'm not going to say they're betting. I'm going to use that term. They're betting on maybe if we can get 1 out of 2 to say, well, I'm not driving way over there to go vote. I ain't finna drive no 20 miles over there to go vote. Whenever they bring the voting polls back over here, then I'll vote. But until then, I'm not driving way across town to go vote. That's
Yeah,
a voter suppression. They trying to
right.
suppress your vote.
Can I also
And that
say
happens
this?
a lot.
It's
Go ahead.
so it doesn't just happen in swing states too. I mean, it's mainly happening in swing states, but it happens in other places too. Here in California, we had that form when Biden, versus Trump was going on. They had a lot of voter suppression here in California as well, just because California has a lot of Republicans here, and although it's a Democrat state based off of information, facts, there's still a lot of Republicans that are here in California, and because of that, there was some voter suppression here in California.
And redistricting is something that they do for voter suppression as well. I think the
Facts.
overarching idea is to just make it harder for people of color to vote.
Based
So
off the state that they live in too. That has a
mhm.
lot to play in it. The swing states, certain states, if they got uh uh um let me see, let me try and find a state that has a Republican senator or so to speak. They'll try to make it hard. I'm seeing that
Alabama,
here.
Texas,
Well,
Mississippi, South Carolina.
Texas with Ted Cruz and his crew, Governor Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton, the Attorney General here. Those guys are are Trumpers. I wouldn't be surprised if they megas. So uh they try that here, but you know, it's 2024. For the most part, people got uh depending on the state that you live in. I can't speak for everybody. I only can speak for Texas that I know about. You got different transit and ways to get around, and everybody got cars and stuff for the most part. So they can push it out, but people still gonna go vote.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of I think one time when I was still in high school, I remember like campaigns. If they have the money, what they'll do is they'll send vehicles to the different neighborhoods. The ground game, your ground game has to be on point if you're a Democrat, because once they redistrict you or once they draw a line through your district and they say, oh no, that middle school that you voted at last time, there was too many of y'all that voted there. Now no longer that middle school is no longer a voting place for you, and you got to go across town. Some parties, or I mean not parties, but some candidates, well, those sent buses or they'll hire their ground crew will actually go out and they'll bus people to the different location. And but the fact that, I mean, they have just having to do that just lets you know, like, are you part of the American? Are you part of the process, or are you against the process? Why would you have to do that? Why do you go to the court to say, okay, we have 10,000 people or 20,000 people in this one little corridor, and they are all voting over here at Buford High School or Buford Middle School? We're going to have to rezone some of them. We're going to have to break them up. Put 5,000 over here, another 5,000 over there. Why do that? Like, I thought voting was just go cast. If it's a secret ballot, you cast your secret ballot and that's it. Why do we have to split people up and go put them in different places when you don't like them? That's weird stuff. But it seems like it's always the Republican Party always doing that stuff. I don't know.
Well,
I'm not
but
trying.
see this. So can I add to that?
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
So this has been happening for a very long time, though. This isn't something that's new. They've been redistricting many places for the Republican Party to get those votes because of the fact that you got to understand for a very long time, the Republican Party started realizing that they were losing votes and they weren't able to get voters to vote for them as much as they wanted. They were thinking we're never going to win a presidential candidate or election again, and they made the drastic move of cutting those lines and making sure we can manipulate the system to make it work for us. And they've been doing that for so long that it becomes oh no, it's lawfully to be able to do it. That's the whole point of the Republican Party. And hence, Trump made this point against Hillary Clinton. He said, and not in these exact words, but he said, "You guys are the ones that make the law. I just find ways to manipulate the law." And that's basically what the Republican
He said that
Party does.
about the taxes, right? The loopholes.
Yeah. I mean, he that's what the Republican Party do. Islamic, how can we not pay taxes? How can we not, do this? How much, what can I do to just, the law says this, but there's a fine line that I can, walk across to make it work for me. That's what the Republican Party has always done.
That's the Christian Party. When you find ways to not, to block people from doing their civil duty, that is the party of Christ. According to some, that is supposed to be the party of Christ, and the Democrats are supposed to be the party of the devil. And that's why I think I said something about these people are just they're sin gauging. They're trying to gauge who has the most sin or who has the least amount of sin. And that's anyways.
No, but it's true. But think about it like this. This is why Christ had to come. Christ had to come because God knew there's no way that, the people of earth are going to be able to come see me anymore. Because here's my laws, 10 commandments. Boom, right here. Moses said, here are the 10 commandments. This is by God, And all right, well, we're going to follow these laws here, but then, maybe if I just follow these laws here, I can get to God. But God saw what was going to happen. So then, what happened? I had to bring Christ to sacrifice himself so we can be with God. And in this case, that's how the Republican Party has been playing it out. Is like, we can follow these laws right here, but let me see if I can go through this way, to get, being selfish,
Oh man, I got some things lined up, but guys, I have to I have to go to my office and sign some papers, and I'll be back so we can have more conversation. And hopefully, you guys can log back on when I get back. Later on, I'm gonna have more conversations. Thank you guys for joining me on the early part of this show. I think I'm gonna do this all day. I wanna talk the results and everything else, but I will come back on later. So just give me some time. I gotta go to the office and sign some papers. I'll be back. I'm gonna leave this on Roland Martin Live, and I just want to say salute to Roland Martin on his channel for having this. But Tim, thanks for coming on. See you, fan. Thanks for coming on. Hopefully, you guys can come back on and have a conversation. I don't see a lot of my buff guys because they're trying to stay away from this politics stuff because it's it's heavy conversation. I don't blame.
Got a lot. I got a lot to talk about. I ain't really really went in depth, but
we gonna get into it. Hopefully, are you cool to come back later when I come back?
Yeah.
Okay, good. See you, fan. What about you? You gonna be able to come back on later?
Well, I got Bible study today. So, what time you coming back? Because I gotta be at Bible study at 6:30.
Oh no, I mean I'll be back in like a few minutes. I'll be back soon. Yeah, so I'll be back. So I'll see you. I'll see y'all in a little bit. I'll be back, but then of course I'm gonna also come on as late on tonight too. But I will be back in a few minutes, and but I'll let Roland Martin. So all right, so Tim, I'll see you in a little bit, and see you, fan. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, guys.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for coming on. All right, let's go ahead and take it over to Roland Martin on his channel.
now endorsing Harris for president. She came up as a prosecutor, an attorney general, into the Senate. She has the kind of character that's going to be necessary in the presidency.
Vice President Harris is standing in the breach at a critical moment in our nation's history.
Was it really God's wish to kill Abraham's elder son? Why Isaac needed to be punished by God if he did not harm anyone? Abraham faced many moral dilemmas through his life, but the binding of his own son Isaac was his biggest trial. For many centuries, the English interpretation of the Bible was missing its depth.
Security Council leaders under Democratic and Republican presidents, Republican members of Congress, and even former Trump administration officials agree there's only one candidate fit to lead our nation, and that's Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
What's up, George? How you doing? It always feels good to come home. I'm a Grady baby. Born right here, March 20th, 1957 in Atlanta. I'm a third generation Spelman Morehouse legacy. And it's homecoming. Power is knowing your past. And right now, we're 12 days out from the most pivotal election of our times. There's nowhere else, even Madison Square Garden. I'd rather be here tonight or Yankee Stadium win the World Series. Because let me tell you, Georgia's where our future is being written. No joke. Georgia, you've been showing up and showing out. Smash into smithereens every voter records left and right. Turn it out in full force. Now, you gotta listen to science. I'm dropping science right here. No matter what kind of shenanigans, skullduggery, and subterfuge, the okey doke, the flim flam, we're not going for that. Are we going for that? Hell no! One more time. One more. Hell to the nah! It's coming, it's coming. But you know what, Georgia? We ain't done yet. We've got 12 days. That's a dozen. And we don't have a second to lose. Now, if we want to move forward, not backward, now we want to fight for the one candidate in this election who's fighting for us. Now we stand with the one candidate who's standing up for us. Now we raise our voice for the one who's speaking up for us. Our sister Kamala Harris, the VP. Now what are we gonna do? Almost done. And look, I don't even have to ask, do you know, do you know, do you know, do you know? You already know what time it is. That we don't have a moment to lose. You want to stop that other guy. I don't call him by his name. I call him Agent Orange. You dig? Sure enough, we cannot be hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray. Now you know where that's from. Power is knowing your past, and to know our past is power. And sisters and brothers, right now it's time to choose direction we want for the future. We get to decide. So we gotta wake up. We gotta open our eyes to what's at stake. And to quote Parliament Funkadelic, we gotta turn this mother out. Now you know about P-Funk. We have to approach this like everything is on the line. I'm not exaggerating. This is a life and death situation. We gotta wake up. You can't hear me. I'm not starting over. Anyway, I want to thank everyone for coming out. You look beautiful from here. Sisters and brothers, all races, gender, we have to fight. We fight, we win, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight. Sure enough.
Trump's billion-dollar request to oil executives is making waves. In a notable shift, oil industry leaders have dramatically increased their financial support for Donald Trump following a billion-dollar request during an April fundraiser. This surge in donations has sparked concerns about potential corruption and influence over government policies. Noteworthy contributions came from Cheniere Energy CEO Jack Fusco, who donated $250,000, and Occidental Petroleum President Vicki Hollub, who chipped in nearly $83,000 to support Trump and the Republican National Committee. Harold Hamm, CEO of Continental Resources, emerged as a key figure, organizing the fundraiser and donating over $800,000. Critics argue that such substantial contributions could sway government decisions in favor of these industry giants, posing a conflict of interest. Supporters claim the industry's political spending is a matter of free speech and essential for protecting economic interests.
Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, is doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born.
Vice President.
Ron
Glad to have
Martin.
you here. Ready to bring the funk?
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Let's get right to it. So right
Okay.
before I walked out there, someone posted a clip, and usually the clip. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do anything specifically for African Americans, but folk don't talk about what you said right before when you said that public policy that benefits Black folks, it benefits everybody else.
Right.
Even we look at historically, Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, it actually didn't just impact the African Americans, it impacted everyone else. But talk about that, because so many people have only clipped that one part without understanding the public policy implications.
That's too bad. That's too bad. I'm sorry to hear that. Right. So you know that I mean, going back even before, but Dr. King was very clear, right? If you have certain policies that recognize, one, that not everybody starts out on the same base. If you have public policy, and I'm talking about economic public policy specifically at this point, but if you have public policy that recognizes historical barriers, and what we need to do then to overcome, first speak truth about them and then overcome them, that in the process of doing that, not only are you directly dealing with the injustices and the legal and procedural barriers that have been focused on Black folks, but by eliminating those barriers, everyone actually benefits, right? And I know that to be true. So my policies include what I know is going to have a profound impact on Black folks around economic policy, but everyone will benefit from them. I intend to create, as president, what I have named an opportunity economy that taps into the ambitions and the aspirations and the dreams of the American people, and then addresses those in a way that recognizes, unlike my opponent who was handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, not everyone has access to those kinds of resources, but when you give people access to those resources, they thrive and we all benefit. Opportunity economy. That's why I say I'm going to make sure that we give first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance. Because again, we know that when you look at the history of how Black folks have been denied the opportunity for home ownership, be it redlining or what we know has still been happening around a bias in home appraisals, that it is a barrier to achieving intergenerational success. But when we address it by doing things like helping folks get their foot in the door with a down payment assistance, they will have the ability to be on that track of intergenerational wealth building. My plan for extending and expanding the child tax credit, $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, because our parents, just like any parent, have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do that. So $6,000 in the first year of your child's life helps you buy that car seat or crib or the clothes that are necessary to build the foundation for that important phase of their development that gets them on the right track.
I do want to do the housing piece, because what I think is not being talked about, the building of new housing stock.
Yes.
And so because of the home foreclosure crisis, we literally built under 9 or 10 million homes in 2010, 2020. We're underbuilt now as well. The fewest homes being built since the 1940s.
Yes.
So a huge part of this problem with housing is that we don't have the stock. So talk about that piece there, because you got demand, but you don't actually have right now the available homes.
So, and I'm glad you actually presented the point the way you did, because let's also go back to what you know in my history on this in terms of being Attorney General. When I took on the big banks, and because they were doing predatory lending, and a lot of the folks who were targeted with that predatory lending were Black folks who were being told, oh, you don't need to worry about it. We're going to give you this money. And so you can buy a home without actually doing the analysis to figure out if they'd be able to afford to pay it back, right? And folks trusted the banks that if you're going to loan me the money, then you must have determined I have the ability to actually, be able to see it through. And the foreclosure rates for Black homeowners during that crisis,
53% of Black wealth wiped out.
That's exactly right, Roland. I took on and sued the big banks and ended up delivering $20 billion for the homeowners of California. The former President Obama recently mentioned the fact that I actually took on the Department of Justice and the administration, saying, I'm not going to do a deal that brings crumbs to the table.
But not just when you're Attorney General, because even right now, the DOJ, Civil Rights Division, the redlining lawsuits, mortgage discrimination.
We have been taking all of it on. Mortgage discrimination, also discrimination in home appraisals. We've taken on the fact that, you know, those stories about a Black family is trying to get their home appraised. They want to get a second mortgage, they want to sell the house, whatever. And they bring in the appraiser. The appraiser looks around, looks at the family pictures, and appraises it for less than it's worth. The family knows that. They're not stupid.
The Black folks got to remove photos.
So
books,
then they
DVDs,
remove photos and everything else, right? They remove
strip all the blackness.
all of that. And then they ask a white family that's a friend of theirs, come in, they put up their pictures, and the house gets appraised for more. Racial bias, we're taking that on for the first time. And I want to give due credit to former Secretary of HUD, Marcia Fudge, for being a leader on that. These are the things we've taken on. And as president, to your point about supply, I'm going to create tax incentives for home builders and developers to build 3 million new housing units by the end of my first term, because a big part of jacking up the prices has been the supply is not meeting demand, so the prices are higher. And when you couple that with $25,000 down payment assistance, we have the ability to give people the opportunity to achieve what generations before called the American dream, but which has been out of reach for too many people. My work around thinking about how it's going to directly impact Black folks is knowing that when you look at racial bias in home appraisals, when you look at the disproportionate rates of Black home ownership to other people having home ownership, it's too low. And it's not because we don't aspire to have a home or buy a home. My work is about looking at small businesses, knowing they're the backbone of our economy in the neighborhood, in communities, and giving folks an extension of a tax deduction. So it's not just $5,000 for a startup small business, but $50,000, because nobody can start up a small business on $5,000.
I'm glad you mentioned small business. I was talking to a Black restaurant owner in Houston, and we were talking about the corporate tax rate.
Yeah.
And one of the things that he said was, he said, listen, I'm looking at her proposal. I'm looking at what was the place beforehand. He said, because when it got cut, it puts $500,000 in my pocket.
Yeah.
When I was in Georgia, Senator Warnock's campaign in 2022, a Black woman said, hey, she said, I get reproductive rights. She said, I'm not having any kids, but I do care about taxes.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things that I'm hearing from a number of African-American business owners who are saying, okay, what will Vice President do if she's president deal with corporate tax rate? And so you talked about increasing it. Will that mean a certain cap? So let's say if you 50 million, 100 million revenue or less, will that go up, or will that corporate tax rate apply to all businesses?
So first of all, the corporate tax rate years ago was in the 30s. So I'm not doing that. But in terms of tax cuts for middle-class families, my agenda is all about tax cuts for middle-class families and no tax rate hike for anybody making less than $400,000 a year. But my approach is also about giving 100 million Americans a tax cut in terms of middle-class tax cuts. Donald Trump, on the other hand, first of all, like he did before, he will do again and has pretty much pledged that he will give a tax cut for billionaires and the biggest corporations. Donald Trump has indicated that basically what I call a Trump sales tax will be in place, which is a 20% tax on everyday goods and services, which economists have estimated will cost the average American family $4,000 more a year. Goldman Sachs,
including the small businesses,
of course, including small businesses. Not to mention what he is doing. If you look at Project 2025, what they're proposing in terms of cutting off, for example, we see Hurricane Helene, what we have seen happen in terms of Milton, cutting off the SBA ability to give small businesses that have experienced an extreme weather event, a disaster, giving them additional resources. This man don't want to help small businesses. He cares about the kinds of people who run the businesses he runs, big developers, billionaires. He's not looking out for middle-class folks. You look at what he is proposing in terms of cutting, if you look at the cost that middle-class families bear, healthcare costs. We have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. Black folks are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. Under Project 2025, they would undo that $35 cap. You look at what he is planning to do that is about getting rid of the Department of Education and Head Start programs. Who do you think that's going to affect? So there is, first of all, a danger in terms of understanding there are two choices in this election and understanding what Donald Trump intends for middle-class families. Two, look at it in the context of how he actually thinks and talks about Black folks in America. And you and I have talked about this before. He is not looking out for folks when he was a landlord and would not rent to Black families, sued for it. When he took out a full-page ad in the New York Times against those 5 teenagers, Black and Latino, who were innocent, saying they should be executed, the Central Park 5. When you look at the first Black president of the United States, and he had birther lines, and now you look at Black immigrants, legal immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, and he gets on a debate stage and says they're eating their pets? Come on, this man is dangerous. Not to mention Roland. Let's fast forward to right now. His staff won't let him do a 60 Minutes interview. Every president for the last half century has done one, anyone who's running for president. Everyone has done it, except Donald Trump. He will not debate me again. I put out my medical records, he won't put out his medical records. And you have to ask, why is his staff doing that? And it may be because they think he's just not ready and unfit and unstable and should not have that level of transparency for the American people. There's a real choice in this election.
You mentioned the Department of Education. I was on a call a couple weeks ago, Jeffrey Canada, Steve Perry, Jalen Rose, and others who are supporters of school choice, parental choice.
Yeah.
And what they've complained about is that you haven't heard a lot about education in the last several months. They were talking about these educational outcomes of African Americans post-COVID.
Yeah.
And they said the numbers are depressing.
Yeah, it's bad.
In terms of your focus with education, one, do you support public charters? Do you support how we deal with those numbers? Because at the end of the day, if our kids are staying behind, that's just going to make it even more difficult for them when it comes to getting jobs. That education plan for America, if you're president.
Yeah, so I have supported public charters, but here's the thing that we have to just focus on in this election. First of all, Donald Trump would get rid of the Department of Education, which means that as a vehicle for funding a lot of what we need to do around public education for our children, it would be get rid of Head Start. And we know how many of our children have benefited from that in the earliest stages of their development, which are the most critical to them being able to be successful as they go through the educational process. So there is a huge contrast between me and him. And frankly, I don't think he wants to talk about education, which is why it has not become an issue on the debate stage, because he doesn't have a plan, which takes me back to a fundamental point. He doesn't have a plan for much of anything that is about the people who are going to be watching this interview. I invite everyone always and again, watch his rallies. He will talk full-time about himself. He will talk about his personal grievances, and he will not talk about you and any plan that he has for you or your children or your future.
How does it make you feel when he trashes Black cities? So in 2020, he talked about voting in Fulton County, Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit. There was a partial recount of Wisconsin, only in Milwaukee. The comments that he just made about Detroit basically being a living hell.
Oakland, DC, Chicago.
Pretty damn ad.
Come on.
Pretty good damn ad y'all dropped out. I actually liked it. Jamel Hill and I talked about it. But again, he's singling out cities where there are significant African Americans, and that's who he's talking about. Black people.
Yes. There's this whole, I talked with somebody once who said, if you just look at where the stars are in the sky, don't look at them as just random things. If you just look at them as points, look at the constellation, what does it show you? So you just outlined it, Roland. What does it show you? That the cities that he picks on in terms of Black population or Black mayor are both. Come on.
We're in North Carolina, and this has been a battleground over voting rights.
Mhm.
Federal judges 8
Yes.
years ago said there was laser-like precision
Precision,
targeting
yes.
African Americans.
Yes.
That is still a major issue. You got the Supreme Court with their decision regarding Section 2, Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
And so, what if Congress doesn't move? What can you do to shore that up? Because that continues to be a major issue. And with so many African Americans now moving from northern locations of Midwest back to the South,
Yeah.
we're seeing these problems in Mississippi, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, and others.
Well, to your point, you mentioned North Carolina, which has been well documented. You look at, even though I must say that North Carolina has a governor in Roy Cooper who has tried to do everything he can to ensure that voting rights are intact, but he does not have a veto-proof majority in the state house.
Plus, Dems lost the Supreme Court as well. So,
Well, and so, I think that we should all, whoever's in North Carolina watching this, Josh Stein running for governor, it's going to be very important. Pay attention to those state house races, because those, if they can change the balance in the state house, then they will be able to push through more protections for voting rights. But to your point, in Georgia, they passed a law preventing people from giving food and water to folks who are standing in line to vote, which is the height of hypocrisy. Because what happened to love thy neighbor, right? There is a full-on intent by some to attack hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the right to vote. And part of it, if you track it, is if you look at the successes that we had, in particular in 2020, and in the height of a pandemic when people just said they were going to vote, they knew and they understood how important it was. Thereafter, you saw in state after state attempts by state legislatures to make it more difficult for people to vote. And here's what I would say to your listeners. Don't let anybody take you out the game. There is an intent to make it more difficult. There is an intent to suggest to a lot of folks that their vote won't matter, with the intention that people will not vote, which is an attempt to silence folks. And what we know is the greatest progress we have achieved is when we jump over those obstacles that have been purposely laid to do what we know is about progress. And this election is going to be no different. They've already started with the misinformation and the lies. We know that there is foreign interference, and I have to say to everybody listening to this, don't let them take your voice, because I was part of the Senate Intelligence Committee when we investigated Russia's interference in the 2016 election. Black folks were targeted with misinformation because there was an assumption that you're already targeting a group of people who already have learned, based on a lived experience, that things aren't necessarily designed to work for them, and manipulate that in a way that suggests to people that their vote won't matter. Because if you do that, they won't vote. That was the intention.
you said don't let them take you out of the game. What do you say to a young Black woman, a young Black man out there who is seriously considering the couch, who says my vote doesn't matter, who says that I have not seen policies that have changed my life, because that's there. That thought process is there. Folks 65 and older vote the highest, but as you keep going down, as you get that number just goes even lower and lower and lower. So what do you say to that young brother or sister who's watching?
Yeah.
Why they should vote, but why they should trust you to be the 47th president?
So first of all, your vote does matter. It is because folks voted that we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month, that we are on the path to doing what I intend to do, which is saying that your medical debt cannot be on your credit score, putting $16 billion in HBCUs, having the lowest Black unemployment in recent history. The work that we have done that has been about investing in Black businesses, the work that we have done that has been about understanding the importance of having representation at every level, including a Black woman on the United States Supreme Court for the first time. It's because people voted and demanded that. And the reality of how this system works is that we each have many ways that we are powerful. And one of those ways, very significantly, is through our vote. People sit down and they'll watch and say, okay, well, those folks aren't going to vote anyway. I don't need to listen to them. That's how this works. I don't feel that way. I'm going to go everywhere. That's why I'm in rural parts of North Carolina and Georgia and other places where people say, oh, your votes aren't there. But my people are there. People are there.
That's how Obama won the state in 08.
Well, but
14,100
the
votes.
point
Yeah.
is that I'm saying that not everyone and not the system doesn't necessarily work that way.
Mm-hmm.
The hard reality of the system is that often the people whose policies get pushed through are the people who actually demand what they want through their vote.
Squeaky wheel gets the most grease.
Often that is the way it works. And when people who are, and I'm not talking about myself, just anybody who's running for office, when they see young Black people are voting, they're gonna say, well, I better know they're gonna vote anyway. I better know what they want.
Mm-hmm.
I better listen to them. What do they want? Because I see that they turn out in big numbers.
Criminal justice. One of the things I keep hearing, Biden-Harris administration didn't get George Floyd Justice Act passed through. But what you have, though, is a very aggressive civil rights division that, and I've covered all the stories, the number of former police officers they've actually sent to prison,
Yeah.
corrections officers, jailers. And I haven't heard
some of the highest numbers
right,
in recent history, and certainly compare those numbers to Trump administration.
Well,
and you see a stark difference.
Yeah, he had one pattern practice investigation, then 12 under this DOJ.
Exactly right.
Will you continue having that aggressive of a DOJ civil rights division? Because the work that's being done, I mean, it doesn't get a lot of attention and it talked about a lot, but it is actually happening, the work that Kristen Clark and others are doing.
They're doing extraordinary work, and that is the work that would continue in a Harris administration. Let me tell you something, and again, because Roland, I have to keep stressing not only the importance of every point, but the contrast between me and Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump as president, those cases were not happening with any vigor or commitment. And not only that, he took resources out of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. We put resources into the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice so they could do the job they're supposed to do. And that absolutely would continue under me and my leadership. And it's about looking at what people have done or what they say. Again, you know the record of Donald Trump on these issues. You know the record of where he is on things like stop and frisk, right? And what the Project 2025 talks about. So there is a real contrast here on criminal justice, as there is on almost every issue that we have discussed.
FBI director said white domestic terrorism was America's greatest threat. How do you get folks who are not Black to understand that hate crimes are still real? These things are actually happening in the country, and they have to be dealt with and addressed.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you talk about that, folks go, oh, no, these things are not happening. But the reality is they are, and African Americans still are number one when it comes to hate crimes being reported against us.
Well, I know that because I published the hate crimes report every year when I was Attorney General of California. And it is, to your point, about talking about it and making people clear that we have actually seen a spike in hate crimes across the board. And it does not help when you have somebody who is a former president and running to be president again, who is constantly fanning the flames of hate and division in our country. Constantly.
You often asked about Israel, Gaza, Ukraine. I never hear come up conversations about Africa. You traveled there. Fastest growing, 6 of the top 10 fastest growing economies. Very young continent. Mm-hmm. A lot of folks complain about Chinese investment. But in terms of your presidency dealing with the continent in those countries, what will that look like? Because that's the future of this world when you look at, again, those economies. And I've been to several countries and those presidents are saying, hey, we want to be able to.
You came with me. Come on now.
Well, no, I didn't go on that trip, but if you win, I'll go on the next one.
Well, let me tell you. So this has been, you're preaching to the choir. Listen, I believe so strongly, and that is part of the work I've done as vice president, that we've got to change the narrative around the relationship between the United States and the continent of Africa. For a long time, it has been one that has been about aid as opposed to partnership.
or investment, right?
Partnership,
Yep.
which includes U.S. investment. So the work I've done as vice president has been to begin to change that relationship, and including the delegation that I took to the continent, which was focused on, I brought billions of dollars and have worked on billions of dollars of U.S. investment in the continent and in countries on the continent of Africa, looking at what we need to do around. Also, I've been partnering with technology companies around digital inclusion, so ensuring that folks have access to fintech, to financial banking and sectors. But to your point, the median age on the continent is 19. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on Earth will be on the continent of Africa. That is so, so, so exciting. If we see it in terms of global policy, for the opportunity it presents to invest in partnership and to do the work that is about understanding the mutual benefit. So that is very much on my agenda as a priority. It has been as vice president, and it will continue to be if I am and when I am elected president.
And mentioning those countries, when we talk about immigration, it has been African Americans. It's been in some quarters extremely contentious, and I've said, wait a minute, there are people who are coming from African nations, who are coming from Haiti, who are coming from Bermuda, who are coming from different countries, and you have these battles happening in Chicago and New York. What do you say to African Americans specifically about immigration, and how are you going to deal with that? Because there was a reason folks were being sent to various cities to create the tension. But it's talked about. It's there. It is a real concern. So what do you say to African Americans specifically who say, shut it all down, folks can't come in, close the border, who sound in many ways like MAGA folks?
So first of all, I have prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. I have had a career, including now, of prioritizing that we must have a secure border. And in fact, on the issue of immigration, let's be clear, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, together with others, had a bill to secure the border even more, and Donald Trump got wind of it, and because he thought it would hurt his political chances in this election, told them not to put it up for a vote. He killed the bill that would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why the border agent union supported it. That bill would have stemmed the flow of fentanyl, which is affecting people of every race and background and geographic location in our country. That bill would have given more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. Donald Trump told him, cancel that bill because he wants to run on a problem instead of fix a problem. I'm about fixing problems. And that includes, when I am elected president, bringing back up that border security bill, and I will sign it into law. We also must have an immigration system that is humane and orderly. We have to increase the number of asylum judges. We need to make sure that people who are fleeing harm, that we give them a chance to explain their situation in a meaningful way, because America also is a place that we have said we will receive people who are fleeing persecution. They got to make their case, and then they got to be on a path where they earn the right to be here and become citizens, which means we need to have a comprehensive immigration policy that includes requiring people to earn and work hard to earn their citizenship.
The last question, since your folks are dancing back here, so I see them all in my periphery, so y'all can relax, Cedric.
Congressman.
Well, you know, he's a Saints fan too. We won't talk about that. Why do you want this? Why do you want to be president? There's somebody who's saying, why should I trust her with the power of being commander in chief?
I love our country, Roland. I believe in the American people. And I know we are a people who have the character, that have ambition, that have aspirations, dreams. And I intend to be a president who meets people with opportunities for them to not just get by, but get ahead. I believe in our country and the importance of its strength in terms of what that means to the world. As Vice President of the United States, I have met over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. I know the importance of America retaining respect as a power around the globe. And that's why I am putting in the hard work of working to earn every person's vote so we can actually turn the page on what has been otherwise years of an attempt to divide us as a nation, to have Americans point their fingers at each other, years of belittling people and promoting fear. People are exhausted with that. They're ready to turn the page. They're ready for a new generation of leadership that's about charting a new way forward. And that's what I intend to do, with a sense of optimism and being clear-eyed about the challenges that folks face and the opportunities that we have to address those challenges in a way that strengthens our nation.
So certainly appreciate it. And let me wish you a happy early birthday.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say the age because I'm not trying to have all these sisters get an attitude and tell me, I can't believe you did that. But, you know.
Yeah,
But,
I would, for your well-being, I would advise you not to do that.
but it'll be published anyway. So we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
I appreciate you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Good evening, America! Good evening, everyone. Good evening, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy lives. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So listen, 1 week from today, you will have the chance to make a decision that directly impacts your life, the life of your family, and the future of this country we love. And it will probably be the most important vote you ever cast. And this election is more than just a choice between two parties and two different candidates. It is a choice about whether we have a country rooted in freedom for every American or ruled by chaos and division. Many of you watching have probably already cast your ballots. But I know many others are still considering who to vote for, or whether you'll vote at all. So tonight, I will speak to everyone about the choice and the stakes in this election. Look, we know who Donald Trump is. He is the person who stood at this very spot
nearly 4 years ago and sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol to overturn the will of the people in a free and fair election. An election that he knew he lost. Americans died as a result of that attack. 140 law enforcement officers were injured because of that attack. And while Donald Trump sat in the White House watching as the violence unfolded on television, he was told by his staff that the mob wanted to kill his own vice president. And Donald Trump responded with 2 words: so what? America, that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who is asking you to give him another 4 years in the Oval Office. Not to focus on your problems, but to focus on his. And Donald Trump has told us his priorities for a second term. He has an enemies list of people he intends to prosecute. He says that one of his highest priorities is to set free the violent extremists who insulted those law enforcement officers on January 6th. Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power. Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here tonight to say that is not who we are. That is not who we are. That is not who we are. You see, what Donald Trump has never understood is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation. Our democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good arguments from time to time. Just think of your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate. And the fact that someone disagrees with us does not make them the enemy within. They are family, neighbors, classmates, co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together. America, for too long, we have been consumed with too much division, chaos, and mutual distrust. And it can be easy then to forget a simple truth. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. It is time to stop pointing fingers. We have to stop pointing fingers and start locking arms. It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict, the fear and division. It is time for a new generation of leadership in America. And I am ready to offer that leadership as the next President of the United States of America. Now, look, let me say, I recognize this has not been a typical campaign. Even though I've had the honor of serving as your vice president for the last 4 years, I know that many of you are still getting to know who I am. Well, let me tell you, I am someone who has spent most of my career outside of Washington, D.C., so I know that not all the good ideas come from here. I am not afraid of tough fights against bad actors and powerful interests, because for decades, as a prosecutor and a top law enforcement officer of our biggest state, I won fights against big banks that ripped off homeowners, against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students, against predators who abused women and children, and cartels that trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. And I did this work because for as long as I can remember, I have always had an instinct to protect. There's something about people being treated unfairly or overlooked that frankly just gets to me. I don't like it. It's what my mother instilled in me, a drive to hold accountable those who use their wealth or power to take advantage of other people. The drive to protect hardworking Americans who aren't always seen or heard and deserve a voice. And I will tell you, that is the kind of president I will be. And look, I'll be honest with you, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, but here's what I promise you. I will always listen to you, even if you don't vote for me. I will always tell you the truth, even if it is difficult to hear. I will work every day to build consensus and reach compromise to get things done. And if you give me the chance to fight on your behalf, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. So look, in less than 90 days, either Donald Trump or I will be in the Oval Office. Okay? On day one, if elected, Donald Trump would walk into that office with an enemies list. When elected, I will walk in with a to-do list full of priorities of what I will get done for the American people. And I will work with everyone, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to help Americans who are working hard and still struggling to get ahead. I have been honored to serve as Joe Biden's vice president. But I will bring my own experiences and ideas to the Oval Office. My presidency will be different because the challenges we face are different. Our top priority as a nation 4 years ago was to end the pandemic and rescue the economy. Now, our biggest challenge is to lower costs that were rising even before the pandemic and that are still too high. I get it. I still remember our mother sitting at that yellow Formica table, late at night, cup of tea in hand, a pile of bills in front of her, trying to make it all work. And I've heard from so many of you who are facing even greater financial pressures. Donald Trump's answer to you is the same as it was the last time. Another $1 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and big corporations. And this time, he will pay for it with a 20% national sales tax on everything you buy that is imported. Think about it. Clothes, food, toys, cell phones. A Trump sales tax that would cost the average family nearly $4,000 more a year. And on top of that, you will pay even more if Donald Trump finally gets his way and repeals the Affordable Care Act, which would throw millions of Americans off their health insurance and take us back to when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. Well, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back, because we also know Donald Trump would deliver tax cuts to his billionaire donors. I will deliver tax cuts to working people and the middle class. I will make sure you have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. Because I believe in honoring the dignity of work. I will enact the first ever federal ban on price gouging on groceries. Cap the price of insulin and limit out-of-pocket prescription costs for all Americans. I will fight to make sure that hardworking Americans can actually afford a place to live. I'll never forget how our mother saved up and how excited she was when she could finally afford to buy our first home. I remember how excited she was. And I know that owning a home is not only a measure of financial security, it's about the pride of your hard work. And as president, I will fight to help first-time home buyers with your down payment, take on the companies that are jacking up rents, and build millions of new homes. For years, we have heard excuses about why America can't build enough housing. Enough with the excuses. I'm going to cut the red tape and work with the private sector and local governments to speed up building and get it done. And the cost of housing isn't the only financial pressure on middle-class families. I've met so many young people who have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resources to do it. So I'll fight for a child tax credit to save them some money, which will also lift American children out of poverty. I'll work to lower the cost of childcare, which is out of reach for too many working families today. And for too many people in the sandwich generation who are raising young children and taking care of a parent, juggling all of it is extremely difficult. You know, I took care of my mother when she got sick, cooking food that she had a taste for, finding clothes that would not irritate her skin. And understand, as I do, that caregiving is about dignity. It is about dignity. And currently, if you need home care and you don't have some money to hire someone, you and your family need to deplete your savings to qualify for help. That's just not right. So we're going to change the approach and allow Medicare to cover the cost of home care so seniors can get the help and care they need in their own homes. Now, Donald Trump has a different approach. He tried to cut Medicare and Social Security every year he was president. Look, I believe that when people have worked hard their entire life, they deserve to retire with the benefits they have earned. And I believe in the fundamental freedom of Americans to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what to do. I will fight to restore what Donald Trump and his hand-selected Supreme Court justices took away from the women of America. That today, 1 in 3 women in America, think about it, 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions even for rape and incest. The idea that a woman who survives a crime of a violation to her body should not have the authority to make a decision about what happens to her body next, that is immoral. That is immoral. And Trump's not done. He would ban abortion nationwide, restrict access to birth control and put IVF treatments at risk, and force states to monitor women's pregnancies. Just Google Project 2025 and read the plans for yourself. And look, I think we all know one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to simply agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Not the government. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly. And look, on another subject, politicians have got to stop treating immigration as an issue to scare up votes in an election. And instead treat it as the serious challenge that it is that we must finally come together to solve. I will work with Democrats and Republicans to sign into law the border security bill that Donald Trump killed. When I was Attorney General of a border state, I saw the chaos and violence caused by transnational criminal organizations that I took on. And when I am president, we will quickly remove those who arrive here unlawfully, prosecute the cartels, and give Border Patrol the support they so desperately need. At the same time, we must acknowledge we are a nation of immigrants. And I will work with Congress to pass immigration reform, including an earned path to citizenship for hardworking immigrants like farm workers and our dreamers. As Commander-in-Chief, I will make sure America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has shown his contempt for our nation's heroes, calls them suckers and losers, called a 4-star Marine general a, quote, lowlife. I will always honor, never denigrate the service and sacrifice of our troops and their families, and fulfill our sacred obligation to care for them. I will strengthen, not surrender, America's global leadership. And I will stand with our friends because I know that our alliances keep American people safe and make America stronger and more secure. Look, world leaders think that Donald Trump is an easy mark, easy to manipulate with flattery or favor. And you can believe that autocrats like Putin and Kim Jong-un are rooting for him in this election. I will always uphold our security, advance our national interest and ensure that the United States of America remains, as we must forever be, a champion of liberty around the world.
Yay,
America,
Kamala.
we know what Donald Trump has in mind. More chaos, more division, and policies that help those at the very top and hurt everyone else. I offer a different path, and I ask for your vote.
Go vote.
And here is my pledge to you. I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to make your life better. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. I pledge to listen to experts, to those who will be impacted by the decisions I make, and to people who disagree with me. Unlike Donald Trump, I don't believe people who disagree with me are the enemy. He wants to put them in jail. I'll give them a seat at the table.
I don't know about that. They shouldn't have no seat at the table.
I pledge to you to approach my work with the joy and optimism
Y'all
that
stay over there.
comes
We're gonna
from
run this over
making
here.
a difference in people's lives. And I pledge to be a president for all Americans. And to always put country above party and self. I love our country with all my heart. And I believe in its promise because I've lived it. I grew up as a child of the civil rights movement. My parents would take me to marches in a stroller, where crowds of people of all races, faiths, and walks of life came together to fight for the ideals of freedom and opportunity. I've lived the promise of America. I saw how hard our mother worked to give her daughters the same chances this country gave her. Growing up, I was blessed to have family by blood and family by love, who instilled in me the values of community, compassion, and faith that have always defined our nation at its best. I've lived the promise of America. I've spent my life fighting for the people who have been hurt and counted out, but never stopped believing that in our country, anything is possible. I've lived the promise of America, and I see the promise of America in all of you.
I'm trying to get where she's
all
at.
of you.
She lived
I
it.
see it.
I'm still trying to get there.
I see it in the young people who are voting for the first time, who are determined to live free from gun violence and to protect our planet and to shape the world they inherit. I see it in the women who refuse to accept a future without reproductive freedom, and the men who support them. I see it in Republicans who have never voted for a Democrat before, but have put the Constitution of the United States over party. I've seen it in Americans different in many respects, but united in our pursuit of freedom, our belief in fairness and decency, and our faith in a better future. America, I know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. I know it. And that's why I am in this race, to fight for the people, just like I always have. Nearly 250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure. And those who came before us, the patriots at Normandy and Selma, Seneca Falls and Stonewall, on farmlands and factory floors, they did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms. They didn't do that only to see us submit to the will of another petty tyrant. These United States of America, we are not a vessel for the schemes of wannabe dictators. The United States of America is the greatest idea humanity ever devised. A nation big enough to encompass all our dreams, strong enough to withstand any fracture or fissure between us, and fearless enough to imagine a future of possibilities. So America, let us reach for that future. Let us fight for this beautiful country we love. And in 7 days, we have the power, each of you has the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. I thank you all. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
It's the event of the season. Winning Wonderland is going on now through December 28th at Empire City Casino.
She sounds way more presidential than Trump. I would like to have a Trump supporter, somebody who supports Trump. I want to have a conversation with that person. If you're out there and you are a Trump supporter, excuse me, I want to have a conversation with you. I have a few questions. Because once upon a time, America needed a leader or preferred leaders that were inspiring, leaders that gave the people hope, because we all know that the president can't do so much. So I don't know where and when we lost that concept that we wanted our leaders to. I don't know when we lost that. I don't know when we lost the idea of our leaders have to be inspiring. Our leaders have to be somebody that we aspire to be. And if you aspire to be like Trump, I want to talk to you. And how do I talk to you? Come on the show, please. This is how you come on. Look on your screen. I know some of y'all are watching on just audio, but look on your screen. Type in that email me, and let's talk. Because I have a few questions. Join TLP live at gmail.com is the email that you're going to email me, and we're going to talk. Because I feel like America's being hijacked. I feel like America's politics have been hijacked for 10 years by Trump. And we've had to deal with it because the thing about power and platforms is that if you can find people, no matter how cringe or no matter how crazy your ideas sound and how crazy you are personally, if you can find people that think like you, then you can have that platform. You have a big old bullhorn of a microphone. And I feel like Trump's has had that for so long. And we cannot get away from it. Now, we may be able to send a final message to him and say, and reject him in the polls, at the polls. So that's why we're asking you to go vote. We may reject them. We may say, okay, Trump, whatever you were selling, we're not buying it. And the American public can say, all right, you're out of here. Go ahead and get up out of here. Or at the end of either tonight or the subsequent days to come, depending on how fast they count these votes, we will have to deal with Trump being our president in the United States for another 4 years, because that's all he would get. He can't run again. But Trump has been running for president for a very long time. So if the American people like what he's selling, then American people will decide tonight, let's put Trump, let's make him our president so that, he can he can run our country. If America decides that America doesn't want that anymore, then go vote and send that message. But I want to talk to a Trump supporter. I want to talk to somebody who supports Trump out there. I just want to know, because I don't like Trump personally, but that's just me. But if you do, and you can articulate why you like him so much, then let's talk. Let's talk. Because I just feel like the guy is such a businessman, forget about being a businessman. I feel like he's such a grifter. Like nothing about him just screams he's good as just a general good person that has the best interest of other people at heart. And he would do whatever he can do to try to help. Not that he doesn't help people, because there are people that have testimonies where when they were in trouble, Trump stepped out there and tried to help them. But I just feel like he wants something from the country as opposed to trying to give for the country. So I want to talk to you. Come on here and let's talk, because I feel like I want to understand you. I want to understand why you like this guy. Black, white, doesn't matter. Come on here, let's talk. Please. Oh, man. Ooh-wee. I just find it so fascinating. So let's talk, guys. Let me share. Let me play my I thought this interview that Dia Healy was having was such a profound interview that I want to do more of this.
Mind the same way they're not. Like when you sit here and talk about FEMA, there's somebody that's looking at this like, man, look at those two dummies up there.
Yeah.
Talking about FEMA stealing. They're not stealing.
And when they get out of bed with their sister, what they're going to do? when they get out of bed, and they drive away in their house, as their knuckles drag the floor.
Hey man, what about Trump when he says they're eating dogs? And my man was like, I saw it on TV.
Yeah, which is ironic to me because black people don't even walk dogs. Right. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen?
No, I know. Growing up, we didn't. I know.
You ever see a black dog break out the gate and don't know where to go, so he go back home? Let me. I guess I'll let him chain me back up to the clothesline.
Hey man, I know growing up, it was 7 of us, and I never heard my mom say, "Did somebody walk the dog?"
Never.
Yeah,
Ever.
man, I never.
You would chain your dog up to the clothesline, put a big ass bowl of food, big ass bowl of water, and when you came back, that nigga was wrapped around the pole like this.
Hey man, or you went to your homie's house and they had the dog that.
I ain't gonna hold y'all. Thank you, CU fan. I ain't gonna hold y'all, but I promise you, my aunt's dog died exactly like that. They put him out there. I think it was hot, and they left him out wrapped around the cord, and that dog choked himself wrapped around the cord. When my cousin told me that, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that!" And like, he hit me right on the head.
That you knew exactly the perimeter that you could walk up to the dog.
Exactly.
Because he was tied up to like an old tether net or some tetherball net.
Or when you were riding your bike, you knew how far he could jump over the gate.
Yeah,
and
man.
every once in a while he'd make it over. You're like,
yeah, man.
School's out today.
Hey, man, but it's crazy. You don't see that as much. And I didn't walk dogs, bro.
No. Now I take my dog with me.
Oh yeah.
But it's funny because you can say anything. You can say anything about black or Latin. And black or brown people. You can say anything about them and people will believe you. Anything. Like the same time they're saying Latins eat dogs, Venezuelans took over Aurora. There is a mentality in this nation where you can say anything about them and in far reaches of the world and not even in far reaches of the world, they'll believe it. All you got to do is say Barack Obama wasn't born here. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
She's not really black. Okay. They eating dogs. Everybody say, and it'll be, and that's how deeply rooted the belief system in this country that we're naturally deviant to me. That's insane to me. Like George Lopez said this, and it's funny. Every time, if they're so lazy, if they're so lazy, how come every time you arrest them, they're at work? You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't never see them. No days off. You never bust them hanging out at the park.
What are you doing? Nothing.
We just got this nigga waking up from a nap.
Nothing.
But here is the thing that's funny. If it weren't for brown and black people, this country wouldn't exist.
This is the part I wanted to get.
The idea, Springfield, Illinois, was a town that was wasting away. It was in the Rust Belt. It was wasting away. They found this group of people. Who the fuck would really come to Springfield, Ohio? Like they eating the ducks. Ducks ain't even right. They're Canadian geese. They passing through. Anybody staying in Springfield? We going down to San Diego. We just stopped at this pool. But the idea is that these places are so and you don't need to be. This is the thing America don't need to get. Don't be mad at black and brown people for taking jobs. Be mad at lazy white people. If it wasn't for lazy white people, nobody would be here. If you want America to be American only for white people, have them doing jobs they don't want people to come here and do.
You know what's wild, man? When we speak about immigrants, it's always
I think I can rephrase that as saying not necessarily lazy white people, but just it's either you're lazy or you're just too privileged, or it's just there's certain things that are beneath the Americans, right? Because we live in a country where we have privilege. Based on your education level, you have a certain, you're in a certain class, you're in a certain social class. And the jobs that we do, there's certain jobs that we're just not going to do. There's certain jobs that are beneath us and we're not going to do it. And I don't know that, it's about being lazy. It's just about either the job doesn't pay enough and you're not going to do that job, or is the fact that you have the education and you know that you can make more money. So, but I think what D.L. Healy was trying to say is that, so if you look at it, the jobs that you brought slaves here to do, those are jobs that you couldn't do. So if you look at it, like you couldn't do those jobs. Some of the things that we have done, since black and brown people were brought over here to build this country, some of those things you couldn't do, or you were just flat out unwilling to do it. You didn't have the strength to do it. You didn't have the capacity to do it. And you went and got people to do it. So now we are in this place where people were brought over here to do those jobs, and now they're no longer welcomed. If you brought them over here and they did the job, then they have certain rights. If you hire somebody to do a job, even though you consider them slaves, when they're no longer slaves, they have certain rights now to be here. So miss me with the go back to Africa, because we here now. This is just as much as of our country as it is yours. I'm not building something for you to live in it. I'm not building a house for you for free for you to live in it while you're whooping me. So since there's no longer slavery by government standards, all right, we own this together. That's it. We own it together. So get with it. Like, just let it sink in. We ain't going nowhere. It's that simple. I love Africa. That's my continent. I love Liberia. That's my country. But who am I to tell the African American, the descendants, the ones that are here? Who am I to tell them, hey, let's all go back to Africa? They have the right to say, I'm right here. And I ain't going nowhere. I'm an American. The whole identity conversation is a whole nother conversation. But I don't know that you have the right as a descendant of white person to tell the descendant of a black person that that this is not their country and they should go back to where they came from. I was there, and you brought my ancestor here, and they helped to build this country with their blood, sweat, and tears. So you have no right to tell somebody who built something with their blood, sweat, and tears, who were never paid. Never, not one penny was given to them for building this country. And then you decline reparation. Your ancestors built this country with their blood, sweat, and tears. And you're Polish or you're whatever, and you were told, you were beaten while you were building the place. Somebody tells you, after all said and done, and we're like, you know what? You owe us some money, or you owe us something. And you say, no, we're not giving you jack. Just go back to Africa the way you came. Like, go back to Africa. You're lucky there was slavery. Slavery was a good thing for you anyway. You guys were a bunch of uneducated barbarians that we just used as machines to do our work that we didn't want to do. Get up out of here. This is our country. Are you crazy? Are you nuts? What do you think? Who do you think you are? Who the heck do you think you are to tell an African descent they should go back to Africa because this is your country? Let me ask you a question. How many of y'all, your people who are telling us to go back to Africa, how many of y'all did the labor, were a part of that labor force? What were y'all doing when we were out there in the fields digging the railroads, doing all of the heavy lifting? Where were y'all at? Where were your people at? Where were the Polish? Where were the other people? Where were y'all at? And you got the nerves to be telling us, maybe not the Polish, because I like the Polish. They're less racist than others. I've lived with some Polish immigrants. They're pretty good people. Some others, right? How dare you say we should go back to Africa and this is your country? We have more of a right to be here than you do. You didn't do no heavy lifting. You had no rights. No heavy lifting. We did all the heavy lifting. Try doing that today. Like, You and your boys, or you and your group, a group of your friends, y'all go do some construction work. Y'all are working at a construction site, and you're just like roaming around doing whatever, eating all the food. And while your boys are doing all of the work, at the end of the day, and then it's time for you to get paid, you're going to step up and be like, I deserve the same amount of pay as you do, as y'all do. Where they do that at? Where they do that at? Oh my God. Wild Dog says, I'll take a free flight to the motherland, save me some money on my African tour. My retirement location is most likely not going to be USA. Wild Dog, you're going to mess around and fall in love with Africa and stay over there and then start beating yourself up and wondering why you ain't go there earlier. I'm telling you, what they tell you here is not what's back there. It really isn't. And it's gotten better. It's not all peaches and pies or whatever you call it. But trust me, you go down there, it's a different feel. But yeah, but it's weird. I don't know why people still say go back to Africa. What makes you think you deserve this country more than the African descent? It don't make sense. Many people think like you, Wild Dog. I know many Mexicans that are retiring in Mexico instead of USA. Let's keep going with this.
The immigrants of color. Like even with Trump, his wife.
Hey, yo, who's watching on the voting line? Put that in the comments. If you're watching, if you have an opportunity and you're online to vote, please put that in the comments. Who's watching from a voting line, please.
Is an immigrant.
Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. All right. Regardless of who you're voting for, be part of this process. This is the American process. That this process is making America great again.
You know, my manager's an immigrant.
Right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Canada.
Yeah, man. But that's crazy.
It's not even all that crazy. It is.
By the phone line, by the way, the phone lines are open to call into the show. Please email jointuplive@gmail.com. Let me go ahead and put that back on the banner. To call into the show, please, to call in, let me type that in. I think Harris sounds father of two. I think Harris sounds more presidential, and it did matter at one point. Unfortunately, now that we have to privilege Trump, it doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. Like I told you earlier, Michelle, First Lady Michelle Obama could not wear short sleeves, but Trump's wife could pose naked and have naked photos on the internet. I mean, the disparity, the difference is wild. How do we allow that? How is in one case, you're always saying that black women are whores and all of these things, and she wears a short sleeve, and all of a sudden, she's no longer representing the office of the White House or the presidency, but yet Melania Trump is posting naked and nude, and she's just okay with that. I mean, she's just okay. That's okay. Barack Obama, just like Trump, had to say they were Christians, even though I know that neither one of them are Christians. But they had to say they're Christians, but you will believe Trump over Obama. Why? Why would you believe that Trump is more Christian than Barack Obama. Both of them were lying, but still. Why is it easier for you to believe that the white man could be a Christian, but the black man couldn't be a Christian? Why? I just got questions. Who's willing to come on here? I want a Trump supporter to come on here. Come talk to me. Why is it so easy for you to believe that Trump's a Christian, and it's not easy for you to believe that Barack Obama is a Christian? And again, I told you, I believe they both lied. Trump lies that he's a Christian because I think prior to being a politician and going to these churches for photo op, I believe he would not know where a church is located in Harlem, Brooklyn, Manhattan, anywhere. I don't believe he could locate a church. He don't even know what a church bell sounds like. He just said he was a Christian to run for president. Barack Obama, the same thing. I didn't buy it. I did not buy that Barack Obama was a Christian. Nah. He didn't have to be. Just like the Trump people said, people like Pat Robertson and them, just like they said, we are voting for the president-in-chief, not the pastor-in-chief, not the commander-in-chief, not the pastor-in-chief. I didn't have to believe that Barack Obama was a Christian because I already knew that I wasn't voting for the pastor-in-chief. But something in the American fabric, something in the conversation says that we didn't believe that he was a Christian. But something about us says we believe that Trump is a Christian. Why? What trait? Name one trait. Any trait. Forget the fact that he's the leader of the Republican Party that don't believe in abortions at a certain time and X, Y. Forget about the fact that he's leading the Republican Party. His personal life. What in his personal life? His mannerisms. Anything in his life that he's ever done, point blank period, that made you believe that he was a Christian. Name one thing besides the fact that he's white. But for some reason, it's so much easier to believe a white man than it is to believe a black man in America. Why? Do I look violent? Is it easier for you to believe a white guy over me? I love doing this. I love these conversations. Man, I wait for the day that these conversations bring a lot more people so that we can really have a conversation. I can't wait, man, because I got questions. And God has blessed me with wisdom to have some answers to these questions. And that's why I want to engage.
It is how the idea of us, like we want our country.
Father of two said he don't know the single verse in the Bible. I mean, I don't know if you can say Jesus wept.
You back. Black people didn't just come here. We didn't get on a cruise. Like it wasn't a job fair.
Right.
People came to do jobs you wouldn't do. Even in the other iterations, this is the thing about America. They always needed somebody to come and do work no one else would do. But then they need what they want is for them to.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. You work within my budget.
Come
that thing made me laugh every time.
Not become political forces. But
girl,
like,
you're
I hear
beautiful,
immigrants are
girl.
taking all the jobs. Maybe the job you see a legal immigrant doing, you go, I should be doing that right there. I want to do that.
Yes.
Only reason I'm a little mad is as a black man, they didn't show up during slavery. If they would have, we'd got some time off. Like, thank God you got here when you did.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
It's funny, but it's so true. D.L. Hughley is he's an educator. He's comedian first, educator second. If you listen to what he's saying, he's speaking a lot of truth. Name one job that illegal immigrants do in America that a white person that is crying out saying, oh, they're stealing our jobs. Or forget a white person. Anybody, any American saying they're taking our job. The only reason why I said white people, because that's the only people that I be hearing. Black people don't even want to work. Black people don't want to work. Black people ain't trying to work, so they can come and take all the they can come and take all the jobs as far as we can. Some black people be like, listen, they can come and take all the jobs as far as we can. Okay. Y'all take it all. Lord have mercy.
I got Tuesday and Thursday off now.
I noticed that at a festival
Thank
one time.
you, Louis.
I noticed that at a festival one time where I was sitting there and I'm like, the people who are cleaning these porta potties, I was like, none of them are white.
No.
Right. Out of the whole
No.
3 weekends,
No.
three days I was there, I was like,
What
not
you
one
say,
white
what
person.
job is an illegal immigrant taking?
Name me one.
Yeah.
Here's how it works. They will say.
So think about it. The people at the Trump rallies that are crying the most about immigration, the people that are the most vocal, the most outspoken, that are saying they're stealing our jobs, when they go to these Trump rallies, the ones that he has millions and millions of supporters that show up, at those rallies, those green, blue porta potties, those things, those bathrooms that they have on the outside, when it comes time to clean those things, it's usually not those people that will clean it, and they don't want to do their job. So who do you want to do those jobs? The jobs that the immigrants, the people that don't have documentation, the jobs that they're getting are not jobs that you're going to sit in an office to do, or not high-paying jobs that educated people would do. You don't want to do those jobs. So can we have an honest immigration conversation? Criminals that slip through the cracks. This is not the end of the world. This is not this is not The Walking Dead where people just show up at your border and you say, come on in. All right, you go do this. No. It's not. Bruh. When you come to the border of the United States, they take you in different places and they grill you. They question you. Yo, this ain't no game. I feel like the normal American needs to be put through the immigration process to understand how immigration works. Because I feel like you don't know, you have no idea how this works. You're listening to your politicians, but you've never gone through an immigration process. Sitting across one of those people, looking at you, trying to read you. Because your life as a free person to have this opportunity to be in America is hanging in a ballot, and it's up to that person to decide whether they are going to stamp that document to let you into this country. I feel like maybe some MAGA people need to go through that process to understand that this is not something where They're bringing millions. They're bringing millions. They're letting all the criminals in. They're bringing millions. Bruh. The immigration process, like Kamala says, is broken because you do have people in the immigration. I know of immigration agents that have been put in jail. You're going to get to a place where in immigration, you have agents. And the agents live in these communities and they become corrupt at times. So what happens is the immigration agent starts to get kickbacks. The people in the community know that oh man, did I just put pepper in my hot sauce in my eye? Come on, bruh. What the heck was I thinking? So the immigration agent knows people who needs help. So they start doing contracts on the side. I'm talking about how, this ain't gonna work. Oh man. I gotta do this with one eye. Dang. Let me play this D.L. Hughley video.
We built
I'll
this
be
country.
right back. Let me go
but
watch
then
my
you
eye,
have
guys.
this slew of people. No, you supervise. Like,
I'll be
you
right
see
back.
Black people picking cotton. You got a
man.
clipboard.
Yeah.
So, but there is a way that they demonize people. That you can just say these, you can cast these aspersions that people would just believe absent proof. They don't have to have any proof at all. That's the one thing you don't ever need anymore. And particularly when you come to black and brown people, you don't need proof. You just say it.
Yeah.
They lazy. They want.
When you sit here and talk about FEMA, there's somebody that's looking at this like, man, look at those two dummies up there.
Yeah.
Talking about FEMA stealing.
Yeah.
They're not stealing.
And when they get out of bed with their sister, what they're going to do? when they get out of bed, and they drive away in their house, as their knuckles drag the floor.
Hey man, what about Trump when he said they're eating dogs? And my man was like, I saw it on TV.
Yeah, which is ironic to me because black people don't even walk dogs. Right. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen?
No, I know. Growing up, we didn't. I know.
You ever see a black dog break out the gate and don't know where to go, so he go back home? I guess I let him chain me back up to the clothesline.
Hey man, I know. Growing up, it was 7 of us, and I never heard my mom say, "Cause somebody walked the dog."
Never.
Yeah,
Ever.
man. I never.
You would chain your dog up to the clothesline, put a big ass bowl of food, a big ass bowl of water, and when you came back, that nigga was wrapped around the pole like this.
Hey man, or you went to your homie's house and they had the dog that knew exactly the perimeter that you could walk up to the dog.
Exactly.
Because he was tied up to like an old tether net or some tetherball net.
Or when you were riding your bike, you knew how far he could jump over the gate.
Yeah,
and
man.
every once in a while he'd make it over. You're like,
yeah, man.
School's out today.
Hey man, but it's crazy. You don't see that as much. And I didn't walk dogs, bro.
No. Now I take my dog with me.
Oh yeah.
But it's funny because you can say anything. You can say anything about black or Latin, black or brown people. You can say anything about them and people will believe you. Anything. Like the same time they're saying Latins eat dogs, Venezuelans took over Aurora. There is a mentality in this nation where you can say anything about them and in far reaches of the world and not even in far reaches of the world, they'll believe it. All you got to do is say Barack Obama wasn't born here. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
She's not really black. Okay. They eating dogs. Everybody say, and it'll be, and that's how deeply rooted the belief system in this country that we're naturally deviant to me. That's insane to me. Like George Lopez said this, is funny. Every time, if they're so lazy, if they're so lazy, how come every time you arrest them, they're at work? You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't never see them. No days off. You never bust them hanging out at the park.
What are you doing? Nothing.
We just got this nigga waking up from a nap.
Nothing.
But here is the thing that's funny. If it weren't for Brown.
All right, guys, I'm back. Yo, I was eating my piece of chicken with hot sauce on it. and I wipe my eyes without cleaning my hands and put pepper in my eyes, yo. What? That was intense. Lord have mercy. Hey, CU fan, you can actually click on the same link. You should be good. That I didn't stop the stream, so that link that you have, you should still be good with that link. So click on that link to come back on. But I think I was explaining the immigration, how the immigration process could be corrupt. So the immigration agents, the ones that are supposed to vet the people coming into the country, basically some of them become corrupt. They start taking kickbacks. They start taking money to vet certain people that may not have the qualification. They will start, well, the qualifications. They will start telling them what to do and how to get around the system. Like I said, you know, I know people that have went to jail for that. I didn't know people, but I know of people that have gone to jail for that. Because that's basically what happens. Like, you know, if you're supposed to be vetting somebody for the immigration process and they're missing some type of paper, you can turn the blind eye. It's just like the FDA, Federal Drug Administration, or the people that test the foods and stuff like that. Everything can become corrupt. If you have a restaurant or you got some meat factory or something like that, all you gotta do is just pay the inspector agent, and hey, can you please just look the other way for this X, Y, and Z? But boom, the same thing happens with the immigration. But the thing that a lot of the MAGA people get angry about is so silly, bruh. The Haitians that are coming to America, they're not border people. So the Haitians that came to America, they came to America through an immigration process, an agreement that was agreed upon by both countries, both governments. It's not for free, I'm sure, but it's something where America has some type of interest. Either it's like the good faith of America trying to help the Haitians, or y'all got something America wants, right? America ain't just gonna be doing you no favors for nothing. So Haiti either has something that America wants, right? I don't know what y'all got. If you're a Haitian, you tell me. I work with a bunch of Haitians now. If you're a Haitian, you tell me, what do y'all have that America wanted to make some type of agreement, right? Where you guys were like told that you can they'll bring a bunch of your citizens into the country, give y'all food vouchers, give y'all place to stay, and you can just work. You can work. First of all, they will do that for Africans. They'll do that for Haitians, other groups, right? So some agreement was made. So they started bringing in a bunch of Haitians, and then to find different cities, different states to put these people in. Oh, let's go over here. You know, this place right here was highly populated, but a lot of people have left, and now the city is kind of like becoming vacant, and we need to repopulate the city. If you know about this process, let me know. Come on the show and talk. But this is my limited education about what's going on that I know. But that's what's happening. That's what you're gonna get. So whatever agreement was made with between the two countries, now some of their citizens are being bussed in or being flown in and given food vouchers, money. You only get a certain amount to be able to just start your life, get an apartment, to be able to eat, and then, you know, they calculate how long it's going to take you to get a job, which they help you to get, and then to start your life in this, you know, to get out of the system that they put you in. That's what happened with the Haitians. Now, whether they were eating gooses or geese, whether they were eating whatever they were eating, your dogs or not, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why they would have to eat your dogs or your geese or whatever. I don't know. But I don't think it became a situation where it was happening so much that it should have been like some type of pandemic or something that was just going on. But again, the person that's running on the other ticket is not, he's not a good politician, right? Like, pick your fights. The ones you're going to fight, pick the things that are going to actually matter to the general public, not just to the people that's already voting for you. He don't care, and I don't think he's smart enough to even know. So he's giving red meat to his people. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. I'm sure you've heard all the songs. He can't help himself. A good politician, whether it's true or false, I'm sure some of that stuff is true, right? I don't know how big of an issue it is, but most of the time, those things are not big enough for you to bring to the general population, the general public. But he can't help himself. He knows his base. But when you're so late in the process, should you even be tackling those things that only your base is going to find interesting? Let me bring on my guy, Phil So Real. Phil So Real, how you doing, brother? Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey man, I'm doing well. I'm in Scottsdale, Arizona for work. So got my meeting out the way this morning. So I've just been kicking back, chilling, trying to get some work done. Had a minute to jump on, so I wanted to come and join you today for a little bit.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Hard topic, and I know a lot of the regulars are not going to come on, but thanks for joining me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
So I don't know if you know too much about the immigration debate that the MAGA people love to harp on, but
specifically which part of it?
Well, the fact that they're bringing in all of these people by the millions, as you know, as Trump loves to say.
Well, I mean, I think there is some validity to there being an issue that needs to be addressed, right? I think we can all agree that the immigration process here in the U.S. is not one that you would want to have to deal with. Just even with my wife being from Jamaica and doing it the right way, there's a lot of paperwork that is involved with it. There's a lot of money that's involved with it as well. So yeah. But I think the biggest issue is when you have one side who is trying to basically villainize a whole group of people just because they don't come from here. I think that's when we get into the issues when you're demeaning somebody, making somebody feel less than because they're not from here and they're just trying to make an honest living, working harder than most Americans are willing to work. To me, it's kind of a slap in the face to all those people that are really working hard to just get out of a terrible situation from where they're coming from.
One thing I want to articulate is mostly to the MAGA people is I feel like they don't understand how rigorous the immigration process is. I feel like they're just being scared and they're being told something that they want to hear because it's a scare tactic. But the immigration process is a rigorous process. Like you said, it takes a long time because obviously I had to go through it. It takes a long time and it takes a lot of money. So for them to be so afraid, like we're not even we're not a border town, right? We're not a border state. And we're getting a lot more of that. The commercials about the border in New York. And I'm like, we are so far from any border. Why are we even talking about the border?
But serious question though, are there not issues with immigrants or migrants getting housing in New York? Because I mean that's kind of like some of the talking points you hear is like, oh well, they're giving housing to the immigrants and they're getting, $2,000 worth of food stamps and all this, that, and the third. So I mean, I'm just wondering, like, you're in New York, like, is that something that's realistically happening? Because it is a talking point for sure.
Yes. But the thing about it is, let's deal with it through education.
Right.
Let's not deal with it through scare tactics. Let's not deal with it with the mindset of, I'm going to scare you into thinking that your country is under siege and you need to vote for me so that I can fix it. If you really wanted to fix it, you had 4 years. Why didn't you fix it when you had 4 years? It was such a big problem. It ain't
I
just
always tell people
start happening.
I always tell people this: you'll know exactly what a politician believes in based off of what they signed as soon as they get into office. The first big piece of legislation that Trump signed was, obviously the tax cuts. The first piece of legislation that Obama passed was healthcare. So when you see the things that they're willing to pass when they first get into office, like that first 100 years, whatever they're hyper focused on, that's what they really believe in. And if he really believed in protecting the border, like you said, he had 4 years to get that done. He's had 4 more years to think about how to fix it. Since he lost his reelection run. So after 8 years, you don't have a legit plan. I don't think you actually care about it the way you say you do. You're just using it as a talking point for the people that follow you.
Right. And I'm specifically trying to speak to the MAGA people, the people that just feel like, oh, this is our savior. This is the guy that's going to change America, make America safe. And because all these people are coming in, and he loves America because that's he's trying to keep our border safe. And I'm like, well, did you forget that he was the president? Right? He was the president. And this border situation, this immigration system has been broken before all of them. But he never
What is it,
wanted...
willful ignorance?
I feel like it's manipulation. I feel like the people are uneducated and they're not willing to be educated and they don't care. But the issues that they keep, like if you were just to have a conversation, just a loose conversation about anything with a Trump supporter, a MAGA person, they would just shoot these things off. He loves America. He's going to protect us from at the border. Da 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 da. But the conversation you and I having, and I'm about to bring Tim on to join us. To have these conversations is to try to get some type of understanding of, hey, the way you're thinking about it, it's not the way it works. Because I think the regular MAGA person thinks that the border is just open and people are just running through, and Kamala is just letting everybody in. I think that's what they're thinking about. I'm like,
no, nobody cares about the truth and the lies more entertaining. Harry, that's what it boils down to. Shout out to Charlamagne the God for that quote.
But even with that, my guy, like, it has to do with you choosing your president.
Harry, I want to make sure I understand everything you're saying. I'm just trying to give a voice to the voiceless in this conversation. I'm just trying to help you. I'm just trying to help you somewhat understand how they think, because I think it's a fair statement to say that I have more friends or more people that are close to me that would be considered MAGA than you do. And so some of them we do have, some deeper conversations, but I will say, at least for them, they're not like the delusional MAGA. I think they're just your traditional Republicans who, as much as they may not agree with Trump, still want to vote Republican as a whole.
All right, so let's bring on Tim. Tim, what up, man? Thanks for calling back in. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. What up with it, Phil?
What's going on, Tim?
You got it, brother.
Anything you want to add to what we were just saying?
Kind of bring me up to speed a little bit. I heard the last few minutes of it.
So this is the idea where I feel like a lot of people that support Donald Trump, the MAGA people, not all of them, because I know some MAGA people. My wife's best cousin, I would say, best friend, best cousin, is MAGA. So, but I know he's an intelligent person. But the general, the loose MAGA, they feel like, I mean, they're falling for the regular scare tactic for when it comes to like the border and immigration, right? Mm-hmm. We have real issues, really, really issues that we can deal with. But I feel like the MAGA person is a regular red-blooded white man who has no idea on how the immigration process works. And they just believe that people are just running through this the border, and they're scared that if we don't stop it, they're going to be next. They're going to be the next one killed because some immigrant is going to come out here and kill them. And I feel like they don't understand what's going on. They're just letting Trump scare them into thinking that the border issue.
Can I ask a question to the panel though?
Go ahead. And then Tim, you can then give me your thoughts on what we said. Go ahead.
So I hear everything you're saying here, but do you think that goes to show like maybe the issue with American politics as a whole, that the Democratic Party, moreover the Republican Party, was able to have somebody come in that was just so totally against the way they do things and basically take over the party? Does that go to show like the state of affairs in American politics, that neither party has been able to really rally behind somebody that has a message that all of America can believe in? And then you have somebody like Donald Trump who's just completely taken over and taking all the air out of American politics. Do you think that goes to show like some of the weakness in each party, that Trump is able to be who he is right now?
If I understand the question well, I would have to say the people that support Trump are the French, really, really like, are they the left or the right? The people that have been in the Republican Party that really wanted a support, a champion who really embodies what they think America is. And I think that those people have not had a voice for so long that Trump was able to tap into that. And here we are. Because nobody has spoken to these people for a long time. They were just kind of like,
and that's kind of my point. Like, why haven't the Democratic or the Republican Party, the traditional title of those parties, been able to reach those people? Because like the people in Appalachia, the working class that would normally vote Democrats, the quote unquote rednecks that you would see, that you before MAGA, you would have thought that they were MAGA. Those were your normal, blue collar working Democrat voting people. Now that Trump has come along, he's, for whatever reason, he struck a chord with them that they believe in, and now they're voting for him instead of voting for the Democratic Party. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like both parties have kind of fallen by the wayside with maybe their messaging.
So I'm going to let Tim speak, but I'm going to Tim. Let me say this, and maybe this will provide some type of consolation, if you may. I think there are two things going on here. I think I said this earlier, that there are people who truly, truly believe in American values, that want to have, like there are nationalists that really want America to get back to being America again in some way, shape, or form that they remember, and to get away from all of this immigrational thing that's going on. But they're getting caught up with the far, far people who are the tiki torch carrying folks who really want this country to be a skinhead country. Those people are getting mixed in with that small little fringe group. They're getting mixed in with all of that. And unfortunately, you can't shake your bad. Like, it's just like, like some black dudes are gangster and they will snatch your purse. But just because you're black, you're like, dang, I know this little shriveled little white lady in this elevator with me. I know she thinks I'm one of them. So how do I, like, what do I smile? Do I say, hey, ma'am? Do I say, ma'am, I'm not gonna snatch your purse, but we can have a car? Like, how do you separate yourself from those crazies?
You can't. If they're gonna judge a book by its cover, once they see you, they're gonna automatically think you're quote unquote one of them. So there's really
all white people are not racist.
Right. Well, I'm answering the question based off of how it was asked. So for those people, they're gonna see you being a black man, and if they have a prejudice against you or racist against you, then there's nothing you really can do, even if you offer them a smile. it was a lot of people smiling at white folks in the 20s and 30s, and they still was getting flipped behind. So you know what I'm saying? Like that whole being nice ain't always gonna work either.
What do you think, Tim? Your mic is on. You took off. You got off of mute, but now we can't hear you if you're talking. So Tim is gonna fix his mic and come back on. But I think it's like unless we think that all of MAGA is racist, which I don't believe.
Mm-mm.
I don't believe that all of MAGA is racist. I think there's a big part of MAGA that really believes in America, that really has America first values,
Mhm.
and they believe that Trump embodies that more so than anybody else. But the thing that frustrates me the most is that they think Trump is the only one just because he's white.
He's the only one. What? Just so I'm clear. The only one that believes
has
in America first?
values, that loves America the way that they love America, because that's what they're holding on to.
Well, I think they are the only ones that love America like they love America because it's from a toxic standpoint. It's from a toxic angle. So they are right, because nobody else is gonna love America like they do, because I don't think they love America for what the idea of America should be.
You bring up a good point. I want you to expound on that. Tell me, how do they love America? Can you identify that for me?
So I think it's from like almost it's almost like when you're in a toxic relationship where you have the male or female, they can't see all the wrong that the other person is doing, because they buy them flowers every now and then, or they take them out to eat, or they let them play the Xbox for a little bit. And so I think a lot of your America first, America loving, quote unquote, MAGA fiends have this idea that America is the greatest because we have a military power. Our economy is doing well. But I think a lot of those people also haven't been outside the US to see how life is, to see how other countries don't have to struggle for affordable health care, how other countries' roads systems, their infrastructure is so much better. So it's from a very small mindset as well. It's a lot that goes into it, and I think the biggest thing I can say to put a button on it is that there's just a level of ignorance when it comes to America, for certain MAGA people, and ignorance is not always a bad thing, but they just don't have an understanding of what it's like elsewhere, or understanding for lives that other people live in America, so they get to stay in that utopian America that they believe in.
Did you watch The Walking Dead?
Yeah, I did. I didn't finish all of the last 2 or 3 seasons, but the bulk of it I did watch. Yes, sir.
So it's like if we were to take it back to those primitive times, it's sort of like, the people that think that that Alexandria is so protected, they don't need to bring in nobody else to help out, or they don't need to have anything else because Alexandria is all good, right? Like their first leader, right? Like Alexandria don't need no help. We all good. That kind of toxicity. Tim, you back? Is your audio good?
I think so. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we can hear you too.
Let's get your thoughts in this conversation, because I need to hear what you think.
Okay, repeat it. Repeat
Yeah.
the question.
So it's not necessarily a question; it's a discussion about how the Trump supporters, how some of them love America so much that they can't believe that anybody else can love America. It's like he's the only one because he's white. I don't know.
I mean, I was actually having a conversation with a gentleman today that's actually from Puerto Rico. He lives here. He said he lived in Jersey, up in Newark. You know where Newark at.
Yeah,
so He lived up in Newark for some years or whatever. And I asked him the question of how he felt about the comments that was made at Madison Square Garden.
Mm-hmm.
And he shared with me his thoughts on it. But then I turned around and asked him how did he feel with about everything that's going on, and I couldn't understand how can a candidate that's running for position carry himself in the manner that he's carrying himself, and the things that he does, just some outrageous things, like, you know, making out with the microphone, for example. You got a
Yeah,
lot of people
was that real?
Yeah, bro, like, yeah, that was actually him doing that type of crazy stuff, and you got kids watching this, but you make what I don't like is you make excuses for his behavior. And like, you can ask somebody who's really, like, I have a teacher that I actually had the opportunity to have a conversation with her 2 days ago, because some of the stuff that I see her post on social media, and it raises an eyebrow to me, like, you must have always been that individual. I've seen glimpses of it, but I'm glad that you actually exposing yourself further in detail, that now that I'm older and I can really understand it a lot better. um I feel like people, not all Trump supporters, but some of your radical mega Trump supporters that still want to take this country back to a day where blacks were actually picking cotton. Here. And those days are never happen again without blood being shed. So I feel like it's you're not you're not born, you don't inherit racism. You're taught it. So I
I
feel
agree with that
like
wholeheartedly. I agree with that
so
wholeheartedly.
when it come to, like, I heard y'all tap into a little bit about a lot of people, you know, migrants fleeing their country to come here. Yes, some are coming here with ill intent. Some are coming here with good
But I
intentions.
think the percentages
So
is a lot more are coming with good intent than not.
exactly.
That's
So
what we
with that
miss a
being
lot.
said, right, exactly. So the individuals that that was born here in the United States, that lived here in the United States, never been outside of the United States, to see exactly what certain individuals talk about and try to warn you about the landscape of what this country could look like if y'all allow certain individuals. Because at this point, for me, it's not about Democrat and Republican. It's, to me, it's about, do we have a United States or not?
Phil, are you here? Because I think his audio just cut off.
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
still here.
Okay, just checking to see. Hey, Tim, just get your audio correct again. Something happened. Get your audio correct again. But yeah, but he makes a good point. I would want to, like I said earlier, I would want the regular American to maybe go through, like, just learn the immigration process, just for them to see it.
Right, and every situation is gonna be different because, like, again, my wife was here on a student visa when we met. So that
Mhm.
process looked a lot different. She was already here in the U.S. I have a childhood friend, classmate of mine. Now she's getting married to somebody from Nigeria, I want to say. But she, excuse me, he's never been to the States. So her process looks totally different than mine did because he doesn't have a visa. So I definitely don't know what it looks like for just a regular migrant immigrant. I don't know the correct terminology between the two that's coming over here seeking asylum or whatever the case is. What does that even look like?
You back, Tim?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
It's all good. So yeah, I mean, it is different,
I can't
right?
hear
It's going to be different from person to person. But for these people to be so scared, for these people to be so afraid, is weird to me. And I'm like, bruh, what you should be doing is to go ahead.
I was gonna say, you remember how before when I was like, a positive thing about a CU opponent isn't a negative thing about CU. I think anytime they see somebody else get rights and get liberties, they feel like their rights and liberties are then being infringed on. So whether you believe in gay marriage or not, you know, they feel like that's infringing on their ability to be happy being in a relationship. No, it just means that gay people can be miserable in a marriage just like straight people can. Like, it's not that big of a deal. So I think that's where some of the angst and some of the anger and some of the fear comes from.
That's a good point, and that's what. And I was gonna say that when it comes to to what you just said is, so the way that you feel about the people that are getting these benefits, like, you do understand that there is an immigration budget, right? Like, at least that basic education or that knowledge is there. Just like we have a budget for foster care kids, just like we have a budget for mothers who, you know, have been violently, you know, domestic violence, and when something like that happens to them, we're going to try to get them to have money so that they can take care of their children. We got a budget for most things. So
I think people don't know that.
That's what I'm saying.
And if they don't know it, they're okay with it too.
It comes with education and knowing, like, the system. There's a budget for everything. So keep in mind, like, the stuff that's happening, they're not going to take the budget for immigration and give it to you because you're an American. That's what I'm like.
Right. I mean, and I work for the federal government. I work in contracting, and when money is allotted for a specific thing, that money has to go towards that specific thing.
Yes.
At least over here with us. I don't know how other departments get down, but at least with us, you know.
But what about the people talking about the PPP loan, Phil? They talk about how the PPP loan was helping them. Blah, blah, blah. Even though you may not have done it, but you had to describe on that paper,
right,
how you were going to use that money, and that money could not,
It wasn't just I'm gonna fill this out and I'm automatically get money. Like, you had to put in some real effort for it.
Yeah, of course. Excuse me. I applied. I didn't get it. My wife applied. She got it because she was able to describe how the money was going to be used and what she was going to use it for. Yeah, you could have gotten it and go wild, but if they audited you and they found out where that money was going, you can go to jail.
Right.
So
and
yeah,
we got some people that is happening to now.
There are people that are in trouble for using that money for the wrong reason, for the wrong thing. Right? We're paying it back because my wife needed a loan to survive her business because she's an entrepreneur. But people think like, oh, okay, that money was just free money. You could have just known it wasn't. But the idea that we're talking about right now is it wasn't free. It's when we have a budget, the U.S. is going to take that money and allocate it to this thing right here. So now, the immigration thing that we're dealing with, that budget, that money that they're using to put New Yorkers, to put the immigrants that came to New York, to put them in hotels and other places, the immigrants that go to that go to Ohio, whether it was Springfield or wherever they went, the Haitians, that money was in the budget.
Right.
If it's not in the budget, we're not going to do it. Y'all
But,
think
but
America
I
is
think,
nice, but America ain't that nice.
but I think you also can have the conversation to say, okay, well, why are we putting that much money in the budget to do that for people who are not Americans? Because I mean, that's a
Because
valid
that's how
conversation to
we
have.
get things for America. Like, go watch The Walking Dead. It takes you back to primitive times.
But this
something
is what
for
I'm saying,
something,
though.
right?
but
I'm answering your question. Let me answer your question. You put money away for immigration because it bolsters your negotiating power, right? You can go to countries and say, I want this, just like in The Walking Dead. You can go to the hilltop and say, okay, let me get 3 bottles of water or 3 gallons of water, and I will give you access to X, Y, and Z. And if your people were to ever get into trouble, we have $1 billion set aside to make sure that they're going to be okay. Like, it's negotiating power. Let's bring on Tim. But go ahead and speak with it. And I'll bring on Tim. Welcome back, Tim.
Hey, sorry about that, man. I'm at work and my phone just keep ringing. I apologize.
It's all good. Go ahead, Phil.
No, so I was just gonna say, like, I understand, I hear everything you're saying, but I'm trying to give you the talking points because they're gonna look at a situation like the hurricane that came through and kind of messed up, the people in West Virginia, in the Appalachians or whatever, right? So they're looking at it and saying, oh, we're only gonna get $600 from FEMA, but an immigrant can get $2,000 a month for groceries or whatever the case is. So again, we can have the conversation that there's a budget for X, Y, and Z, but we can also understand why people, whether they know the truth or not, will still have an issue with seeing someone who's not an American, who's an illegal, coming over here living off the government when you have Americans who are struggling. That, I think, is their bigger point. And I think that is also something I've not heard the Democratic Party speak to as to why they can find money for this that affects people who aren't Americans, but can't find money to affect people who are Americans.
Hey, you right, Phil. And they're not gonna touch that hot stove, that hot eye. You know what I mean? Because it's actually factual. It's
Right.
something. How can you have like I've stated earlier, Harry? If you go to Austin, Texas, or you ever drive through Austin, Texas, and look at the amount of homeless people there, you'll be amazed. If you ever been to Los Angeles and looked at the homeless population there, it's crazy. And it's sad that us as Americans, we have to come up with creative, I mean, our heart as citizens of the United States, right? Our hearts are big that we come up with ideas to try to fix a problem that the government should be fixing, such as veterans, right? A guy down there in Austin came up with bought some land and came up with a tiny village
That's dope.
location to where they making tiny homes for homeless people to live in, because that's how bad the homeless population has gotten in Austin, Texas. So it's almost like a slap in the face to us. But I agree with Phil also. You got immigrants that's coming to the United States and they want to be a part of the American dream, and you're able to access all these benefits, but us as an American citizen, especially I only can really speak for the African American population.
But why you can't speak to the white also? We're all Americans.
Right,
Talk
but
to all of us.
I can use our culture to better push my point out.
Okay.
they come here, they're able to take advantage of, they're able to start small businesses and get loans and grants and stuff for businesses and stuff. But us as African Americans, we're not able to access some of those same things, and we're born and raised here. Not only that, we can have the credentials, we can have the credit, we can have the money saved up to try to take out a loan for a business, but we're placed in a percentage. You heard me throw out percentages on your channel a lot. So
but what does that have to do with immigration?
Huh? You talking about fixing immigration?
Well, okay.
Well, it goes to his point about how immigrants are getting deals that American people aren't. Just like how he was talking about Americans had to come up with creative ways to get housing for veterans when the government should be doing that.
Right.
And then you have people that are coming in that are not from here that are able to start up businesses that plenty of people in the US, blacks included, would love to have that money for startups, but they're going towards people who are not American citizens. And for most Americans, we have an issue with that.
Right. And then on top of that, Phil and Harry, if you got illegal immigrants coming in here, right?
What
you hold on 1 second before
they don't look like us.
No, regardless of how the color that they look, they can be purple for all I care. What I'm saying is, if they're coming here across the border, or wherever they coming from, all walks of life, it's like I welcome me as an individual, my mentality, my personality, my heart. I welcome you in because I've been to third world countries. I know how some of them operate. I've been to Incirlik, Turkey. I've been to Istanbul. I've been to Ankara. I've been to
Negro.
Frankfurt, Germany. You know, I was blessed and had the privilege of traveling with my dad when he was in the Air Force to a lot of these different countries, to live there, to see the culture, see how people operate. And people always talk about, you know, the third world country. This ain't gonna come to no third world country. Okay, have you ever been outside of Texas? Have you ever been outside of New York? Have you ever been outside of Alabama to see what it even looked like? Looking at it all on the TV.
Hey, Tim, let me answer let me talk on your first thing you and Phil are agreeing on, that I'm not with y'all. I'm not standing with y'all. Let me speak on that real quick.
Go ahead.
And is it Gerald? I think it's Gerald. I was about to call him Gerard again. So Gerald D says, and New York is putting immigrants in hotels where American homeless are sleeping on the ground. How is that okay? Let's talk about this calmly. All right. America is it's a first world nation. We have first world resources. There are resources for people to work. I was just playing D.L. Hewley, and D.L. Hewley talks about the jobs that no Americans want to do. Right? America has a social what is it? Social whatever. I'm about to say social studies. So, social worker has a social worker, whatever that thing is. We have that system for any American that wants the opportunity to earn a living. That process is there. You have to understand that a budget that is set for something specific is not going to go to somebody who does not want to work and they want they want money to be given to them so that they can stay the way that they want to stay. There are homeless people out there that if you ask them, hey, I can give you a job if you want it, and they will literally look in your eye and say, nah, I don't want your stupid job. I'm good where I'm at. So I want the part of the conversation that speaks on that to also be heard, because it ain't like America is just like going to just be handing money out to homeless people and say, here's the money, because there are social services that are available to the homeless. There are homeless shelters. There are places that you can put people, but some, not all, and not a lot, some, maybe a small percentage of people are lazy. They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything. If you're going to run your country, if you're going to run your city or your state or whatever, you're going to be president, you're not going to be, oh, I'm going to take care of I'm just going to take the budget out of everything else and I'm going to take care of this homeless problem. Because what's going to happen is people are going to be the PPP loan people, and they're just going to want to take this money just so they don't have to go to work. Because we should, in America, should know that there are jobs for people who want it.
Right.
It may not be the job you want, but it's a job to help you to get back on your feet.
Hey, Harry, let me jump in real quick, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. Go ahead.
I might need to piggyback off of Tim too. Go ahead.
Okay, what you're saying goes exactly in line with what I'm talking about. If who was that who said in New York immigrants are being housed?
Gerald D.
Okay,
it's on the screen right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Here, I mean not here, but do you not think that that's a slap in the face to Americans that are born here? The only time that I've seen them open up like the Omni here when it was freezing here, when Ted Cruz went on vacation to Cancun and the rest of his state was freezing to death without power, and I hope he loses tonight. But
you got venom for that guy. I can tell.
I got a lot of venom, bro. Mamba venom. But what I'm saying is that the only time that they took, even though they had the homeless shelters in place and everything, the Omni Hotel, the owner of the Omni opened up his doors for the homeless people and put them in a nice bed, great showers, everything. They didn't have to worry about getting robbed or something in a homeless shelter or any of that sort. But to go back to your immigration statement, if you bringing in a lot of immigrants from across the border, even though they have a budget set for that, that's word of mouth. Yes, we have a budget set for it. Do you know what the budget cap is? No, you do not know. The budget is the American people, because we got to pay for that through taxes. So with that being said, it's like a lot of them come, they need food to feed themselves, not only themselves, their family members. So they're able to take advantage of social services and get food stamps, WIC, if they even still do that. I'm not 100% sure. But what I'm saying, guess who got to front that bill? Me and you, that's going to work every single day.
I'm happy to do it.
I mean, I'm happy to do it too, but it can get to a point. You happy to do it now, but if it raises even higher out of your comfort, then you're gonna be like, you know what, this is getting ridiculous.
But listen to this. Politicians, right? They're playing games with us, and I think it's up to us to not allow them to play games with our tax money, because yeah, Kamala says she wanted to do something, right? She wanted to close the border. They got a bunch of people together on both sides of the aisle, and they came up with a border bill. But according to her, Trump called his representatives and said, you got to kill that, because if I run, I cannot run on a situation that's already fixed. I'd rather run on the problem. And we all know in America, problems are easy. It's easier for you to run on the problem and scare people than it is for you to try to fix a situation.
Kamala Harris did not. Kamala Harris, that bill was drafted by Republicans. That was a Republican bill that made it up there. And like you said, Trump called because he wanted to run on that narrative for the election. But that was
if
a
it was
Republican bill.
If it was majority Republican bill, but it was something that both Democrat and Republicans agreed upon, then
yes, it was a bipartisan bill,
fail?
but it was drafted up by Republicans.
Right. Then how
Can I chime in on that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so with that whole situation, Trump didn't want to give the Democrats what would look like a win before the election, and that goes to the issue with the American politics. I want to make this point real quick, and then I want to go to the pushback that you gave on what I said, because I don't think we're talking but not communicating. But I'm gonna finish this point first.
Got it.
The issue with politics is that, okay, let's say, for example, let's say tonight Kamala wins, and the Democrats, they have the House and the Senate by a slim majority. The Republicans in the House and the Republicans in the Senate are not going to push anything through because they don't want the other party to get the win. And it is sickening that you have Democrats and Republicans who are willing to not vote on something that's going to help the American people because it's going to give a win to the person across them that has an R or a D or is red or is blue. And we got to get away from that. If anything, if I was a presidential candidate running, I would tell my whoever counterparts, hey, listen, you may not like what I got going on, but we need to pass these bills that's going to help the American people. Give the American people a win so you can go home and brag about what you're able to do and not go home and say, oh, well, they haven't been able to do anything. Yeah, they haven't because you haven't voted on anything. Now, to your point, as far as the budget is concerned, my argument was never that there was a budget or that the money from the budget for immigration should be used for American citizens. Again, I'm talking about the optics and how it is easier for the Republican talking point to stick when, as an American, you can see people coming and staying in hotels that are not, U.S. citizens, and then you have U.S. citizens that are struggling to recover from a hurricane, and they hear that they're only getting $600 from FEMA, when in actuality they're going to get more. And also, the Cheeto in chief, he's the person that defunded FEMA. So, and in some cases, he wants to actually get rid of it altogether, which is going to hurt a lot more people that looks like him than people that look like us. So, again, I just want to be clear. My argument is not that there's
Wait, did you call him the Cheeto in chief?
That's what I used to call him.
The orange savior.
Yeah, hey, the tangerine machine, man, all that.
So, but okay, so let me just speak to. I think Gerald said that not all homeless people are lazy. I don't think I was
willing to work. No, I think he was saying not all homeless people are willing to work.
Right, but I wasn't suggesting that all homeless people are lazy and they don't want to work. That's not what
he said, though. But that's not what he said. I think
he said, Harry, you should take your show to the streets and meet some of the homeless folks. Hear their stories. Not all of them are lazy.
Okay, that's crazy because before that he says not okay, immigrants are not working either while they live in these high-end hotels. Okay, yeah, that's my bad.
So yeah, I mean, I just want to speak on that because I don't think I'm suggesting that all people who are homeless are lazy people that don't want to work. I think that's when we're yelling at each other and I'm hearing these debates flying back and forth and we're not taking our time to have a good conversation about things. This can kind of get caught up in that, because then as soon as you hear somebody say something, then that's what it goes to. It's like, oh, so you think all homeless people are lazy? They don't want to work? No. What happened to situations where people become homeless? There are homeless resources. I want to make that very clear. There are resources in the United States of America, just like they have the budget for immigration and other things. There are resources for and social services for people who fall on hard time. There are those services out there. If you are a homeless person, let's say you had a car accident, you couldn't work because you got sick or something happened to you, and now you couldn't work the type of job that you could do, and you fought on hard times. If that is the situation, and maybe your medical bills kind of got backed up on you and you had to be homeless, there are services to help you in America. All right. And sometimes, yes, those services run out, and sometimes you can't do nothing. Those are some of the situations that some homeless people they have to deal with, because they just can't physically, they can't work. But that's not the entire homeless population. There are homeless people that happen to be drug users. There are homeless people that don't care about working. How do I know this, and what am I talking about? I used to live in the projects, in the hood, Claremont Court, Greensboro, North Carolina. I don't know if we lived in the hood in Boston, in Massachusetts, but we've lived in a couple of hoods. You should hear some of these stories that some of these people, when you're paying $23 for rent and all the other suckers got to go to work, you try to preserve your $23 of rent per month. You try to preserve that and keep that. Who wants to lose that? I'm going to pass it down to my kids. And my kids ain't trying to work either. They're trying to figure out a way to keep that $23 in the family. These are real things that I've talked about with people. It ain't just something I'm just talking on, and I'm some privileged person sitting on a microphone and thinking that all homeless people are lazy people that don't want to work. If that's what you hear, then unhear that, if it's possible. But I'm trying to tell you that to solve issues, for leaders to solve the issue, which is a really big issue of immigration, it's not as simple as, oh, we got money for war. Let's just take all the money and let's take the defense budget instead of going to war. Let's just give it to the homeless, or let's take all the immigration money and let's just give it to the homeless. If you think that's how you lead, you are sadly mistaken. That is not how you run a country. You cannot effectively run a country like that. You can't. It's never going to work, because the budgets that you have, you need certain budgets to be able to do certain things when it comes to immigration. If you don't have that money, you can't make deals around the world. With the budgets, you can make deals, but if you're thinking, oh, okay, we're just going to solve all of our homeless problems by just giving money to people who are less fortunate, the thing that you're going to run into are the people that get lazy and they don't want to do nothing. You know how many people of color like us, the stories where they're like, oh, yo, I'm about to get my money. I don't want to mess that up. Do you know, like, I'm trying to tell you, bruh. For my panel,
you got a lot of Republican talking points, man. The dumb Negroes don't want to work; they just want to pay welfare their whole life. That's what.
But that goes with white people too. There's more white people. There are more white people on food stamps and are receiving social services things than there are dumb Negroes. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
When you're receiving resources, I'm telling you, because I had to go through this myself. When you're receiving resources and the resource have been, giving you a certain lifestyle, and now you're going to mess around and go get a job and leave that resource, how many people are willing to do that? How many of y'all were really telling the truth on your PPP loan application? This is a life thing. If you because human beings are naturally lazy people. All human beings, we're naturally lazy. If you give me a reason to be lazy, I will be lazy. I'm not saying that this is the solution to the immigration problem. I'm just saying that you cannot you think the argument of, oh, let's just give the money to all of the people that are homeless. Do you know what percentage of the homeless people in this country actually homeless because of choice or homeless because of a really bad situation? Do you know the percentage? You don't. And if you give the citizens a reason to be lazy, they will be lazy. Look at all the rich people with food stamps. I'm trying.
That's a fact. They are middle class. I know some middle class people who has food stamps, who getting food stamps, and I'm like, how is that even possible?
How you get?
I mean, it's the American system. If you don't have anything in your name and you know how
That's
to work
true.
the system, you good. You good. Don't put nothing in your name.
Trump will literally have food stamps if he can get around with it. I'm trying
That's
to tell you, like,
facts.
that's just how it is. But you cannot, as a leader of a country, or you having a budget for a state, you can't lead from the mindset of, oh my gosh, there's somebody right on my doorstep who I got to step over. You know, it's a homeless guy that's living right on the street, and I got to step over him every time I go to work. You can't give that guy money. As much as you want your heart to feel the way that you wanted to feel, you can't give that guy money. You just can't.
Yo, let me tell you something, Harry. I was out downtown in the town that I live in, and we was outside this little spot, and it's like a little arcade spot for adults, or whatever, right? So it's this homeless guy comes through. He's talking to me and my cousin. We talking to him, and we looking at each other like, all right, we know we just waiting for the shoe to drop. We know he's gonna ask for something, right? And he looks at us dead in the eye and just like straight up, he'll like, look, it's been a rough week. I just want a beer. Can you buy me a beer? I like, you know what, bro? I appreciate your honesty. I'll buy you 2 beers. Here you go, man. Enjoy your night. And some people who are in bad situations, they just need a small escape from it. They're willing to do what it takes. But you just never really know. You never really know what people got going on until they open their mouth and say something to you.
You don't. But guess what? I'm telling you, like, even good people with good intentions. If you set a precedent that, oh, I'm just gonna give you free money just because you're homeless, why would I want to work if I can just get the money? If I don't have to work and you can just give me the money because I'm an American, and now we're not gonna fight no more wars, we ain't gonna join with our allies and support them. We're not gonna send no more tanks over and join our allies. And then guess what? All that money runs out. So now we can't help nobody. We're vulnerable now. You gotta watch The Living Dead, bro. If you don't help nobody in the world, when it comes time and you need help, they're not gonna help you, bro. It's a bigger micro. It's a micro. Like the show is a small portion of what we experience in life. If you don't keep that budget for the military to go to war when your allies need it, and you say, "Oh no, I got homeless living right here. Why don't I just give them all these billions of dollars that I'm spending for war?" If China declares war on America, it's a wrap, bro. Ain't
Let me ask
nobody
you a
coming to
serious
help.
question. Do you think $1 less trillion going towards the defense budget is going to stop America from being the greatest military power in the world?
What president are you setting?
No. We
It's
said
a
we're gonna ask questions in good
no?
faith. No, we're gonna ask questions in good faith, Harry. I can't let you do that. I can't let you do that, Harry. We're coming in good faith. No pun. Pause. We're everything we're presenting is in good faith. I'm asking a serious question. Will $1
The only
trillion
way I can
less?
answer your question is with a question.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so that means you're not going to answer the question. But go ahead. I'll answer your
No,
question. Go ahead.
What is your ask your question? Let me see if I can answer it.
Will $1 trillion less going towards America's defense budget make us now not the number one military power in the world?
Yes, the money that you cannot take away from the budget, because that money, there's a way for me to say this. Do you know how much it costs to lift these big machineries, to carry it over to other countries, to set up tents and to have food and feed people who are coming from war-torn situations, to even feed your own soldiers, for them to have communication, for them to have travels?
I understand that it costs money. My simple question is
Right, but if you take away one
so okay,
trillion,
so let's say we do 100 billion. Let's say $100 billion less in that budget to go towards education, homelessness, or whatever. Is that going to take America away from being the number one power, military power in the world?
I would have to evaluate why do you think that our budget is based upon us staying number one? I don't think it's about us staying number one. I think it's about us being ready for any situation. I don't think we're that shallow that we're trying to stay number one. And
do you think it'll make us less ready? So all I'm saying is okay. So what you're saying is
because you can't solve the problem by throwing money at it.
Okay,
the solution is not money.
So what you're saying is any decrease in the U.S. military budget will make us less safe. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Because what did we say with defund the police? The argument that was put forth with defund the police, we don't need to be so militarized, right? Militarized or whatever. We don't need so many
militarized,
cops. Yeah. Militarized, okay. We don't need so many cops, right? I'm from Liberia. I'm an immigrant. Yes. So Geraldine. So if we defund the police, now we don't have enough police on the streets for specific situations, riots, and all kinds of crazy stuff that goes on in the U.S. So
but you realize that wasn't the wasn't the context of what they meant by defund the police. They did want to take away militarization of the police, and they wanted to take away some of the immunity that the police officers have when it comes to being charged with attempted murder or murder. They did want to add funding, keyword add funding, to where they had more resources to deal with people with mental health. So let's say, for example, somebody's called on the scene and somebody's having like a psychic trip, a psychedelic trip, or something like that, a psychotic trip, excuse me. And instead of the
Sonia
police
Massey?
officer, who?
Sonia Massey?
You can use her for as an example, but they would be trained better on how to de-escalate things, which is what they should be doing anyway. But they want to have better training for more unique situations as we deal with mental health. So it wasn't all about taking guns away from police officers. That never was the case.
No, but I was saying the arguments that was put forward to defund what, regardless of whatever the situation was, the argument that the opposing argument was that defunding the police would make our streets less safe. I think that was the opposing argument. So to answer your question, I was using that opposing argument to say, yes, any money that you take away from our budget for our military defense budget is going to make us less safe. How is it going to do that?
I just don't agree with that.
We're leaps and bounds. Let me at least land my plane.
Even though you didn't answer my question directly, I got you.
So when you're taking, you got to keep in mind with this one thing. Whenever you take money away from the budget to solve a problem, you think you're just taking money for that one incident or that one time. That's not how this works. Because if you've ever gotten a government, well, you work in the government, daggone it. You're working, and you understand what I'm about to say. Companies, nonprofit organizations that gets budgets to run programs, kids football program, putting computers in low-income neighborhoods, giving tax for my sister. Let me use her for example. Giving tax services, free tax services for low-income people who don't have money to be able to get their taxes done. That's what she does. So when you get these government contracts, you're depending on this contract being renewed. However, with whatever the criteria are, whether it's 6 months or for a year. You're really depending on it because any business, right? That business requires at least, let's say, 5 years for it to be profitable or something like that. So
I think it's 3 to 5 years. Yeah.
3 to 5 years for it to be profitable, or at least for it to survive. So you're going to be dependent on that contract, right? So let's say you want to solve the homeless crisis, or you want to solve the immigration crisis, or whatever you want to solve. You're just going to take that $1 trillion. Are you taking that $1 trillion every year, or are you taking that $1 trillion every month? How long are you taking it, or one time? Because that's going to then tell me whether you mean business or you're just trying to pacify a situation.
Well, I mean, with the government is yearly. Our fiscal year runs from October 1 to September 30. So it's gonna be yearly. But I mean, I hear what you're saying. I just disagree, and I think that's okay. You know.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else to add to it. You stated your case. So
no, there are no easy solutions.
No, I do think though that I hope that you will slowly start to see some younger people get involved in politics. And when I say younger, I would say maybe like mid-30s and a little bit higher. I think we need some new blood in the Senate, in the House. I think we need some new and fresh ideas because, honestly, the way we've been doing things has been the same way for a really, really long time on both sides of the aisle. And I think it's time for us to try to do something different and try to really we ain't got to make America great again. We just got to make America better every day. And I think that's kind of what we need to focus on as U.S. citizens.
And then use whatever I don't know where the budget's going to come from, but we got to pay some of these nonprofits to do more education for our voters. We got to educate people more, because I think where the sentiment and the anger comes from is the argument we just had, because people are thinking, how the heck you going to take all this money and just give it to those immigrants who are not supporting, who are not contributing to the budget? How are you just going to take care of them? And you got all these homeless people out here, but people are not educated to even have an educated conversation to get to it, to get to this place that you and I just got. Because it's a shouting match. Nobody's going to hear anybody. Because you're right, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm wrong. It's like, how do we get to this place where people really understand with education? Because if I don't have a master's degree in organizational communication education from Bowie State University in Maryland, right? If I don't have that education, it's hard for me to mentally process what's going on. I'm still going to be at the level of being upset because I see homeless people and people are just, and we're feeding Haitians. Why the heck are we feeding Haitians? So we got to educate the general public. I don't know where that comes from. I don't know how to do that. I don't know, but I feel like and then we got to do something about MAGA. What if Kamala Harris wins tonight? What happens to MAGA?
It's not going anywhere because he's not going anywhere.
That's fine, but he's no longer powerful, so nobody cares. But what happens to those people?
They're still going to believe in him. I think it will slowly but surely die down. But you're still going to have some very loyal members of his fan base. I am more concerned about what the Republican Party is going to look like, because if now the Republican Party if the Republican Party comes further away from the extreme and closer to the center, I think that will actually help them end up getting more votes in the future than the Democrats. So this could be a winning strategy for them to have him to lose, because they can gain more voters with him not being there. But as far as like the MAGA fan base, I don't think that's going anywhere for a while.
But okay, so the question is, if they lose, if the general public rejects Trump, meaning a rejection of MAGA, the people, like you said, are still going to be there, but they're infringed. They're disenfranchised. Remember you asked me earlier, you said, who before Trump, who was talking to those people, and Trump found a way to tap into their pain.
Mhm.
How do we identify what their pain is without tapping into their racism? And how do we reach them? Because I don't know how many people are willing to go as far as Trump to talk to these infringed people.
I think there's a phrase that says something about like the greater angels in people. But I think you would speak to the greater angel in those people and not make it about race and just make it about, hey, you're on Medicare, Medicaid. We want to make sure you have good health care if you're an older citizen or whatever, right? We want to try to find a way to make sure that you have that that medicine is cheaper. We want to try to find a way to cut down on inflation. We want to try to find a way to make sure that your grandkids, can have affordable college. Or if they don't want to go to college, they can find a trade that they can use to be a productive member of society. So just kind of talk about the things that people have pride in.
But that's Kamala. You're describing Kamala.
Well, okay. Well, maybe she didn't do a good enough job with that. But your question was, how do we talk to them about it without talking about race? And I think that's how you talk to them, is just simply by talking about the problem.
Oh no, that's not my question.
Okay.
Without Trump, okay, let me rephrase this. Do you remember hearing about the Liberian Civil War?
I did not. I don't remember hearing about it. No.
Okay, all right. So for 14 years, Liberia was in a civil war, and at the end of that war, there was a lot of child soldiers. Actually, in the war, there was a lot of child soldiers, and the warlords were the citizens of Liberia. And after the war, they had no money. They didn't have nothing. They were poor before the war started. They were poor after the war ended. But they were all in that same community, right? The best way to explain this for some Americans is, if you watch The Living Dead, is Negan.
Walking Dead.
Yes, Negan. If you remember who Negan was, Negan, after his estate was taken down, he was still alive. And he had to live among the same people that he traumatized.
Well, Trump will never have to worry about that.
No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about his people, right? The people that have gone so far, like they have literally gone off the roof. Like, I'm MAGA, I don't like you. You're not if you don't look like me, right? If you do not look like me, if you're not a Proud Boy, if you're not X, Y, and Z, I don't want to associate with you. They have gone off. They are the child soldiers. So after the war is over and we reject them and we say, no, your leader is gone. We got rid of your leader. We don't want your leader. We don't want your kind mixing among us. What happens to the people and how do we reach them? Because we're not willing to go as far as Trump. So how do we reach his people?
Okay, literally, like I said, you reach his people by talking about the issues. That's the only way you're going to get them. And I hope that you talk sense into them.
The issues that you listed are not the issues that the ones that have gone on the fringe, like that's gone far out, are not the same issues. They don't care about Medicaid. They don't.
Guess what? I promise you that they do. I think that with Trump, he was able to rile up a certain type of anger and vitriol behind something that they cared about as well. And it made them ride for that. But I promise you, once you take that away from the candidate, even if it's another Republican candidate, I think you take the racism away and you simply speak to the issues, you can win some of those people back. I'm not talking about the ones that are just completely, just sold to Donald Trump. That's not the people I'm talking about. But the people that who love him and that ride for him, and in some ways they've already isolated themselves in captivity. You know what I'm saying? Because
you're talking about the regular Republicans.
Well, no, I'm talking about even like some of your hardcore MAGA people. Like you're saying, like how they gonna live, with him being gone. But it's like they already out there as MAGA Republicans, and people still love them or they don't. You know what I'm saying? So people ain't rocking with you or they're not. But no, I think to your point, I think to talk to the people, you got to go to the issues and just get away from the identity politics, the racist stuff, and just speak to the issues. That's how you get those people back.
Oh yeah, I think the Republicans, they have a super, not even great, like a super opportunity to get to recorrect their party.
Exactly.
Like,
That's what I was
I'm
saying.
telling you,
Yeah.
I would be Republican if I didn't feel like they were so racist. I feel like
that's how most people feel.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like if they were nice enough to say, hey, we're not the party of the white and we're the party of everyone, then more people will probably just Republicans have a lot of great ideas, and I welcome some of their ideas, but I just can't do it because if I was as a general person on the street, like a regular black person, yo, when you think Republican, what's the first word? Racism. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. I think Republican, I think racism, and then money. That's it. It's money, racism. That's it. There's no in between. It's money, racism. That's all they are. But they happen to be the party that ended slavery. So there you go. That coincidence is right there.
life comes at you fast. Hey, Harry, I gotta jump off, man. How long are you gonna be on today? Is this like a election night extravaganza? What's going on?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's an election night extravaganza. If I have to jump off and just play a video, I'll do that. But then I'm coming back with the commentary. Once the votes start coming in, I'm coming right back on there. So it's an all night thing.
Okay, bet. I'm like I said, I'm in Arizona, so I'm 2 hours behind. So it's crazy that it's 2 o'clock over here, but my body's like, nah, man, it's almost time for me to be getting off of work. So, but yeah, I'll jump back on later, man. I got some stuff I got to take care of, man. It was nice chatting with you. To the people in the chat, I respect all opinions. I hope y'all went out and voted if that's what y'all believe in. If y'all don't, your opinion still matters on the U.S. So, thank y'all for joining us.
Salute, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you.
All right, no problem.
All right, man. So the conversation continues with just the understanding that I want people to understand. Like I want to know how do we reach the Trump supporters that are not the regular Republicans? Because the regular Republican Party is hiding somewhere in MAGA. People who want a good country, they want healthcare, they want to have they're blue collar workers, people who, I'm talking about the regular Republican, not that whole crazy stuff that's going on with tiki torches and burning down buildings and trying to give us our country back. Like, nobody took it, bro. You're just too lazy to do something for it. You're just too lazy to just build it yourself. Like, nobody took your country. There ain't nobody taking your country, bro. You're just not educated enough to understand what's going on. So stop. Like, those people, it's hard for you to reach those people. Let's listen into some stuff here.
People are done with his tired old story. And if that's the best argument that he's got to close, then I think the choice before the American people tonight is a very clear one.
Senator, what are the plans within the Harris campaign if former President Trump prematurely declares victory tonight, as he did in 2020?
Look, I think what we are trying to do is let the voices of the American people be heard through their vote. We are prepared to be patient. We are prepared to defend and protect the rights of every American to have their vote counted and to have their voice heard. We know that the former president has been laying the groundwork to do exactly what you just said, to declare early victory, to create chaos and confusion. But that's the only tool he's got. And so rest assured, we have a top-notch legal team, voter protection attorneys all over the country with hotlines that are ready to go for voters to call into. Go to iwillvote.com and find all of the information that you need. But we are, again, prepared to be patient and ensure that every voice, every vote of the American people is cast and counted.
All right, Senator Butler, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen.
Coming up next, you are looking at live pictures of Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll get the view from a top Trump campaign official next, amid new concerns from Trump about the campaign's ground game. We'll delve into all of that. You're watching a very special edition, Election Day. right here on News Now.
All right. I got you, CU fan. I see you. Welcome back, CU fan. How you doing today, man? How you doing? How you doing right now? Let me pull this one up. Welcome back. How you doing, brother? You might have to unmute. I'm not sure if you're talking or not. So CU fan, whenever you're ready. Let's go back to Hewley.
Brown and black people, this country wouldn't exist. The idea, Springfield, Illinois, was a town that was wasting away. It was in the Rust Belt. It was wasting away. They found this group of people. Who the fuck would really come to Springfield, Ohio? Like they eating the ducks. Ducks ain't even
right.
They Canadian geese. They passing through. Anybody staying in Springfield? We going down to San Diego. We just stopped at this pool. But the idea is that these places are so. And you don't need to be. This is the thing America don't need to get. Don't be mad at black and brown people for taking jobs. Be mad at lazy white people. If it wasn't for lazy white people, nobody would be here. If you want America to be American only for white people, have them doing jobs they don't want people to come here and do.
You know what's wild, man? When we speak about immigrants, it's always the immigrants of color. Like even with Trump, his wife is an immigrant.
My manager's an immigrant.
Right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Canada.
Yeah, man. But that's crazy.
It's not even all that crazy. It is how the idea of us. Like, we want our country back. Black people didn't just come here. We didn't get on a cruise. Like, it wasn't a job fair.
Right.
People came to do jobs you wouldn't do. Even in the other iterations, this is the thing about America. They always needed somebody to come and do work no one else would do. But then they need what they want is for them to come, work, and leave, not become political forces. But like I hear immigrants are taking all the jobs. Name me the job you see a legal immigrant doing. You go, I should be doing that right there. I want to do that.
Yes.
Only reason I'm a little mad is as a black man, they didn't show up during slavery. If they would have, we'd got some time off. Like, thank God you got here when you did.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I got Tuesday and Thursday off now.
I noticed that at a festival
Thank
one time.
you, Louis.
I noticed that at a festival one time where I was sitting there and I'm like, the people who are cleaning these porta potties, I was like, none of them are white.
No.
Right.
Out of the whole
No.
3 weekends,
No.
three days I was there, I was like,
What
not
you
one
say,
white
what
person.
job is an illegal immigrant taking?
Name me
that you
one.
want?
Yeah.
Here's how it works. They will say we built this country, but then you have this slew of people. No, you supervise. Like you see black people picking cotton, you got a
man.
clipboard.
Yeah.
So, but there is a way that they demonize people, that you can just say you can cast these aspersions that people would just believe. Absent proof. They don't have to have any proof at all. That's the one thing you don't ever need anymore. And particularly when you come to black and brown people, you don't need proof. You can just say it.
Yeah.
They lazy. They want.
All right, so Gerald, tell me why he's lying. I want to know why you think he's lying. I want to have that discussion. Why do you think he's lying? Like, what is he lying about when he says that most Americans don't want to do jobs that immigrants are doing? I'm not talking about whatever you think in his past, but what he's saying. Like, what is wrong with what he's saying? See you, fan. Welcome back, man. Hopefully your microphone is working now. Saying that black people will not take these jobs. Black people wouldn't take what jobs? I don't know that he said that black people won't take a certain job. I don't know when he said that. I don't know which part of his what he was saying. Tell me which part, because I'm not sure. I'm not sure which part you're talking about. Where you're saying he said that black people wouldn't take certain jobs. I think they said so. He said something about when what did he say? He said it would have been nice if the Mexicans would have came and give us a break. So
like first it was we want your job, then we want your woman. Now they want now we're eating your dogs.
Yeah,
come on. Did you know that the Haitians?
And also keep in mind that he's also a comedian. So while he's trying to educate, he's also trying to make jokes as well. He's trying to make it funny. Because these are some hard topics to deal with, because nobody really agrees on certain things. Like people telling you to go back to Africa. Like, nah, I ain't going nowhere because we built this country. And they'll be like, no, we built this country. White people built this country. And he's like, nah, y'all was holding clipboards. You know what I'm saying? We was doing all the back-breaking work while y'all was holding clipboards and whips, right? So he's trying to make it funny, but it's hard information. If you think about what he's saying, this information is hard to digest. This is not just easy information for a comedian. Like, that's why I call him an educator. He's a comedian and an educator second.
The Haitians defeated Napoleon Bonaparte. They defeated him 3 times. They killed his brother-in-law. And Haiti beat England, Spain, and Britain. Haiti did that. They were the first democracy, the first set of free people in the Western world. It was France was going to use Haiti as a jump-off point to this part of the world. Haiti was like, nah, you can't come in with that. The general in Haiti defeated. The Haitians were so cold. When they would kill French soldiers, they would stack them up in walls like they did.
Wow.
So come in if you want to. They burned Port-au-Prince. They said, why are you burning the city down? Because we want them to know what hell is like when they come here. They 3 times Napoleon, but they ended up capturing. That is why they have to. You can't be. The notion is that we will destroy your perception. We will destroy the idea of you. But if you look at the Haitian people and how they really stopped. If it weren't for a lot of Haitians doing what they did.
Stop asking research questions to ChatGPT.
Stop asking research questions.
Its answers are not reliable.
Napoleon comes further.
Purple Orca. Haiti also invaded and used forced labor in Dominican Republic. Is that why the Dominicans are treating the Haitians like the way they treat them now? Because I saw a documentary. About DR or the Dominicans and the Haitians. And even though they are bordering countries, man, the way that the Dominicans treat the Haitians, I was like, dang, we can't buy a break. Wild Dog says overwhelming majority of my aides and what is that? Paratransit drivers have been immigrants. So yeah, I want to know, is like there is a Haitian Dominicans don't like Haitians. They building a wall between them. Oh man. Are they really? Yeah, Dominicans don't like Haitians. You're right, but they treat them terribly, bro. The documentary that I was watching. There's this place where they go to the market, and there's an exchange, and I think you have to cross the river, and something about crossing the river that the Dominicans don't allow the Haitians to cross, or something like that. It was bad. Right, it was bad, and I was just like, "Dang, boy, ooh-wee." See you, Faye. Let's try this one more time. Where you at? You good? Is your audio good now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I just got back from getting a haircut, and I was in the barbershop, a real barbershop with barbershop talk, and I will tell you this. I came out of there, basically, hearing the same thing that never ends. It's basically, it's election day. So they're talking about a lot of politics and whatnot. And it felt like I was in the real barbershop, with like Ice Cube type situation, and it was kind of like, and it's like all we were talking about is like all the barbers, all of them now. And when I say all of them, all the barbers are pro-Trump, and it's kind of like, why are you guys pro-Trump? You know, this, and you try to talk to him, and then you try to tell them the personal perspectives and the reasonings, and all of them are just like pro-Trump because he makes me money. And that's
that's the one
point.
thing. It's like the PPP loan was the only thing. The whole pandemic crap.
Yeah, and it's like you can't have a good conversation, or at least with the people in the barbershop, and it's like all about his money, plain and simple. He makes me money. That's the only reason. It's me. It's about me, not about America. It's about me. And it's kind of like you just couldn't get into these people's minds about, you know, how is it affecting America? And if you're only thinking about yourself, you're putting yourself in a position of being selfish and not helping America, the people that need help. And you just want to make money for yourself. That's it. You know,
who cares about that? But that's Trump's whole platform. Who cares about the Americans? You got to go for yourself.
That's it. And that was the whole thing. I was there getting faded.
Barbershop talk. You're not there to get in nobody's mind. You're there to try to be the quickest. All right. That's like at the barbecue when you're talking. And when you're in a group of, I don't know if they're all black men, or you said it was black men. So if you're amongst a group of black men talking, it ain't about trying to get somebody to agree with you. For the most part, you're trying to make somebody laugh, a group of people laugh, or you're just trying to be as quick as possible. It ain't no, let's have an intellectual conversation. That's not the barbershop talk.
And it was loud. Let's put it that way. It was loud, and it was, you know, it was just basically points. Here's this, here's that, and like it was, you know, it's one of them conversations where it's like, you know what? I'm glad I got cut. Thank you for the conversation. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go to the barbershop to have intellectual conversations. You go out there to get your cut and to laugh a little bit, and every now and then you might get, you know, somebody making some good points, but yeah, it's frustrating because for the black male in America, when I talk to them, every time I talk to them about Trump, it's always that he makes me money. But I don't know that any of them, if you press them, they can really tell you how he made them money. I'm like, bro, if you were in the pandemic, the reason why it lasted so long, it was because of the denial of this guy to really take it seriously and give us the help that we need to get ahead of this thing so that we didn't have to go through all what we went through. That's the first thing. And we had to stimulate the economy. It was the stimulus check. The same stimulus stuff that we went through with Obama, it's the same stimulus situation that we went through with Trump. So for the life of me, I cannot understand how black men say they like Trump because he made them money. How?
Hey, Harry, just want to let you know, my wife said you're invited to the barbecue.
Oh, man. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Oh,
she's listening to you, so she's like, oh, yeah, I like Harry.
But, man, I got questions today, man. And for those of you who are watching, guys, I just want to let you know, this is for my other channel, The Billionaire's Mindset. You can see it right there on your screen, right above the 2024 vote. The Billionaire's Mindset. I am also linking it on TLP Sports Club because I have an audience there, and I don't really have an audience yet at the Billionaire's Mindset. So if you are on YouTube or you are on a computer and you can tap into the Billionaire's Mindset YouTube channel, please do me a favor and just hit the like button or subscribe to the channel if you're not yet subscribed. I will be having these type of conversations on the Billionaire's Mindset. I want to build it up through TLP and get the TLP audience interest. And then once I have enough of interest and people can join me in the conversations I'm having, then I will no longer have to hit up TLP for help. But that's what I'm doing right now. And to call into the show, guys, the little banner that's going at the bottom, the little ticker right there that you see at the bottom, it does say if you are a Trump supporter. I'm going to change that because now I want to talk to black men. I want to talk to black men who feel like Trump gave them more riches. Trump made them richer. Because it's so annoying. You have no idea how this idea of Trump made you money is such an annoying thing to my life. Trump didn't make you no money, bruh.
But see, that's the problem, is that they have him convinced that they did, and there's no changing their mind off of that because
you can't.
It's them making money. Look, they'll tell you, look, I've made this much money because of him, because of his policies and so forth and so forth. And it's like, that's the only reason you care for him. There's no other reason. I said, and one of them that I was talking at the barbershop says, I don't care about his policies. I don't care of how, he could, grab a woman's, private parts and I wouldn't care. He could kill someone in the streets and he wouldn't care as long as it's making him money. And that's kind of like, I guess you can't change your mind on that. I mean, that's your concept in mind.
So KMS 929 says, or KMS says, I was making big bank with Trump. How? Was it policy-wise? Was it something he did? Because we got to keep in mind, Trump was the beginning of the pandemic, and I think Biden was kind of like he took it through and ended it, something like that, right? Because Trump was 2016 until 2020 when Biden took over. I'm a ship builder. So what? People were escaping the country. How did you make money being a ship builder with Trump? Oh, by the way, my college roommate, his name was Don Koskela. He was from Finland. His dad built yachts. He was a rich guy. I haven't talked to Don since we left college, but his dad built yachts, and he was coming to UNC Greensboro to learn math, like these weird type of math that I can't even remember the name of the type of math he was doing because he was about to run the family's business. So if you're a ship builder, Trump gave our military open checkbook. So you was building ships for the military? I'm trying to make the correlation. I'm trying to make I want to talk to a black person, aircraft carriers and submarines. Why are you talking in codes? Are you at work? Oh, okay. So, okay. Well, are you a privately owned company? I know you're probably at work, so you probably can't have this conversation, but I see you, fan. So let's get into this. Did you hear a lot of the immigration talk that we had? Or you was at the barbershop?
Yeah, I was at the barbershop, so I couldn't. I wasn't listening to the show while I was getting cut up and talking to people there.
Oh, okay. Where do we do you think it's important to have a politician either from the Democrat side or the Republican side that reaches out to the infringed side of MAGA? Do you think that's important, or we should just let them burn because they're too racist?
Some of them are too far gone.
That's pending that Trump doesn't win tonight. Let's say that that's the criteria. He loses, we reject him, but MAGA is our people. MAGA is Americans. So I look at our people as our people. I don't see it any other way, right? No matter how far they're gone, if you have a cousin or somebody who's a drug user, an abuser, or they're alcoholic and they're just in the streets just trying to get another hit, you still got to love them. That's your family. So I look at MAGA, the ones that are so far gone, who just don't care about nobody else. It's all about white skinhead, whatever. How do we reach those people? How do we talk to those people if we reject Trump tonight?
Honestly, so I'll take this in the teachings of Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ, he didn't talk to people that rejected him. The people that wanted to listen to him, he talked to. For those people that that rejected him, he did not talk to. So talking to some of these MAGA supporters, Trump supporters, it's very difficult to change their mind. They're set in stone. They're like a mule that doesn't want to move. And it's hard to talk to them. Like some of these people in the barbershop, man, it was very hard to talk to these Trump supporters in there, these barbers, just like saying, and some of them got a lot of heated up with the conversation because of the fact that they just refuse to look at different views. It's all about them. In the perspective of MAGA supporters are just, they have certain views that are like, gas, gasoline was better when Trump was in office than Biden, or my guns are being infringed, or something other than that's all they can roll with. They can't roll with anything else other than they're taking my guns away or something else related to that. It's very difficult.
So, but you started off by saying I would look at it from Jesus's perspective. So what are you offering? What are you saying? How are we reaching them?
The way we reach them, to me, in my opinion, is you try to have a conversation. If the conversation does not happen, then honestly, I would move on. And that's just me, because I'm not going to argue with a mule that doesn't want to move. It's hard to have that conversation with someone that doesn't want to move.
Good point. That's a good point. Our politics and our government is so divisive. And I'm always looking for solutions for issues, for social issues. In a second life, I will probably be a politician or a social scientist, somebody that tries to find a bridge between the hardest people to reach and the people that don't want to reach them. Because at the end of the day, man, even the hardcore people are also God's people. But I feel like there is some way to bridge that gap. How do we bridge the gap? Africans and African Americans are having a silent war that is not pronounced, where Africans and African Americans, or the African American thinks that the Africans left them and never came back for them, or let them get kidnapped and never came back for them, and that the Africans don't think that highly of African Americans. So there's this secret war that is brewing. I don't know if it's brewing per se, but it's happening with culture, in the African American culture, and it's a hard conversation to have. In that light, how do Black people talk to racist people?
I watched this show that this racist person sat down with a Black man and just like had a conversation. And it was, I don't know if it was set up or not, but they basically just had a conversation without, some hate rhetoric or anything. And they talked to each other. And that's how a conversation should be, where there's just, hey, I don't like you because of this. And then the other person can say, well, why don't you like me because of this? What is the reasoning behind that? But unfortunately, there's too many people that have hateful aspects of it that cannot have the conversation, because the blood starts boiling. All of a sudden, the conversation goes into violent acts, and no longer the conversation needs to be thrown away into the wind, because it can no longer have one to be, safe in a way.
It's a hard task it's a burden to carry when you are the way that I am. It's a burden because when God puts this burden on my heart, and then He's like, quiet, and I'm like, well, wait, God, like, what am I supposed to do? He ain't gonna tell you. He just puts the burden on your heart, and you're supposed to go out and do something. And while you're doing the thing, you will find out more and more of who you are and why He puts that burden on your heart. Are you going to a Bible study that has the form of a round table or a church Bible study where there's a pulpit, somebody's preaching from the pulpit?
No, so the Bible study that I go to is a group of men, and we talk to each other, support each other, and we learn from the Bible. A mission to help men, because I mean, if you really look at it, men in the Bible, it speaks of men being the leaders of the family, and you know, I as a man want to fulfill what God wants me to do, and in this case, you know, I want people to understand that if you follow Christ, you could actually have a conversation with people and not be full of hate if there's a disagreement. Because when there's a disagreement, that's when people become primitive and they become, I don't know, they can be vicious. I mean, if you look at many of the Bible passages, like a lot of Jesus Christ sent his apostles to many of places to go preach, and a lot of them rejected him. A lot of them got rejected, but then he also said, don't go to these places because they're going to be rejected. Go to these places and do not talk to people that reject you, and keep moving. And that's how a lot of times it has to be with conversations. If you get rejected, I mean, why are you going to try to talk to a wall? If a wall if the wall is not responding to you or not talking back to you, and it's just looking at you like you're an idiot, you know, I refuse to say that you're right, then it's pointless. Go talk to someone that looks like they want to have a conversation and understand a conversation to a point where it's okay to disagree or agree to disagree. Because unfortunately, there's people out there that refuse to have that type of mindset. And they'll just say, you know, I'm full right, so I don't believe in anything except full right, or vice versa, left. And unfortunately, it gets to a point where you just kind of walk away. I've had to walk away from many conversations because people are just too much. They're just, it's like talking to a wall.
Yes, that's true. Let's bring back on Tim. Tim, how you doing, brother? Welcome back.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Tim, how do you talk to racist people? That's a tough one. I know.
I try to engage in the conversation, but if I see the conversation, the direction that the conversation may be going, I have a tendency of exiting left. Like, I don't even entertain it. I don't give it a lot of oxygen, man. You don't pay me to listen to that nonsense, so I choose not to waste my time on it when I could be doing a lot of other things with my time. So I don't give it a lot of energy, and that's just honest.
I respect it.
A lot of people though, Harry, like, I feel like a lot of people can't have conversations because people are so busy trying to get the other individual to agree with what they are saying.
Good point. Is it naive of me to think that there's a slimmer of chance that things can get better, that race relations can get better in America or around the world? Am I being naive?
No.
So
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think you're naive to think that, because race relationships can get better if we actually want them to get better. But unfortunately, because America likes to divide people, we are not going to ever be in a position of race relationships being okay.
But wait, hold up. They're okay now because they used to be way worse, right? Martin Luther King, MLK, Rosa Parks, they're okay now, but we wanted to get better. So you don't consider it being okay now?
Not to a point where,
considering where we're coming from.
Okay, considering from where we're coming from, I will agree with that. But I do not think that race relationships to a large amount of people right now is okay, because there's that cultural difference. Like, for instance, in my family, seeing a black man married to an Hispanic woman was kind of like, whoa. And it was kind of like, well, why? You're not supposed to be doing that. You're supposed to marry, another Hispanic person, but
wait. Aren't there darker skinned Hispanics? So what are we talking about? Like African American, or what type of black are we talking?
Well, there's those like Dominican, that very dark people that are Hispanic in a sense, like that. For whatever reason, how it is, as long as you come from an Hispanic cultural, it's okay, which is kind of a asinine. But there's people that think of it like that, because, oh no, he's okay, but he comes from Dominican Republic, he's okay, But when you have a black man that comes from, let's say, Africa in a sense, then there's that, oh no, he didn't come from our area of our region, so that shouldn't be okay, But that's where I come from as a cultural area. But to tell you that I am like that, I'm not, because I believe that it's okay, because God created us equally in the sense. So for me, if God willing, if my children ever married a black man, I'm perfectly fine with that, as long as that man takes care of my child and his character is good.
All right, Tim, am I being naive to think that race relations in America and around the world can get better?
I think they can get better. I've seen it out in the public eye. What you say in private, or what you may think in private, is the other people will never know. What you say and think in private, others won't know, because I feel like a lot of people are chameleons. Some you can adapt to any environment that you're in. So, but I've been to I can use Louisiana for example, right? Here it is, 2024, and the railroad track still separates blacks from whites. And growing up as a kid, a military child, I never understood when we would come back to the stateside, I never understood, why is it like this? Where we go to, it's not like that on a military installation. There's so many different nationalities that operates as one.
You were a military guy. Let me ask you a question real quick.
I wasn't in the military. My dad was, but I
no, I mean military child.
Yeah.
Was there a black community within that military community?
There were. Okay, when I was in Turkey, we would fellowship at the chapel, but it was dominantly African American. but there were other nationalities that would worship with them as well. As far as everything else go, it wasn't like, okay, you know, uh, when they out there playing basketball, it just the African Americans are out here hooping on this side, and every other nationality, because there was so many different nationalities on this side of the court. It wasn't like that. It's like they come together and enjoy each other's time, enjoy each other's um, conversations. They were willing to learn more about each other and their walks of life than it is in the civilian world.
Okay. So let me ask you. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing on our screen now. If y'all got some time. So the first exit poll data has been cast or is out, and 51% of the people who were asked about the economy, who will handle the economy the best, 51% said Trump, 47% said Kamala Harris. Why do you think 51% people are saying that? Is it because Trump is a businessman, or why do people think that this guy is good for the economy? Or
okay, so can I answer that?
Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think Trump is a good businessman. That man has screwed businesses over so much, and he has also done some real shady stuff to the point where he declared bankruptcy, has robbed people or small businesses, and put himself to again what we talked about before, kind of go around the law in order to get it his way. So as a businessman, that man only uses a cheating system to get what he wants done. Second of all, the reason I believe Harris could do a better job running the business or the country in the perspective of like economy is because Democrats have shown that they can run a better tight shift when it comes down to money. Whereas Trump, most of everything that he does, or Republicans have always been for companies, for rich people, for people above. They always say we're for the small people. No, you're not. Dave Chappelle said it many times. I'm not voting for, or if Trump is going to make me money. Why would I vote for the other person when he's going to make me money?
Right.
And the richer stay richer through Republicans, while the poor get poorer. It's been shown that the economy is better ran with a Democrat than in a Republican, because the Republicans always put us in the deficit, whereas a Democrat will fix the deficit. And then the whole thing about Trump saying that the economy was better under him, when Obama was having a great economy, he just took over that economy, and he was having the effect of what Obama had created for the economy, and then claimed it for himself, which is why I believe Democrats run the country better versus Republicans, in this case, Trump versus Harris.
All right, Tim, go ahead.
I think I agree with you, CU fan, on certain things. I think people probably feel that way because it's what the eyes see, it's what the mind think. They see him carry himself like a great businessman. The things that he has in life showcases wealth, right? But people fail to get there. What happened along the way? He inherited money, but he also sunk many of his ships. Businesses that he started, they failed. He bankrupt or 7+ times. I mean, like CU Fan was stating, when he came into power for the first time, his first term, he inherited a good economy from Obama.
But he turned
left
that.
the economy in a crap. He left the economy in
Yep,
a crap hole
that's
by
true.
putting tariffs on a lot of things. When Biden and Kamala took office, they had to clean it up now, and that's what I don't understand. How can people look at his record as far as business mind go, or checks and balances, versus Biden's, somebody who's been in politics for over 50 years, been seeing a lot. Not only that, this country, as of today, is in a better position than any other president 50 years from now. This is one of the best economies. And if Trump just so happened to win tonight, he's going to sink that ship again, once again. So the next 4 years, a president going to come in and have to clean that crap up.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's facts.
But that's it. That's been the history of how he does business. Trump University, Trump Steak. I mean, there's like a laundry list. If you just Google the businesses that have failed under Trump, like there's so many of them. Golf courses.
Well, see, that's why a lot of people voted him in the first place. A lot of people, the people that actually understood business, were like, well, he's a businessman. He can run America like a businessman. But the man can't even run a good business because of the fact that he's done so much harm to the businesses that he's created. And because of that, I've always been, since, when he went against Hillary Clinton, and it's kind of like, I cannot believe that this man won, because people think that he can run a good business like America and make it into a business, because it is a capitalist country. And to me, I think that's a bad way of looking at it. And he ran it into the ground, and COVID happened, and he's like, oh, but look at all the stuff that we've done, for the people. No, you made it worse. You made it worse, dude.
He said COVID was a hoax. For months, we were battling the idea of COVID not being, a real thing. And then the crap hits the fan, and we're stuck inside for 3 years. That was real. We were inside trying to figure out how we were going to live.
Dude, COVID was so real. Okay, people they're saying, oh, those COVID's fake. All these naysayers and whatnot. And so you understand, I had to work during this time of COVID, and I was around people that supported Trump so much and refused to do the simplest thing as wearing a face mask. And basically, their sickness was put on me to a point where I got COVID myself, and I got hit pretty good, and my lungs have not been the same because of it.
Man, that's tough.
And let me throw something else on top of that. I'm glad that, and this is something that I criticized Democrats for years, and I still hold them accountable or criticize them on some things. Obama been talking about in some of his debates, in some of his speeches, that I gave Trump a playbook on how to deal with the COVID virus, or the pandemic that was going to happen. If you listen at the words, he knew it was going to happen. there's certain things in the government they know before the American public knows.
Right. And they're supposed to get
And
ahead of that for the
so
sake of the people.
right, so he was ahead of that, and I'm glad that he bought out the information about Canada and the percentage of people because of Canada's playbook saved so many lives, over 600,000 lives versus the US that lost over 1 million people, died from COVID. And for anybody that say COVID was a hoax, go talk to some of the people that was in the medical field. Like my sister, she actually stopped nursing because of it messed with her mentally, you know, and because of the number of people that were dying, the ages that they were coming into the hospital dying, she couldn't handle it.
To add it to your point, Tim, man, when COVID first hit, I was looking at a lot of the stuff that was happening, and you see these things happening in China and India, and it's kind of like they're burying people, or even in Italy when they were putting the dead outside on the streets and they're dying, and it was one of those things. This is real. This is happening. And people were being so negative into the perspective it's a hoax. Then why are these countries in such a desperate measure? Like you would see this stuff, and it's like, you guys ever watch that movie Don't Look Up on Netflix?
I saw it, but I never finished it.
Well, there's a point where the Republicans are like, it's a hoax. Don't look up. It's fake. Don't worry about it. And then eventually they look up. Hey, they lied to us. There's a meteor up there or whatever, and it's kind of like, that's it. You're buying the lie. You're so involved in like the people saying it's a lie that you're not looking up and seeing the truth.
So Trump wins tonight. We get 4 years of whatever.
I'll tell you, 4 years of hate, revenge, lies, deception, no peace, hateful rhetoric, people, MAGA, continuously saying things, openly being racist because their president can be racist, and so much more. And that is what this country is going to receive if Trump gets elected.
All right, guys. Well, I gotta leave it there for now. I've been streaming for over 7 hours. The rewatch, the percentage of rewatchability is gonna go down because people look at it like 7 hours. I ain't touching that. So I'm gonna come back on later on once we get most of the results and we start biting our nails for whoever. I'll come back on later on and try to have some type of commentary. So I appreciate you guys keeping on with me.
I'm gonna say this, Harry.
Yeah.
Okay. So when 4 years ago, when the Biden and versus Trump was going on, I was nail biting the whole time. I'm like, Trump cannot win, right? Trump cannot win. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this time around, it's different for me. Is because I've put God more into my life, and I focused God to be more involved into my life, and he comes first, and that has put me in a whole different perspective of how I look at this presidential election time, because to me, it's like no longer am I worried, because I know God will handle what he needs to handle. And if for whatever reason Trump wins, then to me, that is something that we're gonna have to deal with, because in the Bible, They've had to deal with a lot of things that were bad, and God still took care of it. So in this case, if this happens at the same time, then so be it.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think a lot of people don't understand that regardless of who wins, America is a well-oiled machine. There's a process, and there's a process for everything. So some people fear because they don't know. They think like all the lies that they hear during political campaigning season, they think all of those lies are going to be something that's done. Like, oh, I'm going to jail people. I'm going to do X, Y, and Z. Oh, if Trump wins, he's going to jail everybody. He's going to come after everybody. Like, he can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, he literally can't. He'll be tied up in lawsuits forever. So, anyways, Tim, any last thoughts on this election process?
Oh no, man. I'm just gonna wait till you dial back in, and hopefully I can catch you and jump back on board. But well, I do want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
I know he says a lot, and a lot of people say, he's just talking, and he's not going to do this. Okay, well, he done a lot in the first 4 years. I feel like this time there's certain people that's not going to be in his cabinet to keep him in check.
Mm-hmm. Because
You know what I mean? So
that's right.
I'm sorry. So therefore, when you talking about making Herschel Walker a part of your cabinet, the dude who Elon Musk a part of your cabinet, like he's already I think he's gonna already be in hot water once this is over with, dealing with, you see what's going on over in Russia right now with Korea then teamed up with Russia to help fight that war, and now they're on the front lines of things. So these other country dictators are teaming up together, and I've just got my eye open, man, and I'm not crazy by far. And not only that, I talked to some of my family members that are still in the service, and talked to my uncle that works for the Pentagon, and there are some things that I know he talks to my dad about that he'll take to his grave. But it's I'm not trying to instoke fear, but you want your eyes to be open though.
Yeah, I mean, if you can read between the line, that's for sure. Because there has been some military movements that's been taking place in different places, but it's definitely something. That's why I promote education for the general public. Because if you listen to some of these people that you listen to, they'll mislead you, they'll misguide you because they don't have good intentions. They're trying to manipulate you. I ain't got no book to sell you. I ain't got no course to sell you. I just want you to just know stuff. Just be aware. Open your eyes. Stop just blindly listening to people, because a lot of people don't have good intentions. I got good intentions because I know who I serve. I serve God. So my intentions are always going to be, hey, God, what can I say to help your people to be in a better place mentally, so that they're not being misled by these wicked people, these wicked men and women who thinks that they know better for them. Anyway. All right, guys. So I'll see you in maybe like an hour or two. I think the polls are going to be closing in about an hour and 34 minutes. I'm going to take a break. I'm a little tired. I can feel my energy going down. So let me get my energy back up, and I'll come back on so we can talk more politics.
All right. You guys have a good one. Thanks again, Harry.
All right, man. Have a good time at Bible study. I hope you learned something tonight, something new about.
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I will tell you this. Something that I've learned, and I'll say this quickly. Something that I learned context is the most important thing out of everything.
Mhm.
And that also includes in the Bible. So when I go to Bible study, I learn the context behind all of the verses. Because a lot of people will say, well, like for instance, they'll say, well, the Bible speaks in this verse right here that women should submit to men. And it's kind of like, well, what's the context behind it? You have to have context behind it, because if you were to just say that and just tell someone, well, you have to submit to your to men or to your husband. So that's just what you have to do, submit to your husband. But there's more context to that. God created more context to that. And this is why it's so important to read the Bible. These Christians that are half in and don't read the Bible is what's going to vote for Trump, because they see him as a Christian man.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yeah. I mean, and they see women, they don't look at a woman that can lead, because they think that, oh, okay, women should not be leaders. It should be men.
Exactly.
I mean, Donnie Swagger came out straight and he didn't even hide his. He was just like, the Democratic Party is the devil party. And black people, you guys are voting for the devil. The devil, y'all are voting for the demon party. I was like, tell me who you are without telling me who you are. I was like, whoa. I was like, man, your daddy, you and your daddy are alike. Wow, he was a firebrand. But anyways, yeah, I agree, man. I think people should really pay attention to the Bible, because don't use the Bible as your guides to not do the right thing. Don't use the Bible, because a lot of people, like, bruh, if I started to tell you the stories about Pat Robertson, man, I used to listen to that guy. Now it's like, oh my goodness, I did not realize how racist that he was. I said, never again in my life would I listen to you. There's no way.
Well, it's kind of like I don't listen to what's his face? I forget his name. He's a Dion hater. What's his name? Good God, I forget his name. I don't watch him. The guy that is always attacking Dion for regardless of whatever it is. He's on.
Oh, you're talking about what's that black guy? You talking about? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't listen to him. I mean, because his rhetoric is so bad towards Dion that all he's doing is making up things.
No, a lot of people that say they're Christians, they're not necessarily Christians to me. I think they like the ideals of Christianity, but they're not willing to do the work, because you cannot say treat them. You can't say, the Bible can't say treat your neighbors as you would treat yourself, and then you're racist. How? How does that work?
That's white Jesus talking right there. That's white Jesus.
But that is I don't really, but that's the thing. I don't say white Jesus, black Jesus, but that's the thing. It's like, if you are a true Christian, the way that you carry yourself would differ, because you're not doing the work. You're just calling yourself a Christian. You like the ideals of a Christian nation, or you like the ideals of being a Christian, but you're not a Christian because you're not doing the work. You're too lazy to do the work, because the work is real. You think it's easy to get smacked up if you have the Holy Spirit guiding you, for the Holy Spirit to tell you, I'm telling something to my wife, and the Holy Spirit immediately quickens my heart and says, I didn't have you meet this person so you can gossip about him. I had you meet this person so you can pray for him. There's a reason why I didn't get you to go through this person, but now you're gossiping to your wife about somebody that I told you I put in your path. So now you're a gossiper. That's not easy.
It isn't. I mean, Jesus said the path to don't remember the exact words, but the path to heaven or righteousness is small, where the path to sin is wide.
It's a wide open door. It's like the eye of a needle. Like, it's hard. So yeah, I mean, people think this is something you can just say that you are, and then that's it. Go to church on Easter, wear your little dresses and wear your little suits, and that's it. Like, nah, you fooling yourself. This is work. This is work when you talk to your wife in a certain way. Or let me just put it to myself. Let me personalize it so it can mean something to me. Talking to my wife in a certain way, and the Holy Spirit says, why are you talking to your wife that way? And you have to, even though you feel like you were right, you have to go apologize. That's real.
That's conviction.
And God, right, that's conviction. And God knows how to keep a marriage together. The reason why a lot of marriages fail in the Christian community is because we're not willing to give it to God. The Holy Spirit is always teaching and telling us things about our marriage, about our relationships, but we're not willing to listen because we're so angry or we're so wanting to be right. So it's hard for us to, for us to agree when you're getting corrected. And this is not no correction coming from somebody outside. This is literally the Holy Spirit talking to you, and you're rejecting the Holy Spirit. And then when you get divorced, then you say, oh, Lord, why am I divorced? All those years when I was trying to give you correction, I said, stop talking to this woman like this. Stop treating her like this. Remember, even though it says that the woman is supposed to be submissive, it also says that the man is supposed to treat her like Christ treats the church, which is even more, that portion of it is harder to do because Christ died for his church. But people think
the exact context.
Take the first part of it and they just run with that. Oh, my wife is supposed to submit to me because I'm a man. But they forget the part where it says men are supposed to love their wife like Christ loved his church, and he gave his life for the church. If that part, I told my wife that one time, I was like, oh, shoot, we got it worse than y'all. We got it way worse. Christ died for his church. Whew. Boy.
And that's truth. and everything that we do, and I'm here to say is like even I have to work at everything that I do when it comes down to the church, because hey, look, I come from a time that, I did a lot of wrong stuff. So old habits die hard, but you have to work at them.
It's work.
So
bro, the Holy Spirit's job is to take that gunk out of you. A plumber trying to clean pipes works hard trying to clean out the dirt that's in that pipe. I built my basement with me and my family. We built our basement during the COVID time, and we had to get a plumber to help us with the plumbing. And I learned how the plumbers get certain things done through the pipes, having to make attachments. The Holy Spirit works in that way. Old habits die hard, like you just said. So the old you takes time to kill. The Holy Spirit literally has to kill the old you so that you can be reborn, so that you can be born again. Some people are not willing to allow the Holy Spirit to do the work of killing their old flesh so that they can be born again. They go to the church and they get the confession, and they go before the public, say, I want to be born again. But the work that it takes for you to die to self and be born again, they're not willing to allow the Holy Spirit to do that. And there's some that are willing to allow the Holy Spirit to do that. They're not willing to allow themselves to be wrong a lot. So for that, you lose relationships. Young marriages always get the brunt of that. Some guys think like, my money, I'm the man of the house. I have the money, and I'm not telling nobody. I'm not telling my wife she's supposed to be subservient to me. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. But let's continue this conversation. I don't know if you're gonna jump back on when I come on tonight. If you can, that's cool. If not, I'll have another session sometime this week. But I appreciate you, man. I love the conversation, man, and I definitely want to continue the conversation whenever you can. Okay.
Absolutely. I don't know what time you show up, but I have in a few hours I have Bible study, so I've got a little bit of time. If you're going to be back here in a couple hours or so, then I might jump on. But after that, I'll be heading to the Bible study.
All right, man. So we'll talk.
Okay. Thank you very much, Harry. Have a good one.
Right.
God bless.
Thank you. God bless. All right, folks. So you see the early exit polling happening. I'm gonna get off of here and come back later on. Thank you so much for being my audience. Thank you so much for contacting, for communicating in the chat. Wild Dog, salute to you. Purple Orca, I appreciate you coming on here. I know it's not the regular football chat, but thank you guys. Chad, thank you for coming on here. I appreciate you. For KMS, I appreciate you as well. Everyone that came out, my panel, Tim, Feel So Real. Coming on here, guys, and helping me with this channel with the billionaire's mindset. I am an heir to the kingdom of God. So the billionaire's mindset is kind of like in that somewhere. I explain it a little bit more when I get more time, but my energy is draining. When you stream for 8 hours, it happens. So we'll be back so that we can we'll be back one of very few days I'll talk my politics so much. That's what's up, man. At least you allowed this to happen, you know. But yeah, man, I'll come back later on once we get some more results and see how things happen, and we'll chat more. All right, guys, I'll see y'all later. Peace out.